All right, everybody, we are officially live. Welcome to another episode of the Break the Rules live stream, breaktherules.tv. If you are not watching on YouTube, subscribe, like, click the bell, share this with everybody. I am your humble host, Lev Polyakov. With me, of course, is Giovanni Pennacchietti, and we got Dominique Rebel, aka Hotep Sophia, back with us once again. Thank you so much, Dominique, for coming in. And of course, we have the guest of honor, Tommy Sotomayor, the king of controversy. Thank you so much, Tommy, for coming in. It is a great pleasure to have you on Break the Rules. This may be one of our most base streams of all time. Will this be the one? Will this be the one that gets us shut down? We're gonna have to see.
Oh God.
Gio.
Let me just say
Yes.
that this is a great honor to have you on. I've been watching you on and off. I believe had to have been 2012 was the first time I ever heard about Tommy Sotomayor, and just through the years, like going through like talking about BT 1000s and just, oh man, your show is killing it. And it seems that every time like you go away because YouTube tries to basically like murder your engagement, you come back and it's like every time you come back, it's just electrifying. It's like when Austin came back in '03, just like, it's got the energy to it. So I said to Lev after the infamous record-breaking Twitter space, we have to get Tommy Sotomayor on.
Yes.
I've been watching this dude forever, and it's going to be amazing. We're going to talk about anything under the sun. But for people who don't know, maybe how did you start being a commentator, a YouTuber, a radio show host? What is the origin of Tommy Sotomayor? Because it seems that every time someone gets banned universally, it adds to a sort of mystique about your origins.
Yeah.
So how did you get started, my friend?
Well, mine is simple. It's the same story every time. I started doing this thing called Blog Talk Radio, and y'all have to forgive me. I think I've either come down with the flu or something. But I started with Blog Talk Radio, and that was 2009. And they started putting clips of what I was doing on Blog Talk Radio on YouTube, and I didn't even know what YouTube was. And they started going viral. And the first viral video I did was one called "The Type of Black Woman Everyone Hates." And it went viral. And then
I remember that one.
Yeah. And it seemed like every video I did after that went viral. Then I did a video about a 13-year-old who got a 20-year-old pregnant. That went viral. I did one called "Ban In Not Guns." That went viral. Just and I did it was a lot of stuff that was just how I talk, and I've spoken like this since I was a kid. So it's not like it's an act. This is who I am. This is what you're going to get out of me.
Did you also notice, Tommy, that the people that you were around, they've changed and you've stayed pretty much the same as far as the kind of humor that you're into, but a lot of other people had to go on the straight and narrow, so to speak, or at least what counts as a straight and narrow today? And what exactly has been your experience there?
Yeah, I saw guys who were fans of mine had to stop being, because it was like all the celebrities used to follow me. Twitter was a thing. I think I had like 300,000 followers. All the celebrities used to follow me and tweet with me. I even had Bishop T.D. Jakes tweeting with me, hanging out with me. It was crazy. Well, of course, that had to stop. But at the time, it was a thing to be next to or like a rebel. But then those people started losing money. And that's was the way that they hurt everybody. They just make you lose money. Even if you look at YouTube right now, they're just going to, if you say something they don't like, they're just going to hit you in the pocket, which is going to make the people who say, well, if you do it the way that YouTube wants to, you'll make money. So we're going to do it that way. You put money in front of people, it is an ultimate carrot.
But there are still certain people, well, were still certain people like Patrice O'Neal, let's say, who I don't think if you were to give Patrice O'Neal, 10 times the money, that he would have slowed down or softened his act. So do you think that beyond money, there is also something else going on?
Yeah, like you have people who, like myself, no matter how many times they shut me down, no matter how many times they block me, I didn't come in here to make money. I came in here to make a difference, to make a change. And so that's just what I'm doing. But I don't think everybody has the ability to do that, because if it came down to them paying their bills, then it becomes different. Patrice O'Neal is a different animal. They don't even make very many men like Patrice O'Neal, to be honest.
Definitely not. I mean, the closest that I would find as far as comedy goes is I went to, back when they had it in New York City, this festival called Skankfest. So that's with Dave Smith and Louis J. Gomez and Big J. Okerson, Ari Shaffir, people like that. So there is still this. I mean, I guess you could say Joe Rogan is somebody who keeps a lot of this energy alive, even if he himself is not the dirtiest of comics or is not the most controversial of comics. He is one of the most controversial people as far as the, whatever you want to call it, the cathedral. Have you heard of that term, by the way, the cathedral?
No, you have to tell me about that one.
All right, Gio, tell Tommy what the cathedral means, because you know it better than I do.
It came from Moldbug, although it has, it's basically, I guess you could say, it's the networks of like opinion making and power and influence. So like the media, academia, other like government institutions that basically regulate certain ideas or like discourses that become like mainstream, that's the basic term of it. But it's a way to explain like how all these people basically believe the same things, because they all attend the same, what Moldbug calls the state church, which is universities. And that's why you can explain how people across a vast array of professions all sort of like have the same like basic bitch liberal beliefs. So that's pretty much, yeah.
Well, I tell you what, I want to commend you and Lev for being able to do one thing that probably Dominique and I can't do, and that's put a light behind you and still show up on camera. That's impressive. I'm telling you, I'm looking at it in awe. I was like, wow, you still see him. I put a lamp back there. It's over with. That's a done deal.
According to people, I'm an honorary black man as an Italian. According to people,
absolutely.
You have to be a Southern Italian, though. Southern Italian.
Yeah, I'm Southern Italian. Yeah.
Okay. Well, yes.
Calabrese. Yeah. Well, my northern half is white, so.
Let's say your Calabrese is showing.
There you go. Yeah. I'm half Calabrese, half Central, Market John. But yeah, the Calabrese pretty much. It bleeds out into everything. So.
And by the way, Gio, got to get closer to the mic. But before we started this, speaking of Hotep Sophia, before we started this live stream, we got into a bit of a conversation related to something that you, Hotep Sophia, said. So could we restart that and rehash exactly what was going on there? So,
and our good friend Zero HP Lovecraft said that don't waste Tommy's time with the cathedral. We want to hear base takes. You're going to hear base takes on this stream. Don't worry about it.
And that is why I'm going back to Hotep Sophia. So there we go. Okay, so Hotep Sophia.
Well, what I was saying was that I'm on Gab, exclusively. I guess have a Twitter until they kick me off or something. And I was saying about Gab is that you just have to block a lot of people. And there's once you clean up your timeline and the groups that you're in with people that say stuff that's wild and outrageous, it's a really good experience. It's been a good experience for me. I've been on there for 9 whole months, I think, 10 maybe. Tommy was saying that, okay, so I made a comment about how white people can't really comment on what black people are like, but I, as a black person, am always going to comment on the insanity of black people. And I don't know if he thought that was controversial, but that's
it's like
no problem attacking white people for attacking black people, but I'm not going to lie about my people. My people are a little bit, something is wrong, just to say the least.
Well, it's just a funny thing that like in areas, like we can stereotype us, but others can't stereotype us. But I understand it because Jews stereotype Jews. But if outsiders stereotype them, they just have enough power to shut more down. We have to go around and ask people. That's why I always talk crap about these so-called pro-blacks who dislike white people. Because what they'll do is the first people they run to on YouTube when you say something they don't like is a white person to tell them to flag you down. The first people they run to on Twitter is a white person to flag you down. So if you hate white people so much, but then those are the same people who hate the cops, as soon as something happened, the first people they call is 911. I'd assume they wouldn't call 911 because I thought they would be afraid that the cops were going to come beat them or shoot them. But for some odd reason, they don't have the fear to call them.
Well, Sophia,
I'm from a majority black county, PG County, just outside of DC, and you would not believe the amount of black people who have power, and yet when they get into trouble, first person they call, they got a white lawyer, they call their white representatives, their white friends in the state house, their white friends in Congress. They're not going to, the black people and saying, "Oh, Black Caucus, help me." No, they're going to whatever white contact they can find to bail them out of trouble. And it almost never works. That's why, like, my city where I'm from is like the most white collar criminals per capita. They have a whole area in the federal prison in Cumberland, Maryland. That's all people from where I'm from. Literally, like, all white collar criminals. It's the most insane thing, like, to go to just think like, okay, all these black people have power. You would think that they would be calling each other, and these people love to call the police. To call the police.
Well, another interesting point behind that is when you have these people, they love to brag on, I have all white neighbors. I've seen pro-blacks argue that. I know I live in a good neighborhood because it's all white neighbors. I've heard them say, my kid goes to a nice school because it's an all white school. They say they got a good lawyer because they say they got a white or Jewish lawyer. They got a good, no dead ass. They got good everything because there's white people. So black people supposedly dislike white people so much, yet every other race of people has this group of somebody. Like, even if you're looking for a good doctor, if you say, well, I got an Indian doctor, they'll think, well, you might have a good one. Nobody says, I got me a black doctor, so he's good. I got a black heart surgeon. I have a black podiatrist. I have a black.
Where I'm from, yeah, they do say that. They're like, "Oh, my doctor is great. I have a black doctor." I actually had a black doctor for like the first time on my second child. It was a miserable experience, and now I had another child, and my doctor wouldn't see my child because I didn't have them vaccinated. So this great black doctor I had really would not see my child, have nothing to do with me, because this is what the state says. They don't care about you as a person, but this is I guess where it depends on where you're from too. Because like I said, black places with all black people, they're looking for your black doctor. They're like, "Oh, if you got a white doctor, oh no, that's not."
I've never heard of it. I am 46 years old. I've never heard a black person in my life swear to God say, "I will only go to a black doctor." I've heard black people say, "I will not go there."
Oh no!
But I've never heard one say they'll go to it. I've never heard somebody say, "I'm going to sit by."
Well, what do you think of well, obviously race relations in America is always the hot topic of choice, but there was this I believe New York Times profile, I don't know if you two saw it, where some woman, and I don't want to be this controversial, but it's a good argument to be made against interracial adoption. But she was going on.
We still black. You got to put a circle.
Yeah. But this journalist, she was adopted by, I believe, either a white Mormon or a Jewish family, saying that black kids adopted by white couples is like cultural erasure and the G word, the Geno, you know what, but I don't want to say it for YouTube, and how it was terrible. And in some ways it's crazy and it's ungrateful and you're throwing your parents under the bus. But I do think that there is an argument to be made that perhaps it's not like the best idea to sort of, adoption's such a controversial issue when it comes to like interracial adoption. But what do you guys think of that, where this person who, I believe she went to the Harvard Journalism School or something, Stanford Journalism School. And of course, if she were to have grown up in a impoverished neighborhood, wouldn't have had those opportunities. But what do you two think of this? Like, because it seems every month there's an article about I was adopted by a white family and it's terrible. I don't know about that.
Yeah. Oh, I love it. Like, let's just say Colin Kaepernick. Oh, it's the worst thing in the world. I was adopted by these white people. I went from being broke and couldn't eat and no shoes to living in a nice house, going to a nice school, graduating from Nevada and going to the NFL. The only time I turned back black is when they put me in the second string quarterback, and I didn't want that. So I became a black guy. You listen to this argument now, it's stupid, and I always defeat this one. If you don't want white people adopting your kids, then have black families willing to adopt black kids, and they shouldn't be any black kids on the market because it'd be too many black people picking them up.
Yeah. And for the record, I think we should ban international adoption. You should focus on adopting your own country. Because there's celebrities going to Malawi, like what's her name? The one
it's
from
about the stupid liberals, though.
Yeah. Well, they don't. Well, the celebrities, they don't just adopt the kids. Then they also turn them into the different gender, which I have been noticing has been a pattern as of recent. Like these poor young, like you take a poor young African kid and they're starving somewhere, and then they get picked up. They think they're gonna have a great new life in the land the land of opportunity, and then next thing you know, they're wearing a dress. So I don't know. It's a very
we cut off Hotep Sophia, and we do want to get to that wearing dress part, but Hotep Sophia?
Oh, we could get to that. I just want to say that on the opposite end, you see some of the same things. Like I don't know where you're from, but I'm actually from a majority black area. So the way things
I'm from Atlanta. Area, call that whatever you like.
Okay, well,
Atlanta.
I mean, I guess people aren't as rich there, but in my county, all the black people I encounter, 80% of them are rich. So I think it's a little bit different too, but
and also Sophia, sorry, could you speak louder towards the mic? I noticed that your mic is a little bit quieter. No problem.
Okay, so one of the problems with adoption in my area is not that people aren't taking the black kids, because you do have a lot of families that take black kids, but the only reason they're taking them is because the foster care system in DC pays a lot of money if you take these kids from the people in DC. So one thing that started to happen when I was growing up is that like one of the areas that's in my community called Tantalian, you all of a sudden had those schools filling up with these like hardened street people. Why? Because the families were taking in the kids from DC, the black kids, and they were putting them into the schools with us, suburbanites who never seen any of the stuff that they're talking about. And then you started having all of these other kind of problems like gangs and people, because in like at the local high school, you would have a huge income disparity. So it was never really black and white in my area. It was more because the white people, there's the smallest numbers. They just keep to themselves. They ain't trying to start no fights with no black people, but you would have higher income black people who are coming to school with the new Benzes and the new tennis shoes and all this stuff, getting into problems with the foster care black people from DC. And then that started a whole lot of problems. So that's sort of, people like to make it about color, but it's almost always about income level. From when you actually take away the color, then it's an income level fight, because I've seen or heard that in white communities the same way. If you're a white person, you have a lot of money, you don't want to be around low income white people either. That's a huge thing. Like that was what MLK's whole thing was about. He tried to unite the poor whites and the poor blacks. That's what caused all the problems. So
I went to a school called Central Gwinnett. And then there was Brookwood and Parkview. And all these schools are white, and all of them were relatively rich. But then when they would sprinkle some black people in there, whether the black people were rich or not, the black people would start to fight. But you didn't see a bunch of white people fighting, even when it was poor whites and rich whites. I say this because when you deal in transportation, let's just say Greyhound or MARTA here in Atlanta. I don't know what you guys' local train and subway, whatever it's called, but not trying to be funny, but Popeye's chicken, it ain't a bunch of rich people go to Popeye's chicken. It may be a few, but it ain't a bunch. Who's fighting at the Popeyes in the black neighborhood versus the Popeyes in the white one? The black people are fighting over a piece of chicken. The black people were killing over a chicken sandwich. The black people were doing it. So it didn't matter that they had enough money to do it, because if I'm not mistaken, the people in rap claim that they got money. Every rap video claimed they got money, but yet another rapper was just stabbed in the neck and killed prior to when he was going out on the show. So his album, if it drops next week, is going to go platinum.
Well, there are really big
Oh, yeah.
cultural differences. For example, I was speaking to this one Nigerian girl, and she was talking about how when her parents moved to the United States, they were living first in this one black neighborhood, but then immediately they moved out and moved to a different one where the mom said, oh, well, this neighborhood, I prefer these particular people as opposed to the ones that we were with before. And I think it does talk to the people who say, for example, like, oh, there are certain, inherent things. I think that that's complete BS, because you have people who come from Nigeria who are just as black as you and Hotep Sophia and anybody here in the U.S. I know you're going to disagree a bit on that, but my general, hold on. My general point though is that for the people who discriminate based on skin color, you could instantly tell when you meet a person whether they're somebody who has a high degree of culture or not, regardless of the skin color. That's the primary point I'm bringing about. Yeah, exactly.
It's culture, exactly. Yes. I believe in 100% is culture, because as a matter of fact, it's hard to change culture in the United States, because when you have a black person speaking out against the violent culture, they're a sellout, they're an Uncle Tom. That person is knocked down instead of even debated. When you watch me, no one debates what I'm saying. They just want it gone. They don't want that option out there. And you cannot grow a culture if they refuse to have an option for those people that's better than what they currently have.
Well, there seems to be
Go on. You know what? I want to make a comment about that. Foreign blacks are not the same as American blacks, and they do not identify with black culture at all. I was married to a Nigerian. They don't identify with black culture, and to lump us all together under the term black is criminal. It should not be done. It is one of the most annoying things that came out of the 70s Black Power movement that I could ever put words to, because before that it was Black Americans and it was foreigners, and then after that they wanted to integrate us all together and they just called us all black, which is completely unfair to the actual Black Americans, because what they do is they bring the foreigners in and they give them positions of power and they say, look, we've met our quota, and now the actual American black, who is a descendant of Reconstruction, which is my new way of phrasing it, their opportunity is taken and it's given to a foreigner. And then you have people like Zuby commenting on black culture when they know nothing about black culture, which I still have my
we gotta get Zuby on. We gotta get Zuby on. Break the rules and bring.
No, but that's a good point. It's like they're they're bringing in a managerial class like they're doing with the subcontinental East Asians that don't really have a high regard for like I know in the Nigerians or other forms that have sort of competency skills that can get them into a green card program. It's called I don't know what they call here in Canada. It's something different, but they call it the green card in America. They have an utter contempt for American black people, and so imagine them running the institutions that can distribute resources to black people in America. It's kind of like
well, and I'll give you another group. I talk about this on my show all the time. There's another group of people that don't like black Americans and discriminate against them. So America has put them in positions of hiring. That's called black women. Black women have been put in middle management. Black women have been put in middle management because a black woman will hire a non-black person quicker than they will hire a black person, and they really won't hire black men. There are black men all over the United States who will tell you, as soon as they go in the interview and they sit down and they see a black woman behind the desk, they know she's not going to hire them.
Man.
Black women are the biggest cause of a lot of this stuff that's going on. Like, I have been noticing it for a while. Like, in DC, you have the mayor. She's black. She hates black people. Frankly, like, she just does. And we have
who's the mayor of Chicago? What's her name? The lesbian.
Lori Lightfoot.
The guppy looking player.
She's so pro-black. What she looks like is Beetlejuice, but she's so pro-black. She's so pro-black.
Beetlejuice and WCW.
That she munches white carpet. Amazing.
We have a black woman county executive for the first time in our county. She's doing such a bad job. Angela also Brooks. She's doing such a bad job. As soon as I could get out of PG County, I was gone because I was like, this woman doesn't know anything about anything. She's going to run this county into the ground. And just yesterday, I found out that our county is closing public schools again. After they made all the kids get vaccinated, they're closing the public schools.
Oh yeah,
Hotep,
we gotta watch
YouTube.
yeah.
YouTube.
Yeah, I mean, just saying it once shouldn't be a
okay.
problem, but
Yeah, just call it the sacrament. That's what I call it.
Mhm.
Okay, well, I was just saying, when the kids were getting sick, they weren't sending the teachers home, and so I just thought they weren't making them quarantine. They were only making the kids quarantine.
But why do you?
It's a mess.
Why do you think that is? Because I've for years, Tommy, you've been under severe fire, in particular by Black women for speaking truth to power. I remember the one guy. It was a 2-part episode where this woman was arguing. She was acting like I think she was defending shoplifting or something on Facebook Live, and she got her boyfriend to come and talk to you on live stream. It was hilarious. And the guy's like, let's set up a fade. I remember that.
Yes, that was the lying woman who claimed that she was a conservative. That was when the movement of being Black and a conservative would bring you money, because you were one of the few. It would either bring you money from the whites who wanted you to stay conservative or be conservative, or the Blacks who would argue with you for how dare you be conservative. So that's what she was doing. Come to find out, she was living in a house with a thug boyfriend who didn't have a job. She didn't have the degree she claimed she had. And all it took was a little bit of prodding and the ghetto Black bee came out.
Yeah. Oh my God, that was hilarious. But
we have a
she was no longer with that guy after. Of course, she became a statistic. Soon as she had the baby, the guy was gone. So Miss Conservative Black lady wasn't really married to the guy, and it was just all funny to watch. The guy left because I told him when he was trying to fight me, I said, dude, do you understand that this girl was willing to let you fight a complete stranger over an online argument? I said, this is my problem with Black women. This is what they'll do. One of you will end up in jail. One of you will end up in hell, and she'll be back out reproducing with somebody else.
But why, when you look at the situation between Black men and Black women, the reason I bring this up is because, and Lev we'll get to Lev's point. Look at statistics, okay? Now, Black women, they maybe not a lot of them, of course, are of mixed race descent. They're in academia. They are picked for certain government jobs. They have a disproportionately high amount of secretarial and managerial roles. But Black men in America, I mean, it's statistically abysmal. I mean, the incarceration rate, the recidivism rate, the fact that Black men can't get into university to save their lives compared to Black women. I mean, why is it that Black women have they seem to have grafted onto the power structure in the way that Black men haven't? It seems that Black men, and so Hotep Sophia,
Don't you make me answer this. I will answer that easy. Simple. Who was screwing the white man longer? Simple answer. Who was laying in the bed reproducing children with the white man longer? The Black women were. So think about it. In the slavery days, if you were a Black woman and you wanted a child that had a chance to go to college, would you want a child by a fellow slave or by a landowner and a slaver? A slaver. So their child would get to stay in the house. They get to brag about it. Matter of fact, the whole dishing tea and stuff came from the white man would go visit another white man's plantation, and they would bring their slave woman sometimes with them, let the slave woman dress up in some of his wife's hand-me-down clothes. They would sit on the porch and talk about their experiences being the concubine of the white man. One of the things that they were able to talk about was that they had children that were able to stay in the house or either go to college. And one day the mixed kids would be, especially if they were passable, they could actually own slaves themselves. So the women gained pride in their mixed children. That has lasted to this day. If you go to a Black woman's profile right now, put up 2 pictures. You can go to do it on your profile, either one of you white guys. Take it on your profile. One day, put up a picture of a beautiful white baby. The next day, put up a picture of a beautiful mixed baby. The next day, put up a picture of a beautiful dark-skinned baby. Watch how many Black women come to your profile and like the one of the mixed. So that means they don't even like what they themselves produce, which is why they treat the children that they have with black men with such disdain. Because if you wear a weave all day and then you have a child with me, guess what your child's going to look like? What you look like underneath that weave. So it's going to make you feel bad about yourself, and it's going to make you feel bad about your child, because your child reminds the whole world that you don't look like this stuff you glued on top of your head.
Oh my, that's a nuclear red pill right there. Hotep Sophia, please.
Yes.
Oh.
I always said nobody hates black. Nobody. One last point. Nobody hates black men. White men. The only people who hate black men as much as white men are black women. That's the saying I always say on the show. The right hand of white supremacy is black women. Black women will be the first people to try and knock you down. They get mad at the white Karen. Well, guess who calls the police on black men more than a white Karen? Black women. So how can you be a Karen when there's a group of people who call the police on black men more than anybody? Did Michael Jackson, not Michael Jackson, did Mike Tyson go to jail because of a white Karen? Did Tupac go to jail because of a white Karen?
Tamika.
Yeah. What about the Supreme Court justice? Was he put on there because of a white Karen, or was it Anita Hill? What about the guy Brian Banks, who spent 6.5 years in jail for a rape he didn't commit? Was that a white Karen who did that to him?
Also,
each year, black men are put in jail for false charges put against them by black women, not white women. So let's not talk about
I also want to add to the side a bit, since we were talking before about Lori Lightfoot. There was a great clip from Tim Dillon's podcast where he talks about how Lori Lightfoot complained about things that her Uber driver had no part in doing whatsoever. She completely made up fabrications in order to get this guy in trouble, and she felt absolutely no remorse at all for doing something like that. But again, it doesn't mean that somebody like Hotep Sophia, who is an incredibly kind and thoughtful and wonderful woman that we have here with us today, I think that we need more people out there like Hotep Sophia. So I want to go back to Hotep Sophia.
I just hate that we even have to say that.
I know.
Right, think about it this way. When we say white people own slaves, less than 10% of white people own slaves, yet white people eat it every time we say it.
Yeah.
There are way more than 10% of people who speak on who identify with the parts of stereotypical blacks. So yet when we say it, we got to always point out the one, or we know, or I know. If it's something, whenever we say black women are intelligent, nobody says, well, I know one that's stupid. Nobody says that.
I do, but
when we say black women got the best bodies in the world, nobody says, I know some. No, we just go ahead and let that slide. So if you can take a compliment that you don't deserve, maybe you should be able to take one of these. We should not have to constantly say, I know one that's not.
Well, in general, though, Hotep,
you have a lot of. I was just gonna say and then to make matters worse with what Tommy is saying is that with this whole BLM thing that sort of erupted, then you have a lot of black women going around talking about protect black men. Well, which black men do you want to protect? The one that you're calling the police on, the one that you're fighting with and lying about, taking to court, all this stuff. They
taking
don't really
their child
need
away.
It. That's
right.
Taking their child away, won't let them see them. Like, this is the type of stuff that it doesn't make any sense. And when you try to, like, the same problems Tommy describes having with black women, I have these same problems with them too, because when they say something stupid, I'm like, that doesn't make any sense. And you're like, well, who qualifies you to talk about it? I'm like, well, I have an advanced degree and I'm working on my doctorate. Is that enough education for you? That's why I have to get my doctorate, because before I moved, I would always have to come back at these women and say, I have more education than you. I know more than you, but I also have more education than you. Is that enough for you to listen to what I'm saying? And a lot of times it wasn't, because if you weren't towing the progressive line, it doesn't matter how much education you have, what you know how to do, what you're qualified to do. None of that matters. They don't care, because it's only about progressing the ideology that they believe in. If you are not a part of that ideology, you will always be ostracized. And it does have to do with male and female, but it has just as much to do with you disagreeing with them as anything else, because I have had a lot of fights with black women, a lot. I do not get along with black women for this very reason. It's, I'm nice and all of that, but when you start to say stuff that's like crazy, I'm like, well, like, I have a friend just making comments to her about like this was like last year. And I'm like, well, what do you think is the biggest problem in America? And she said Trump. And I was like, well, what about the children lovers? What about them? And she didn't understand what I was saying. And I'm like, well, like I understand, Trump might be a problem. I get that, but like the abuse of children is kind of more important than that. She didn't agree. She literally did not agree with me. She to this day will say that the biggest problem in this country is Trump. And I, in my mind, I cannot understand this, but this is how
CNN and MSNBC and all of them are selling it to them, telling them, even when Trump's not in office, they keep bringing up Trump. You can turn on CNN right now, and I guarantee you something they're talking about will have something to do with Trump. It could be the Andes fell into the Indian Ocean. Somebody's going to say it was because of Trump.
Well, where exactly do you think all of this is going right now? At what point of race relations, for lack of a better word, do you think that we are? Because when I first moved here from the USSR, everything looked, and this was during Dinkin days, so things weren't great. But at the same time, people like Black or White, like they helped us out as far as moving goes. So it does feel like there's more tension going on right now, and in general, just a lot of homeless, crazy people walking the streets, stabbing people in New York City. So I don't know, where do you see the next couple of years going as far as various race relations go, especially in the bigger cities?
Well, first off, I didn't know you were Russian. You have lost your accent like Elizabeth Olsen in Age of Ultron.
I can speak Russian. I can speak the Russian accent. Я говорю по-русски. Yes, I'm a...
Nice. Hey, all I know is привет.
Привет. Очень приятно. Yeah.
That's Vidania.
Yeah, I mean,
I used to date a Russian when I would get out of the shower, she would say slukim potom. Slukim potom?
I have no idea what that is.
Slukim potom. It meant good shower or something. Good something about good shower.
I don't know.
Slukim potom.
I have no idea what that is. Yeah.
Yeah, but so that's much Russian I got into, and when we broke up, I stopped getting into it, which I'm still sad about.
For all the people in the chat, though, because I know that they're going to be calling me out whenever I just say that I'm Russian. My mom is Jewish, so like Russian Jewish. So my dad's.
Come on, the people in the chat need to give it up.
they'll never give it up. They'll hold on to it. They'll hold on to it until their dying breath.
So you're a Russian Jew. Like your DNA is fighting against each other.
Yeah, that's true.
But in a way, Tommy, in a way, I think that there is something to that. Like Rudolf Steiner talked about, he's this theosophist, then he created Anthroposophy, Hotep Sophia. Rudolf Steiner, very influential guy. He started the Waldorf school system, and he talked about how back in the old days, like the ancient times, there used to be ancestral blood memory that was active to such an extent that people had a psychic understanding of what exactly their parents went through and theirs and theirs and theirs, because the blood was very close. And as soon as there started to be more intermingling around, you got less of the psychic ability, according to Steiner, but you got more of a understanding of the self, as if you started seeing yourself as being an individual apart from everything else, which is true and also false if we assume that we're all one, and all that stuff. But it is interesting to think about how these various influence, like Russian influence, Jewish influence, how it does in a way present various challenges towards your life.
Like the Tower of Babel, Lev.
Well,
this is why we should be separate. Oh, never mind. Not going down that rabbit hole.
Segregation was the best thing that happened to Black Americans.
Whoa! Hold on. Before we get to segregation, I do want to point out that the whole idea of
we're gonna get to
hold on.
Never mind.
Hold on. Then I know that. Oh God. Then I know that
because apparently a certain someone decided to go after our boy recently, Tommy.
Yeah.
So we're gonna talk about
Gio.
Sneed.
Before we get to the Sneed and feed, and by the way, Sneed those super chats. I'm gonna read the super chats later on.
If you want to ask Tommy a question, please sneed us the super chats.
Yes, exactly. But I also just want to say that there is something to the idea of knowing thyself and evolving as an experiencer of the cosmos, which I think does have a lot to do with getting out of your comfort zone and encountering things you're not used to, which I think is something that Steiner was alluding to with this whole process of people getting out of the tribes and meeting other people and just having all these various challenges that we're having today. I think this is the process. But anyway, I said enough about the Steiner. Let's talk about
Hotep,
the
we can't let you off the hook. Explain why segregation was the best thing to happen to African Americans.
When is Jesse Lee Peterson coming on BTR?
African Americans, sir. Stop calling us African Americans. We're not. I'm not
Negro.
Black people.
I'm a Negro. Okay, Negro.
Yeah, I'm an American. Black. I'm what would be called a Black American. I'll let you call me that. I'll let you call me that. But I am an American.
100%.
Okay, so the history of this, of course, a lot of people know Brown versus Board of Education, but what they don't understand is that the lawyers representing the Brown, which is the students in the lawsuit, were from the NAACP, and the NAACP in the middle of the trial decided they were no longer going to represent the students if they didn't demand integration. The students did not want integration. They wanted the segregation. They just wanted their schools to have as much money as the white schools. Because if you look at how schools were funded, Black schools were always funded by the community, which is why they didn't have as much stuff. But white schools were funded by the state. Makes no sense. They just wanted their schools to be funded by the state. So actually Blacks they never wanted integration. That's another lie in how they teach Black history. Never wanted it. They wanted separate but equal. And then they said, oh, we can't do separate but equal. We're going to have to just throw you all together. And that's why you see even today, a lot of sort of pro-Black ancestrally people like saying we want Black schools with Black teachers and Black kids. They're segregating themselves. And that's basically, even though the schools, they're funding the schools with all of this money, you still see Black people always segregating themselves, staying in the hood, staying with
everybody self-segregates though, right there?
Exactly. Everybody
self-segregates. Black people fought like hell to ride in the front of the bus, get on any bus, and guess where the Black people at?
And get in the back.
We fought like hell to be able to eat lunch with white people. Go to any school in America. Where do Black people eat lunch at? With Black people.
But shouldn't the point be to have a certain amount of dignity for everybody when it comes to being able to choose? Do I want to get at the back of the bus? Do I want to get at the front of the bus?
You can't say that when you have a historically Black university. You can't say that when Black people have Black in front of their own stuff. You can't say that when we got Black entertainment TV. You can't say it when Blacks are willing to put Black in front of everything.
Well,
and not want you in it.
You can't put white in front of anything. Don't do it.
Put white in front of anything.
Yeah, that's a no-no. I mean,
well, okay, I could give you this quick example from Mother Russia here, again, related to the Jewish people. So Jewish people could only get into the universities at maybe, I think, 3% of them could. And when they went into the universities, like when they had to pass a test, they had way harder of an examination, way harder questions than anybody else. So it was made incredibly hard for them to do that. And you also had a situation, not with Jews, but you also had a situation with Russians who were former serfs, where they could only get promoted to a certain rank in engineering or whatever, and they could get promoted no further. They could only get to that point. And I think that does affect a person's dignity, where they know, no matter how hard I work, I'm never going to be able to be promoted. So if we were to have gone back in time, I don't think what I'm saying right now would be something that either you, Tommy, or you, Dominique, would want to exist. So what would be a preferred system where something like that would happen?
They should have given us what they gave the Jews. The Jews got their own land. Give it to us. They should have done that. They should have carved out something for Black people and not that crap over there in Africa, Liberia. They shouldn't have done that. They should have carved out land like they did the Indians. That there is a question that people need to ask. Why did the United States not carve out any land for these Black people and let them have it, let them make a go at it of themselves right here in the United States? They did not. So apparently they wanted to keep you in a position to where you may not be slaves, but you kind of still act as slaves. If you look at what Blacks do right now, Blacks, they've taken the fathers out of the home and the mothers are pretty much dependent upon the state, slaves. The fathers are in the state, the mothers are on the state. Fathers are in jail, mothers are on the state program, state-funded programs. So all they did was they wanted to shift the whole idea of slavery, because if they didn't, they would have made them self-sufficient, given them their own stuff, because when the Jews were being mistreated, they gave them their own land.
Well, now let's
Well,
assume.
I would like to add to that. In some areas, blacks were given land. Like I said, I'm from PG County in Maryland, where my ancestors on both sides, my mom's side and my dad's side within Maryland, were all landowners. And that was after slavery. The plots of land were carved out, and everybody got a piece. And
No. You know what I mean? Like
they're
their own state. They own
Right.
something they can be proud of. Not a piece of land, because a lot of blacks own land now, but they still will sit around and complain about America. Do they not?
Well, yeah.
Well, let's assume, for example, we were to go back in time and this would have been done. Let's say somebody who was living in this new place would have gone to, I don't know, New York City or wherever, and they would have wanted to, I just happen to like New York. I want to live here. Would they have been discriminated against? Would there have been a separate but equal thing going on for them? Would there have been different water fountains or no?
What I wanted to say is that people would naturally integrate. It was just the forcing of the integration that was the problem. If given a choice, eventually you would talk to people who weren't like you, just to be, to gain the information. So it's not, the problem wasn't integration per se. It was that it was forced.
And you just talked earlier, didn't he? Didn't he just talk earlier about the Africans who come here? Seems like they're treated differently.
Yeah.
Just spoke about that. They're black.
Well, there was a great comment by ZHP again, where he said that when it came to the forced integration, that there was a huge brain drain of certain higher IQ black people in these communities, and that was almost certainly the argument for mass segregation. So it seems that the state could plunder the best human resource out of black communities. So that is another interesting take. I mean, I know it's totally sacrosanct when you argue against segregation to most people nowadays. I mean, I'm aware how terrible it sounds.
They did the same thing to Germans and Germans and Jews after World War II and before World War II. They went over and got the best Jewish scientists. They went over and got the best Russian scientists. They got the best German scientists. You ever notice that some of those Germans were put to death and the other ones were quietly moved right into government positions?
Yeah. Operation Paperclip. Yeah.
This is not something and so it was done to the blacks then, and it's done to the blacks now. Even I talked on my show about this concept, and most people don't think about it, but I'll ask you guys. There's an Asian nerd group, Jewish nerd group, all kinds of nerd group. But when you go back to high school, or middle school, there was never a black nerd group. Why not? Because the blacks would just migrate over to the other groups.
Not in my community. I was in the black nerd.
Well, you said you were in 98%, right? So they didn't have a choice. So
there's always the one black weeb who hangs out with the.
Yes. Well, Tommy, weren't you
going to the manga section?
Weren't you going? I mean, you were a fan of Voltron, so I think that there is a bit of a weebitude going on with yourself.
But that's what I'm saying. Like whenever I wanted to do nerd stuff, I had to go hang with the whites and the Asians.
And you were saying earlier on your show how you were interested in things like writing your own book, for instance. There was someone, I don't remember if that was your brother or a relative of yours who were mentioning who was gay, who was actually very open to the fact that you like to write books, and he was the first person to actually read what you had to write. Who was that?
It was interesting to him that I wrote it. And I always thought, but then what happened was, as I grew up and I understood, well, a person who's marginalized gravitates to another marginalized person.
Right.
So there was a reason why he understood me when others didn't. Because when I grew up, I was like, oh, they marginalized him.
But why do you think that is going on in the black community as well, as far as there being these nerds and kids who like to do science-related things, like the young Neil deGrasse Tysons, if you will, that would end up, as you said, get bullied?
Well, it's like what she said. It's that poachery that goes on. When you do stand up like that and you are the black person that invents something or has that type of mind, you get poached. There's this one guy who does this thing. Let's just bring him over here. This is one guy or girl over here and she does this. Let's bring her over here. So you kept getting poached. And then you would get, what would happen was the community would start to hate you because they knew you were going to be given an opportunity that they weren't. So they don't celebrate it. That's where the whole crab in a barrel thing came from. You were going to get lifted out of this muck, out of this mire, and we're going to keep you here because if you get lifted out, here's what happens with an intelligent black person versus the rest of the blacks that are sitting there watching it. If they don't feel like they can do it, then they feel like they're going to leave you. And in our community, leaving us is bad. Why do you think that we're the only community that says when you become successful at rap, you got to give money back to us? But every one of those people will tell you, I had to fight like hell to get past you because you didn't believe in me. You told me my music wouldn't sell. You told me I was lame. You said everything negative to me. I just happened to make it. Now that I made it, you tell me, come back and get us. Wait a minute. Why though? So that a lot of times when blacks turn against blacks is because they went through the gauntlet of blacks.
Wow.
Man,
I would also
true.
like to point out that it's sort of institutionalized. Like where I'm from, you could take a test in elementary school to get into a magnet middle school. And then if you took that test for the magnet school for middle school, you were basically segregated from the rest of the students. You didn't take any classes with them. And then they had a program like that for high school called Science and Tech. And so if you were a magnet in middle school, 9 times out of 10, you were going to pass that test for Science and Tech for high school. And so then you were segregated again throughout your high school. And I think I wasn't all that stuff because I can take tests. But the reason why I was still able to sort of integrate down into the regular students is because I'm a singer. So in choir, everybody, it doesn't matter whether you are talented in school, you get A's, you get D's. If you're a good singer, they want you because that's another talent that they can sell to, whomever. And so that's the only reason why I had any interaction with regular students, because I've talked to other people I went to high school with. They never talked to any regular students. They didn't know what was going on with we called them I can't remember, but they didn't know what was going on in the high school. And I went to a very violent high school. People were getting shot and stabbed all the time. That's just where they put us. But we had this little enclave of, it was mostly blacks, but because the way our county is set up, it was some whites too. And we were just the smartest people in the school. And we got all this stuff that nobody else got. And, that's how they do it. And then when it's time to go to college, so in my high school, the valedictorian had a 5.4 GPA. He went to MIT and he's like one of the top black engineers or whatever in the country. I don't know. If our salutatorian he had a 4.5. Our salutatorian had a 4.45. She also went to MIT. And so you have this is just how they segregate you out. Then they push you into college, and the next thing you know, you're somehow like this titan of industry, and you don't realize that during your whole process, you've just been pushed up and pushed up and pushed up. And what they do is tell you, make sure you don't have kids too soon, because if you have kids too soon, it's going to ruin your life. So you have that's another problem with black women. They wait too long to have kids. And then when they want kids, it's too late. They've waited too long. So you have,
or the other thing.
Tommy is making a...
Well, there's also
out of all the things I've heard in my life, black women wait too long to have kids. It's not one of them.
Educated ones, not the uneducated
ones.
Okay,
you need to put that. Please put that caveat in there, please. If you don't,
about the educated ones, I said my salutatorian had a 4.45. That ain't.
But
no
then you said
GPA.
black. You said black women. I said, oh.
Educated black women. Okay, educated black women wait too
long. And
long.
I mean real educated. Can we stop calling black women educated when we're not talking about real education? Because when they say that black women are the most educated people in the United States, it's a misnomer as well. They're the most enrolled.
You can buy a degree, but
no, but they're the most enrolled. But they're the most enrolled. They're not the most educated. They're the most enrolled. And you know why they're enrolled? Because many of the social programs that they're involved in allow them to continue getting it if they're enrolled.
Yep, that's
it's not true. You don't see a bunch of black women walking and when Stanford graduates, when MIT graduates, when Georgia Tech graduates, when Brown, when all these places graduate, you don't see a bunch of black women there. And they would love to have black women there because they would fit two minorities at once when they brought one in. They bring in a female and a woman. So no matter how much they try to incentivize black women to come to these major higher colleges, they don't go there. They don't make it. And when you were talking about that, about singing, that is real horrible because she's right. I could rap and I was an athlete and a good one. So therefore I was able to, and this is sad what I'm about to say, hide my education.
Mm-hmm,
I was able to.
Yeah, it's true.
That's the truth.
And many blacks will do it. You talk to, there's a rapper by the name of Plies. When he's rapping and talking, I shouted, she shouted like that. He is educated, and you talk to him in a regular time, he's tea sipping. Hello, guys. But he knows he can't talk like that. So everything that's quote unquote black in front of it is negative as well, to the point of where if you do something positive, they say you're acting white. Nobody else has to deal with this. And that's the culture in America.
But I wanted to ask you,
black.
Tommy. I want to ask you, Tommy, and Hotep Sophia, this issue with representation of black culture being depicted as inherently lower educated, lower. How shall I say this? Like
Low
more.
class.
Yeah, like lower class and more uncouth. There is an issue to be made about media representation, but it seems that a lot of the current media geared towards black people in America, they sort of are trying to break the stereotype. But the problem is they infuse it with a bunch of like woke bullshit, like that one show with the black law firm. What's it called? My mother watches. I'm like, why do you watch? It's all about Rittenhouse and the Sixth and all this crap, right? But I do notice that it seems there is sort of a artifice of depicting black culture as being inherently like more lower class and ghetto-ish and so forth. But it seems that almost like that's a 90s thing, that nowadays it's sort of switched to the black professional.
No.
Or do you think it's still a reality?
No, right now, still, in order for you to be a black person around other black people, in order to relate to them, you have to say to them, and all the politicians do it, I'm from the hood just like you. Look at what Kamala, I was smoking weed listening to Tupac back in 1986. Why did she say that? Do you think she'd have ever said that in front of some whites, in front of some Jews, in front of anybody, in front of some Asians? No, because that wouldn't have been something that brought them in. So if your highest level politician says that, when a white person comes there and they start talking like this when they doing the speech,
Hillary Clinton
did that back in the day.
And you remember Hillary Clinton
comes
with
to
her
your
hot
radio
sauce?
station, when a white person comes to your radio station and pulls out a bag of hot sauce,
Yeah, with Hillary.
there is a reason that this is being done. That is a reason that this is being done. And they're doing it because they believe you can relate to it. And the fact is, we do relate to it. We stopped watching The Cosby Show because blacks said, not whites, blacks said this is unrealistic.
Oh, man, yeah. The Cosby Show really was just for white people.
Well,
Neighborhood is exactly what people, it was real. It was actually what life was like and so like crazy. Like you were saying 90s. Well, in the 90s, all the shows were about educated black people. There weren't very many shows like Girlfriends and Moesha and because I started watching the Parkers.
Yeah, the 90s tried to change it. She's right. The 90s tried to change it. It's just we rejected it. We were like the Matrix, and when the Matrix gave us something perfect, we rejected it. So we needed pain. We needed the pain.
I actually don't think we rejected it because you might be older than me, but like the millennials and the Gen, I'm a millennial, so the millennials like embraced that and said, "Oh, that's what I want to be like." No,
we didn't. You remember we used to have music that would say, "We all in the same gang, stop the violence," and we thought that that's what we wanted. And then NWA came out, and we decided, no.
Oh, see, that's old for me. So in my age group, it was more like
No, we changed it for y'all. There was a reason why Luke made more money than the guy who was talking about being pro-black. That was a nice thing. It was a cute thing. But then we would drop something called New Jack City about selling crack and making money, and everybody would flock and go see it. Same thing happened in the 70s. It didn't matter what we said. They dropped the Mac, and everybody wanted to go see the Mac. So there's something inherent in the black people in America that makes them want to talk about struggle all the time. Even when we talk about dating, Simone, Dominique, tell me if I'm lying. When we talk about dating, we'll say, well, I won't date nobody outside of the race because I want somebody that can identify with a struggle with me. Well, that just means that apparently all black people have been struggling or something. And who wants to be with somebody and just talk about struggling all the time? But we'll say it, struggle love.
That's true. Yeah, that's true.
Well, what would be your, what did you grow up with, Hotep? I mean, our generation, I guess, I don't know.
Well, there was a
well, I was just going to say that in DC, I think it's also different because we have our own music. So within our own music culture, like I can't identify with what he's saying because we had go-go and go-go is a live music. And so basically everything was around going to see the live band. So that whole, aspect of the rappers being however they were, that didn't play as much.
Yeah, it's different. The East
on
Coast and West
DC.
Coast rap. Yeah, it was.
There were
different.
those series though in the early '90s, Full House and Family Matters, which both had the
Family
same
Matters
dude
was
making
great.
the theme song for both of them, and there was something kind of charming about how you had this, nice, these nice families. They were smiling all the time, and everybody was happy, and
But
that
that's
that
what
was
my
the
community
aesthetic.
was like. That's why I couldn't. That's as a black person from PG County, I had a hard time understanding what the problem was, because I was poor, so we were the poorest people on the street because we lived in a slave house, but everybody else had nice new houses and, nice cars, and the family worked for the government and all of that. So I had a hard time understanding
Y'all also had a lot of
like
foreign
what the
blacks
problem
too.
was.
Y'all
Huh?
also had a lot of foreign blacks in there making up that stuff.
Oh,
A lot
yeah.
of foreign blacks.
Yeah.
Y'all did.
Yeah.
do you
Foreign
think
Y'all
black.
didn't have homegrown.
But do you think like there seems to me from like,
Because
the
remember,
outside-
Kevin Durant grew up in PG County, and he talks about growing up in PG County, and he talked about being
Oh,
broke.
yeah.
Yeah, PG County, it's the income disparity is huge. Like I say, the house I literally grew up in, was a farm slave house. Like it's we have the picture of it in the book. It was a slave house. Like that's what it was. So I was poor, really poor, but my neighbors, they were in a slave house, but it had been renovated. It was nicer. Across the street, they built new houses. Down the street, they were building new houses. The average income in my community is $110,000. My mother made like 20. So I didn't understand, but because we were insulated by all of these rich people, I still didn't understand why people had such a problem with what they were seeing on TV, because I could see my
But you
neighbor
remember, you
across the street.
said that y'all's biggest fight was not race. What did you say it was?
It was income.
So
was
then you
income.
would
All
have
the
seen
time.
that. So imagine if somebody who you just said, who would actually fight an individual that they saw at school who made more money than them, you think they'd watch television and be glad to see a doctor and a lawyer married together? No, they wouldn't.
But I wasn't that adept at that, because I
You
was
remember, we
smart,
can't
not
talk about
logical.
ourselves when we talk about stuff like, I'm in Atlanta, there's a lot of gays. I'm not gay, but I'm not going to pretend they don't exist.
Right.
Yeah,
So
there's
you
a certain
knew-
district in
I didn't know
Atlanta.
anybody like that.
You knew
This
there were
was in
so many people who were
retrospect.
angry. You knew there were so many people who were angry about income disparity that they would fight over it. So you know they wouldn't watch television. You know they'd reject it. You know they want to see Homeboys in Outer Space more than they want to see Claire Huxtable.
Okay, so I knew that happened.
Yeah, you know
but
what's in outer
the
space.
school
I love that
Wow.
film, by the way.
I was in
That was an
It's actually a
amazing
quality
reference.
film.
gifted program, so I didn't actually experience that with my own two eyes. This is like information I've gathered since I've been out of school, like in retrospect. But while I was actually in school, I didn't understand. I was just like, I don't understand what the problem is. Like, we're poor. Are we really that poor? I can't tell based on everybody else. They all look the same as us because we're all black.
But
But when I got to college, then I was like, oh, I see. This is a thing. That is a thing. Because my major was African American studies. So then once they force you to like look at everything based on race, then I was like, oh, I can see now why this was a problem, why that was a problem, what was wrong with this, what was wrong with that. Of course, their answer in college was socialism, which I was like, whoa, that doesn't seem like it's going to actually solve any problems. And that's where I had to get off the black bus, because
So they don't
I
give
wasn't
blacks
into
problem
socialism.
solving. They don't solve black problems. They cover them up
No.
and create a new one. If you look at it throughout history, they don't solve black problems. Like we talk about the Trail of Tears, what happened with the Indians, and everybody's sad about it. And they talk about it in the school books. You know what they don't talk about? The same thing happened to blacks. Blacks were marched right on out of the South, out west, just like the Indians were. And thousands of them died, and you've never heard it.
Why did this happen?
I'm on that for my dissertation, and so I actually
During the
have
fight-
read some of the stories about the black towns that were started in Kansas and stuff like that. And I had
They were gutted after, yeah.
Just put
They
it
were
together
afraid. Here's
now
what
that,
happened.
Like, how did these people get to Kansas? Like, doesn't make
Yeah,
any
he
sense.
wanted to know what we're talking about, Lev. He wanted to know what we were talking about. Well, when the North fought the South were a bit afraid that a lot of their slaves would turn against them. They sent them out west.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
They marched them out west on foot, just like they did the Indians, and many of them died. Like she said, that's how they ended up in Kansas. And even in Kansas, the people of Kansas fought a 10-year war They went on fighting for 10 years over if slavery would exist there or not. 10 straight years.
Wow.
No one talks about it because they understand that blacks, they've made blacks be short-sighted in the United States. And now blacks are short-sighted in the United States. They don't play the long game. So if you give them something really quick, right here in Atlanta and in Alabama, and I don't know if they do it in your state, Dominique, but you may have heard about this. They're giving black single mothers $850 a month for the next 2 years for nothing but being single mothers, and they're putting no oversight on what they do with the $850. So you're giving them $850 and telling them they can buy weave with it, they can buy crack with it, they can do anything they want to because we're not going to check up on it. Who gives somebody free money and says do what you want to do with it and expect good results? But that's what I'm saying.
But
they know what they're doing. They know what they're doing, because if you wanted results, you wouldn't do that. Think about it. As parents, you wouldn't do that to your children. But you're doing it to people who've already shown that they do not handle economics well. They do not handle their finances well. They do not handle everything else well. And a free $850 a month is going to do what? It's going to make them responsible now?
Man, that's... Wow. But I noticed there is a divide, though, among like certain discourses among various black communities. Like, for example, I use this, the one about the sacrament issue, as we call it here.
Yes.
When you look at black Twitter in particular, it seems, I don't want to stereotype, but it seems that a lot of like it's sort of like a hive mind, I hate to say it, where they take up the social ideology, they spit it out quite viciously, and it seems that especially like this integration between the LGBT thing and black Twitter is like kind of wild to me. But when you look at actual black people in America, lowest rates of the sacrament, lowest rates of acceptance of the LGBT issues, it seems that there is a disconnect between the like incredibly like, you know, extremely online activist group of black people and just ordinary black people in America. But it seems that the voice that they're giving to is like, you know, the Twitter activists, is the, you know, especially like, you know, these, who's that one in MSNBC? What's her name? Oh, I hate,
Joy Reid?
Joy Reid, there you go, Joy-Ann Reid. Like, it seems that they're the group.
Stupid, I knew who you were talking about, but go ahead.
The stupid one.
Led with that.
The one they used to have, the Harris Perry one, she was kind of, you know, she was evil, she was but she wasn't stupid.
Who was overly black, which I got a theory on half-breed.
So do I. We might have the same theory.
Half-breeds, I don't listen to them at all because they're just mad because they're bad because their daddy wouldn't accept them, so they're acting out to get the acceptance of their daddy, period.
Oh my God.
Also, their brains don't work right because they have too many influences from different things trying to converge together, so you get a lot of Bubba Wallace and Jesse Smollett type behaviors where they act out.
No, seriously, if you look at them, and if you look at them,
the dismantler physiognomy.
But I agree with what you were saying as far as what you have to remember. The one line you said the points they're given. They're giving these points. They're giving these talking points. Yeah. Blacks grew up not believing in homosexuality and stuff like that. Blacks are generally conservative if you think about what they were raised doing. Yes. So us being liberal makes no sense. Yet they've convinced blacks that whites are bad unless they got a D in front of their name. Because if I believe whites are bad, I believe all of them are bad. Why would I accept because you vote Democrat, you're not bad? That's insane. I really wish if blacks were going to take this whole white people are evil thing to its apex, go straight to all of them are. Why would you believe that because one votes Democrat, they are now all of a sudden not racist? But then you have someone like Hillary Clinton who will go down to the base level of what blacks are: hot sauce, chicken, great Kool-Aid. Or you will go to somebody like let's just say Joe Biden, who will say, if you don't vote for me, you're not black. Now, blacks long time ago would have rejected this immediately because who are you to tell me what makes me black?
And who voted for segregation? He voted for segregation. So
yes, you told people about blacks being super predators. Sorry, go ahead.
But another thing too I noticed is that, and this is really going to open up a can of worms already, but it
As
seems
if they're
that
not opened up already. Yes, go
Tommy,
on.
have you heard? We're gonna get to the buck
I
breaking.
bet y'all wasn't expecting this when you brought me
Oh
on.
man, our chat's going crazy right now.
Everybody
And
subscribe.
do it without using any cuss words.
Hell yeah.
Exactly.
Everybody subscribe, breaktherules.tv, patreon.com/breaktherules. Please support us. Anyway, go ahead.
Tommy, have you super chats if you want to ask Tommy anything. And Hotep Sophia. Tommy, have you ever heard of Bronze Age pervert?
You say it again because it sounded like you said pervert.
Yeah, have you ever heard of Bronze Age Pervert, the writer and Twitter personality?
I've never heard of him, but go ahead. I try to say
I think you'd like
perverts.
you'd like Bronze Age mindset.
Oh, God.
He had this theory once.
Gee,
I don't know if
proselytizing. All right, go on.
Yeah, I know.
I don't know where this is going, but go ahead.
He had this theory once on his podcast, Caravan Rhythms, where he was talking about Pete Buttigieg, and they say that this whole like feminization of the black man, he says because of the rates of black incarceration and the lack of black fatherhood, that basically a lot of black communities are kind of like these matriarchies. He called it, I know, and in his accent, his Eastern European accent, he's like, well, they live in an Aunt Jemima matriarchy, and I go, oh my God, right? But he said that a lot of these older white, LGBT politicians, a lot of them, in like South Bend in particular, would like prey upon black youths. And he said that because blacks don't have a lot of strong father figures, that they're very easy to, quote, become DL, down low. And that blacks in prison, for instance, they will accept things like prags and, punks and so forth, that because they don't have this strong sense of black fatherhood, that they're easier to convert into this weird sort of mass media feminization, or buck breaking, I guess you could call it. So what do you think of that, Tommy? Then, or unless Hotep Sophia, you want to go first on this point?
Can I just say something about that real quick? Tom mentioned it earlier. Because black women in the slave days, black women were with the slave owners, but the black men were also abusing. I mean, the slave owners were also abusing the black men. It was both. So this.
Yeah, but it wasn't. Wait.
Yeah, they have been. They've been.
Hold on, but They were.
There's
hold on. Wait.
This is amazing.
It's not that they weren't doing it. One was looked at as a punishment because men don't sleep with men. You are now taking away his manhood, ma'am. That's not the same. If you and I were raped at the same party by the same man, you'd get sympathy for getting raped. They'd ask me, what the hell were you doing?
I wasn't saying it was the same, but I was just saying that that's
all I was pointing out. That one group was able to get a benefit.
Sides.
He would do it to the blacks as a punishment. He'd do it to the biggest black male. And he'd do it to him to show the rest of them, this is what will happen to you if you get out of line.
No, they would do it to more of the. I mean, okay, we can argue about that, but it just in general, it was something that
they didn't fall in love with the black man. You don't find any pictures of this white man holding this black man's hand and in love with him. You don't find any love stories about it. Tell me this love story, just one, ma'am. Just tell me one love story that was told.
That's well, I'm sure the LGBT people.
Just tell me one. I just want to hear one.
I don't research that. What I do research is how that particular process of raping men by men has been used to control a certain segment of the population for a long time. That's the only point I'm trying to make, is that it was, but I think it was also used to control the black women too. So I was talking from a point of control. They were using their sexual deviancy to control black people in general on both sides. Right. That's what I meant. Like,
well, it's not being a sexual, but it's not being a sexual deviant. Well, it's not being a sexual deviant if you are giving, because it's all throughout nature. Women of all cultures will go with the winning side. It's always been done. Colonization has always been done that way by the white man. It's a smart move. Geronimo, who fought against the whites, he was a half-breed. You would go ahead and you would go into any community and you just breed them out, basically. So what they were doing was incentivizing the women, because the women wanted to be with the leader. Lions do it. A lioness will allow a lion to kill her children if he kills the man. He now goes with that lioness and he's not taking these lions with him. So the small cubs, so he kills them and she accepts it. In every war that's fought, the women accept the men who win. So those women were saying, since the white man has won because he's enslaved our men, if we can get close to him, we can have a better life. There were no black men who were saying, if I just shake my booty at massa,
well,
I won't have to work as hard.
There was some that went with the master's wife, though. That's a thing.
No. The ones that went with the master's wife, and that's what I'm saying.
But that was also sexual exploitation because the white woman would sexually exploit.
Wait.
Sorry.
The ones who went with the white master's wife and she got knocked up. Guess who got killed after they found out that happened?
Yeah.
She did.
True.
He did. The baby did. It ain't the same.
And there was a lot of.
I'm not gonna let y'all change history in here. That ain't the same.
It's true. But
when a man touches
out,
his wife, they all died.
I would point out there was a lot of sexual predation with particularly the wives of slave owners preying upon black men as sort of sexual objects. Yeah,
they wanted to get the man back, and they wanted sexual experimentation. If you're a woman and you watch this white man, because he did it right in front of her face, he would go and sleep with the slave woman right in front of her face. This wife had to watch this every day. He would take her on vacation with him whenever he wanted to. It became irritating, which is why a lot of the white women would beat the black woman who would catch their husband.
That's another thing too. But do you think, like, I mean, Hotep Sophia, you talk about this, but we want to get to and again, this isn't to say anything about gay people in particular, but it seems that there is this push to equate the struggle of black people with the struggle of LGBT people in the media. And it seems that there is this push towards, like, I don't know, Lil Nas X, rappers dressing up and makeup and...
or remember that movie, White Chicks, with the Wayans brothers?
So every black... was it comedian?
Was it Flip Wilson?
Humiliation ritual is what I call it. It's just another way of control, exerting control. That's what the larger point I was trying to make is another way of exerting control over black people, for black people to look and see at their quote unquote role models that even though they have money and fame and whatever, they still got to put on a dress. That was the whole thing with Dave Chappelle. He wouldn't do it. So then they got him with a trainee. Well, that is a whole nother set.
We're on YouTube, so we got to be careful of using that word as well. No problem. One time it'll slide. I'm being very paranoid, but no, that's.
I just want y'all to say I have not said anything wrong.
Yes.
I have not been chastised, and that is amazing.
Yes.
I just forget.
No, it's no problem at all.
They just got him, like they set him up in a situation which would look really bad to anybody who talked about it, and he, talked about it or whatever, and he made it into a joke. But it's like at that point in time, that's a career ender if your audience found out that things like that was going on. So this is what they do. They just use this as a mode of control, and it's just it didn't just start with this generation. It's been going on for a very long time. Like I heard some people talk about Richard Pryor and some of these other people, and
but Richard liked them like that.
I mean, but that's not really passed down through history. Like it went back.
But then this is
not passed down.
Well, I do want to say that sometimes we make Superman argument out of everyday thing, and the reason I say that is we will say things about, well, blacks didn't do so and so. Like in the South, we make fun and say white people sleep with their relatives. They the ones who do that incest stuff. When blacks do incest and do it very well, but nobody wants to talk about it. So how did we get away with going around saying white people do something that we do just by proximity? Because the majority of blacks live, and die in the same neighborhood. And if one dude has impregnated 8 women and they still live in the same neighborhood, those kids grew up and started messing with each other. We have a lot of black girls. One of the things that we don't talk about is how often black girls are molested and raped in their own home. We don't want to talk about that either.
Yeah,
and I don't like that. That's what I mean. We make Superman arguments about something, and it's not true. We will say like the whole idea of blacks wearing a dress. I'm against that as well. The black men and stuff, because what they'll do is make sure that they get. Black men are known for one thing: their masculinity, their virility. It's just what they're known for. So What are the ways to knock that down? If you're a white man who's been sleeping with the black woman every chance you get and making as many mixed kids as you can, you do not want the white woman to experience that same thing. To this day, it's still better when they put on television, and this is 2021. They'd rather see a white man with a black woman than the other way around.
I don't know, Tommy. I kind of disagree. I do see a lot of...
You're talking about do Scandal right now. Do Scandal and switch the roles.
Well, no, but I do think there is this push to equate black men with white women. I mean, I don't know. That could just be like a white nationalist argument. I don't know if that's true.
There's a stronger push now, 2021. There's a stronger push now to see it. You see it.
You're right. I do notice there is more couples. You're right. There is more.
You would never, ever, ever see it. And remember, I'm 46. So that means I saw the end of the 70s, all of the 80s, all of the 90s, all of the 2000s before we got the 2000 to 2010, and then 10 to 21. They weren't showing black men being with white women in none of the TV shows. Diane Carroll was able to be with white men all the time in the 70s and the 80s. You didn't see a black man on any of those soap operas with a white woman. You didn't. They weren't going to show it. When they would show Eddie Murphy, and no matter how funny he was in any of those movies,
a white woman.
You ever see him lay up with a white woman? Nope. Why not? Why you never see him lay in the bed with a white woman? Because they wouldn't. But they would always show you in every soap opera, the black woman would lay up with some white man. In Saved by the Bell, you think they'd have let any one of those girls be with a black student? Mm-mm. But they sure let the black student be with both the white boys, yet they wouldn't claim her at all.
Oh my God.
Am I lying?
Well, I do.
Saved by the Bell reference, 10 points.
But what about, like, for example, in the porn industry, you have this push.
The number one selling porn is blacks on blondes, because white guys are let's say, what's the word? Degenerates.
Well,
like
there is the couple.
That bother them. Seriously, they like watching things that bother them. The people. That's why I was saying we make a mountain out of a molehill when it comes to the things that bother them on the low. It's like publicly, like McGreevey. McGreevey was against gays, the New Jersey governor. Come to find out now he's a housewife of a man. White guys love saying things they don't do and then end up doing it, like that cuckold stuff. White guys will sit there and do this.
Is it
I was asked by a white couple.
God.
I was asked by a white couple to come home with them so the dude could watch me sleep with his wife. I had never heard anything like this. I didn't know this was a thing.
So you can imagine.
This is the wokest stream we've ever had.
So Tommy, you would imagine then that there would be also people within the far right who would be in the closet and who would be seen as paragons of masculinity.
Yep.
They are.
That is, well, there was that thread the other day, Lev, about that guy that had, this guy was on Hungarian far right guy.
He been super exposed on Gab. I mean, they done went back and found all kinds of stuff on him.
I mean, look back
this is a big thing now.
Yeah, or back with the Nazis, you had the SA people, being being very gay. And even though there was that night of the
certain members of there was
guy with the eyebrows
thing,
yeah. Who's that guy with the eyebrows? What's his name, Gio? You know who I'm talking about?
Herman, not Goring.
No,
Goebbels?
No, not Goebbels. No, the other.
Borman.
No, not Borman. The eyebrow guy. Anyway, I'll remember who he is. But I wanted to get back to what we were talking about earlier with Bill.
Lev is having a genetic memory flashback of the Nazi high command.
I was in Russia. I wasn't even there. Okay.
I will say, to address this, Lev, there is a contingent. There is like the,
Rudolf Hess. That's it.
Rudolf Hess, yes. There is the contingent of like the far right. I guess like I know people, they talk about countercurrents and Greg Johnson, blah, blah, blah.
No, but also look at Men's World magazine, volume 2 with that sailor on the cover, Gio. Come on.
No, but that's not, here's the thing, Lev. I don't want to besmirch my friends because saying that an appreciation of the male aesthetic is inherently homosexual. I do think that, but there are elements
within
a gradient,
certain, right? There could be a gradient where it's
there's a gradient, but I will say that there are certain personalities, and I know Hotep Sophia, you brought up the one who. Here's the thing. My opinion is that there's a certain level of misogyny that is acceptable, but as soon as you cross the line into extreme woman hating, it's kind of suspicious to me. There is kind of like the no e-girls never, then it becomes no girls never. It's like, I don't know. It's suspicious, but
well,
I
that's
won't.
exactly what Jill. That's exactly what happened with Nick on Gab. He got on there and he said Gab would be the top website overnight if they banned women. And then after that, people were like, "Okay, let's go and look him up." And that's when the whole thing started to unravel for him. But that's exactly what happens. As soon as you see someone go to banning women,
so
now
I guess
you're
I'm
like,
wrong for saying repeal the 19th.
Oh, that's me. I say that all the time. Please.
Yeah, I'm not talking about like
repeal the 19th.
explicit. Like, here's the thing: you can say that maybe certain political enfranchisements of women they have negative consequences. You could like say that the traditional family had to have some degree of, like in the Bible, it says, the woman shall serve man as her husband as she serves God. So, but then when you cross over into like this obsessive misogyny, I think that's kind of suspicious in my opinion. But what I want to do,
I always think that what it is somebody's pushing against it. I think it's the pendulum.
Yeah.
If they feel like it's gone this far, some people feel like in order to get it back somewhere,
you have to be hardcore. Yeah.
So I think a lot of what you're seeing now, I take what I see on the internet with a grain of salt, because a lot of people are really just trying to either gain a voice, project one, or just get a name. Because when I was growing up, and this is the first time I'll cuss. When I was growing up, dumbasses at least knew to stay quiet. Now the internet has made every dumbass get a group of 5 or 10 people to follow them. Seriously, you can say some of the dumbest shit. Damn it.
It's true. No, you can swear. It's just certain words.
Okay.
YouTube
you can say some of the dumbest stuff online, and you will get a following of somebody listening to your stupidity. And that's what's created these people who used to at least say, I'm dumb and I know it. Like there were people who said, I don't want to run for president because I'd make a horrible president. Now everybody with a voice is somebody in their comment section, and tell me if I'm lying, saying you should run for government. The guy I was talking about at the beginning of the show, I saw somebody say you should run for government. I said, this is the dumbest man on earth, but because he's 7 feet tall, you telling me he should run for government? This is insane. Why are you listening to this? But people will listen. That's what's wrong with the world today. So people are saying anything, hoping to get a group of people to watch them because there's money at the end of that rainbow.
Man,
but
I do agree with you about the cuckold thing. I think that maybe we do make too much of it, but I do notice that there is kind of like a sick fetishism with like pushing, like, I don't know, black.com or dog fart or whatever, where it's like the black woman, the blonde woman, white woman with a black man. That kind of like is, to me, it's like a degradation through that like porno, like the coon brain porno gaze. It's a degradation of both white and black people, in my opinion, by saying that it becomes this like sick fetish. It's
wait a minute,
like,
even what you just named. You named black men being with white women, but there's a degrading porn that's worse than that, and you didn't bring it up. And I always say,
white men with
yeah, but what's it called?
Race play, right? The race play
the
thing.
Ghetto gaggers, and that should have been the first thing that came out, because they bringing in race and degradation in there. When them blacks on blonde, it's just a white guy with a huge penis putting it in a black guy with a huge penis putting it in a white woman, and that was like, oh, that's just degrading. Why is that degrading? They're just having sex, but when someone's spitting in someone's face, making them throw up, that isn't the first thing you brought up. That makes me stop and say, that would have been the first thing. You brought up several things, but never brought that one up, which is the one that's bringing up race.
Well, it is funny. Yeah. Like when you talk about like a certain porn sites like facial abuse, I do notice that when they have the black wannabe porn stars, they do have this element of like racial degradation. You are right. I mean, that's
black
all this stuff is really terrible and degenerate
and pleasing the white woman. Seriously, when you watch Blacks on Blonde, it's just a really hung black guy pleasing a white woman.
But when there is black actresses,
other way, it's they're making her throw up, and then they're paying her very little.
Sexual humiliation,
because they understand that a black woman believes that her life will change by doing anything with a white man. But a white woman believes that her life will change in the negative. There are white porn stars who still to this day say they will not have sex with a black man on film. There's not been one case ever in porn that a black woman said she will not sleep with a white man on film. That tells you all you need to know about America.
You're right.
Is there also I want to also ask Hotep Sophia and Tommy
and
as well.
It's terrible. Some people think it's funny, like you go to eFucked or whatever, and it's like, the humiliating wannabe porn stars. I think that's a series. And it's like, back in the early 2000s when, you're a kid in school, it's like you share shock sites with each other. But when you actually like grow up and you examine a lot of this media, it's like, it's staggering. It's like
there's even think about it. There's even people right now. There's sex workers. The white girls will say no AA, African American men. There are black girls who will say no AA. There are no black women nor white women who say no white men. None. Why is that?
Well, Hotep Sophia, you were mentioning on an earlier stream that in DC, the black people prefer to be arrested by white cops as opposed to black cops.
Oh yeah, that happens all the time because it's like there are lots of black cops and they will bring them out, but the white cops, they can film that. I was down by the waterfront one time and this guy was getting arrested and he was like, no, not you can't arrest me, that one. And I was like, this is the craziest thing I've ever seen, because then they have a lawsuit, they have something else they can do. That's why you see now, like, people say that there's not a lot of black cops or this and that, but there's a lot of black cops. It's just that people refuse. The black cops, they either stay out of it or whatever. I don't know. It's so weird. Like just
although
the whole
you think
dynamic.
you think for publicity's sake, though, they would want there to be more black cops, so there wouldn't be any racial, issues like what happened with George Floyd and things like that. So they wouldn't.
Boston did that in the 70s. You can look it up.
Yeah.
Boston had black cops policing the black people because they wanted to cut down on the racial incidences. You know what happened? The incidence of violence, arrest, and everything, every statistical category went up. The blacks were harder on the blacks than the whites were.
Black cops are, everybody knows that black cops are harder on, like, if you get pulled over by a black cop in PG County, you just better hope you know somebody that they know, because it's not going to end well. I got pulled over and I was like, it was a white cop and I was like, okay, this will be over in 2 seconds. Now, he was extremely rude, but it was over very quickly. It's like the black cops, they might be a little bit nicer, but it just depends on, like, again, what you're dealing with. And then when you have a bunch of mulatto cops, then you don't even know what's going to happen when you get pulled over, because you don't know whether they identify with the black or the white.
Yeah, you get a half-breed cop pull you over. It's like having Harvey Dent.
Oh my God. But I'm thinking, but Hotep, I wanted to get your opinion, because I'm thinking through this, and I know it is fashionable in a lot of circles I'm in on the right to talk about, like, the certain tribes that run the porn industry that have the black men with white women. But I do, what you're bringing up, I'm starting to think about this, about it is an incredibly under-talked about topic of the sexual humiliation of black women in the porn industry. And I wonder, Hotep Sophia, what you think about it as a black woman yourself, what you think about the relationship with black women and white men, and do you think there is an inherent power disparity there, or there's some kind of sexual exoticism that people just don't want to talk about because it's, uncouth? Because apparently we have to, accept any sort of intermixing nowadays. So I don't know.
Well,
what do you think?
When I was growing up, like I said, I'm from an all black area. So if you were there weren't interracial couples. There weren't.
Right.
I mean, I wasn't that close to a military base. That's a really big thing on, like, around military bases. And so we had one, but it was kind of small. And like Andrews Air Force Base, that's not really a huge base with a lot of people. So we didn't have a lot of interracial things or examples or whatever to look at. The thing when I was growing up was, you need to be with a black man because there's all of this mixing and this and that, and we need to the black men are this and that. So it's so, that's why I said it's so weird now. You have on one hand black women saying protect black men, but then on the other hand they're not really willing to deal with black men. So I think this whole the porn thing, which I don't really know a lot about, but I can say that on the side of black women, it's more so like they don't want to be seen with a black man unless he's of a certain caliber. And if he's not, but at the same time, they will have like boyfriends or side dudes or whatever, like hoodlums and stuff like that. That's still like a big thing, but they won't talk about it. You know, they'll just be like, you know, I'm talking to this guy, but you may never see him. You won't ever meet him. You know, where is he? You know, they won't tell you because he's in the streets. Or the black women,
until they come up pregnant.
That's what I was about to say. When they have some education and then all of a sudden turn up pregnant, it's by some, you know, hoodlum off the street. So so even though they're saying that they don't want to be seen with these kind of men, they still will be with these kind of men, which is why this whole thing with them, you know, fetishizing white men is kind of like, and
they'll be with a bargain basement Brad. The white guy don't have to have anything but be white. I've seen black women take care of these white men. And so when we watch it, and that's why I go back to slavery, I'm saying they believe that just because this man is white, their life is going to change because he can give them something I can't, which is a mixed baby. And that mixed baby is going to be praised by black people. That's why I have a problem with this idea of mixed people being biracial people saying they're black. White people threw them away. A white man can have a baby by a black woman. Guess what he'll call his baby? Black. That is one thing that men don't do. Men don't want to give their child to someone else, but white men freely do it. Why? Because they know it's destroying us. Now you got a little girl who has hair like my little girl feeling less than because some mixed woman is saying she's just as black as her.
Interesting.
It's a destroying of that culture. I feel about
the foreign blacks.
Yeah, you destroy those people when you mix them. That's why it's the number one thing that colonizers do everywhere they go. They mix them.
The Portuguese in Angola were the masters of this. Yeah.
Yes,
they created a managerial class from interbreeding with the Angolans. Yeah.
But if I were to
British did it in the Raj.
If I were to be devil's advocate here, and let's say somebody falls in love. Somebody falls in love with somebody from a
black woman like Candace Owens.
There we go.
To find a base black woman.
So if Gio finds if Gio and Candace Owens decide to settle down together,
she's married to a white man actually. So
she's married to a Brit, actually part of the peerage. So
that's why I don't bring her up. I don't. But go ahead. What's your question? What's your question? I'm curious.
No, it's very simple. Assuming we have Gio and Candace Owens falling in love and getting married. Who are any one of us to stand up against that? You know, if two people love each other and want to be together, what's wrong with that?
No, nobody's against it. The same thing we're talking about homosexuality. If two gay people decide a man and a man decide they want to be with each other, nobody has a problem. The problem is if someone says they don't like it, they should accept that as well. Why is it that the only way that I can talk about gay relationships is to say how great it is? The only way I can talk about a transsexual is to say how beautiful this man is. That's all I can do. I can't say I have any problem with it. Right now, what they're doing is oversaturating. Any commercial has all these black guy, white woman, Asian guy, white man. It keeps being this.
Asian woman, white man, AXA, Aryan Asian fusion. Yeah.
Think about it. It's something that's the number is very small in the United States of them actually getting married. The number's small.
Yeah.
Yet commercials say it happens 50 to 60% of the time. Well, that doesn't make any sense. That means you're pushing a narrative. Remember what Dominique said earlier? People didn't have a problem with it until it was forced on them. If you keep doing this, all you're doing is creating a backlash.
Absolutely.
Think about all the black or the white. What's wrong with a white guy wanting, like if you had with Russian ancestry wanted to be with a Russian, or Jewish ancestry wanted to be with a Jew and wanted to have children who reminded you of your grandmother and your great grandmother and your great grandfather, what's wrong with that? But they're telling us in America that actually is wrong. You should want to destroy everything that's come prior to you so you can fit this mulatto oasis that we're building. And that's insane.
But and Tommy, I would like to add to that is if you are in the hood, an urban area, it's completely irrelevant because the people they're only around other black people, they're mixing and they're having babies, all kinds of babies. So the narrative is not even really working. It's creating anger, but it's not even really having an impact on the people who are having the most number of kids in the black culture, in the black community. They're having them with other black people. That's just how it's worked. That's what's happening.
Which is creating again that hierarchy of these mixed children get thrown at the top of blackness. And it bothers me to no degree. And I will say this, nobody wants to bring it up, but the people who are putting together these commercials, the people who are forcing this on us.
You know who they
I talk about it, and I don't want to offend anybody. But they all got Steinberg and all this at the end. They do. And here's the one thing I learned. Because I'm going to sound like a racist white guy because I got a Jewish friend. And he talks
I have a Jewish friend as well. He's right here.
Right.
Everything I'm about to say is fine because I got a Jewish friend. So might as well say with all due respect, that means everything after is going to be real disrespectful. But the point is
bring it on.
That there's a group of people who keep pushing this, but they don't push it on their own people because it doesn't work for them. There's a reason why they don't push public school and they believe in going to Hebrew school. They believe in learning culture beforehand. They don't mind when you portray them as doctors and lawyers because they know it gives their children something to shoot for. It gives them their children something to be. You want to be a judge. It gives you something to shoot for. We don't do that, and they don't allow us to do it. If you watch on television, the white guy's a degenerate. He's always a drunk. He's always after sex. And the black guy is a thug and all of this other stuff. But one little group is always the nerd that wins in the end. And you keep thinking, well, why is it that way? Why is it that he ends up with a family? Why is it that he's all about the greater good? And you didn't watch who puts out all this stuff because it ain't black people putting out the stuff that says all we can. When is the last time you seen a black guy make a black movie about a black man going in space? He don't know how to do this. Blacks don't like space. We don't do it though, but they will give you money to make Soul Plane.
Oh, I gotta.
Even Chuck D wrote in his book.
I gotta give
Chuck D wrote in his book that this largely of this certain tribe in the music industry, how they would send out memos. Like Immortal Techniques talks about how they would send out memos to push gangster rap in a certain
direction. Yeah, they're not going to give the guy who's talking about something about nice stuff. They're not going to take that guy and give him money. They're not going to take the movie. You can take a movie about this black tribe of whatever, of great people who did all of it, because the white people get to make amazing movies about different things and being different things. But the black guy, he'll get money to do Soul Plane. Soul Plane should have never been made into a movie.
Yes!
Seriously.
Oh!
Seriously.
All right, now Tommy, I gotta.
The fact that there was a television show called Homeboys in Outer Space. This is a real thing.
Oh, so you're not talking about that Dutch movie that was made where they were gay?
No, there was a real show called, Google it.
All right.
Homeboys in Outer Space.
Okay. I will take a look.
Insane.
Now I gotta respond.
Defend yourself, just so we don't go totally off the rail.
All right, now here we go. Here is my response. So Tommy, all the points that you were bringing up right now, what I would say is, if we're talking about people in general who are going to be well educated, who are going to be smart. Let's say, for example, there were no tiny hats in the world. Let's say they all went to outer space somewhere, thousands of years ago. And the only people that we had left would have been... They actually
do come from outer space, Lev.
Yes, they do, yes.
No, I'm kidding.
And the only people that we would have had left would have been the WASPs, would have been, like various, white people here in the United States along with the black people. I think that when it comes to any kind of technologically advanced age where people have the opportunity to commit all kinds of various exploitations on people, whether we're talking about media, Hollywood, different kinds of industries, you are going to have a gap of power, and you're going to have people going into that gap, whether or not they happen to be of one persuasion or another. To me, that doesn't matter at all, because, for example, I'm going to use myself as an example here. I have absolutely nothing in common when we're talking about the politics and philosophy
Or the
of
porn
so many,
producer
yeah,
that
of
does-
That's
so
what
many.
my friend says.
Well, hold on. Of so many of the people who are, in New York Magazine or any of these grubby publications that put out a lot of the stuff. I think the big problem here is that not enough
Grubby,
people.
I love how you use
Yes.
that word.
not enough people who are of my, let's say, genealogy actually stand up and talk about this stuff. I think partly because they're afraid to speak about this. But I'm not afraid. So what I'm going to
But do
say
you
here,
think
no,
that-
hold,
do
no,
you-
no,
Let
no.
me finish, please.
Yeah.
Please, I want to hear where he's going.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I got to finish here. So a lot of the attributes that you're talking about, people exploiting. If you're going to have anybody coming up in the world who's going to be relatively smart, who's going to be some of the people that, let's say, Pol Pot wanted to get rid of, all the people who wore glasses, for example. They are going to be people who are going to be smart. Now, let's say you get rid of a certain subset of people who are going to be that smart. You're still going to have smart people. They may come from other places, but they're still going to be smart enough to, in the degenerate age that we're living in today, be able to be hired in certain positions, make the right connections, make the right friends, and perpetuate whatever leftist ideas happen to be the norm. For example, in the 1930s, most of the intelligentsia were Stalinists. They loved Joseph Stalin, here in New York City, for example, and that was the thing that was perpetuated. So if you happen to be somebody who is Jewish, whose family in Russia was done away with by Stalin's regime, it doesn't matter if you're Jewish. You wouldn't be able to say anything to the people who, whether Jewish or not, were part of the intelligentsia. So I really think that when so many people, both on the far right or anywhere, bring this thing up, I think they're mixing up the forest from the trees here. I think what they should be looking at is, in general, the tendency for smart people to occupy various positions of power, and for whatever waves of, the spirit of the times, or whatever you want to call it, happen to infect so many people, for those people just be carried by those waves. And yes, there are so many people who are of the small hat persuasion who are very smart. Look at the chess players. Do you know how many Jewish people are incredibly talented when it comes to chess? Chess grandmasters? Look at the list. It's not like it's some kind of conspiracy to put those particular
Apparently
people in there.
Armenians.
Where's the
They're
question?
They're just
Well, I got it.
Yeah.
I got to see, because we're hearing a lot of words,
yes.
but I want to know what the question is, or what is the statement?
The state.
Because you're saying something.
I know.
As if
Yes.
you could say all of that, but you still got to wonder, why is it David Scott Rubin is the guy who produced Homeboys in Outer Space?
Because,
Why is it him?
Because
not the
he's
people that
yes.
we're being told, because we're being told
Yes.
we should hate the white man as black people.
Yes.
We're being told the white man is the one destroying us.
Well, you're
we
you're
then
also
see-
Oh my god.
Well, you're also assuming
That's
that
what we're
they're
being told. And once
Yeah,
we
yeah.
say that when I say that around a Jewish person, that these white people doing bad's bad, no Jewish person stands up and say, well, there's some idiosyncrasies behind that. And they don't do that. They allow it. When Dominique and I were talking about black people doing this, that, and the other, nobody stepped in and said, oh, there's some idiosyncrasies behind it. Soon as I said something about Jews, you said, hold up a minute. And you get this long, drawn-out thing that didn't address what I said at all. So I'm waiting on that.
Okay, no, I will address it.
Let me
Defend
let me
Lev.
defend you 1 second.
All right,
in
here we
Lev's
go.
defense,
Defend him
I
against
think
what? I'm confused. I'm trying
no,
to
just-
figure out.
Let me
No,
quote.
I wanna
Let me quote
clarify
Al
his
Goldstein
statement.
from Screw Magazine. Lev,
All right.
us Jews, we love to stick it to the Christian people. That's why they're largely. I think that there's a reason why a lot of your people have been in the porn industry, because there is sort of like this delight with offending the older, like WASP Christian. I mean, it's totally irrelevant now. I personally think that the Jews in the porn industry, they probably don't even care about their own.
But Gio, you're specifically talking
Jewishness.
about the Jews in the porn industry. It just seems like with you and Tommy, the points that you're bringing up happen to be about specific Jews who are in specific industries. You're not talking about the Jews that frequent the opera. You're not talking about the Jews for example, what's his name?
Yeah, just like when I was talking about blacks, I'm not talking about the blacks who frequent the opera either.
Well, yes.
I'm not talking about, for some odd
we
reason,
cut
when
off
I was
Hotep
talking
Sophia.
about the blacks, not all blacks listen to rap. Not all blacks have kids out of wedlock. Not all blacks do these things. Yet when I was
Yes,
talking about them,
but
that was
if we are talking about Tommy, people like Leonard Bernstein, for example, people who absolutely have no thought ever of creating something exploitive or degenerative. So this is what I'm talking about here.
Yeah, you're right. I was going to say that it's a certain. So I
want to get Hotep Sophia in here, but real quick, I know I said a mouthful. So to concise what I said into something very simple, I would say you are mistaking Jewish people for, in general, just smart people who get with the certain spirit of the times and get promoted up. That's what I would say those particular people are. They're just smart and they get promoted up.
I would like to just to piggyback on what you said, Lev, is not the people who are doing these things are not always Jews. They just use whatever class that they can hide behind at the time, because you have people of this specific lineage. And I think it's a lineage, and people don't really know, haven't done enough research to be able to understand how it works. But people of this certain lineage are more prone to be in these particular types of activities. But right now they can hide behind Semitism or anti-Semitism as a cover. But sometimes it's better to hide behind Christianity as a cover. And throughout history, all the way, back as far as you can look, they've just hid behind whatever they can that will allow them to cover up their true intentions behind people who have had to suffer, because, there's all subgroups have had to suffer. It's just right now the ones who are in power, and really they're mislabeled anyway, based on what their allegiances are. They're just used to hide behind, and so it's hard for people to. If you see people that have all the Bergs and the Steins and whatever in their name, it's hard to figure out how to say you're talking about this subgroup of people, this lineage of people, without using the correct term, which could also get you into a lot of trouble if you say it, which is why I won't say it. But so how would a person be able to have this conversation? The term they can use is Jew, because that's acceptable, but the actual lineage they can't use. So I think and it's the same thing. I don't identify as a Black or even an African American. I have no African lineage. I'm a Negro, an American Negro. That's how I prefer. Nobody would say that. People don't say that. But how else can you describe somebody with 10, 12, 20 generations of lineage in the same area? There's no other way to describe it that would be accurate. So that's a problem. That's what the modern education system has done. It has taken this thing, which could easily be identified if we had accurate history and accurate education, and turned it into something that you can't say, all for the ability of covering up what they're actually doing. That's all it is. It's to cover up the actual scam that they're running on us as humans. It's a complete scam.
Yeah, I agree. It's not all of them. I think it's a certain subsect that probably hides behind their ethnic claims, but they probably have an utter contempt for even their own traditions and their own people.
Absolutely.
I mean, that's,
They're not
look at Trotsky, for example. Well, Bernie Sanders or Leon Trotsky or people like that. I mean, this is the other thing, by the way, that you may not realize, Gio, that a lot of the leftist Jews, they hate Israel. Like, I know that there's been this conflation together with, Israel and the leftists and all of that out to destroy yada, yada, yada. My whole point here, Gio, is that a lot of the leftist professors who are Jewish, they hate traditional Jews. They hate Israel. They, would definitely prefer Palestine in its place. And I think in that way you have a lot in common with those leftist professors, as well as people like Ilan Omar.
Well, I don't know about
but again, because this was brought up, I just want to say I want to emphasize. I know it's amazing stream. I want to emphasize again, Tommy. A lot of the criticisms that you're leveling towards Jewish people, why not just level it towards people who just happen to be smart?
What criticism did I level? I would love to be able to have the rewind moment. What criticism did I level?
Well, you were talking about, various exploitation in the media, things of that nature, the kind of entertainment that was made for Black people to consume. Those were the things that you were talking about.
And all I said was, have you noticed when you go behind the scenes on those names are usually Stein? But
yes,
what about that was untrue?
Nothing.
I didn't level anything. I pointed out facts. You go look at it now. That's why. And as soon as I said it, somebody went and looked up Homeboys in Outer Space and saw who produced it. You go look up. You go look up all these rap groups.
Yes.
Levine. You go look them and it's
Jerry Heller.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. This is insane. If it was a bunch of black people who just kept robbing a store and all somebody said was, well, everybody that came in that store were black, you're leveling claims against blacks. No. I'm actually pointing out what I saw. I would understand if I leveled a claim and said, man, these Jews got it out for blacks. I pointed out there's something wrong when you have blacks being told that whites are the enemy and no one stands in and says what you're saying now about Jews, because it ain't all whites. And the same thing when we talk about liberals. Liberals aren't all going around behind Biden, yet whenever we throw up liberals, no one sits there and comes in and corrects us and says, no, it's actually leftists. So why is it that now all of a sudden the answers and responses have gotten real long to me stating a fact?
That is true.
Opinion.
They
was
do
a
give
fact.
But
Tommy,
to
let's more like anti-black discourse than anti-you-know-what discourse.
Well, let's be fair over here.
Okay. There's I'm not gonna let you play me like this one. All right. Pick rap music out. Rappers can talk about killing black men, killing black women, killing black children. Nothing happened. Killing white people. The white man is bad. But as soon as my man Michael Jackson said, "Kick me."
Oh wait, we're on YouTube. Yeah.
Oh, you see, I stopped myself. I'm good. I'm gonna get it out.
Or even when Eazy-E said, I don't gotta, who telling me what to do like you do.
So why is it that you have these things being beeped out?
Sorry, Ice Cube said that.
There was a line in a rap song called by the Locks. And the Locks said, stack chips like Hebrews. That's all he said. Stack chips like Hebrews. They blocked that line out. Another line by what's his name? Method Man, in a song in which they were talking about killing black people. He was saying N-word, B-word, everything else. But then he said, sticking up Jews with German Lugers.
Oh, I remember that. Yeah, I remember
Jews
that.
and Lugers. And German Lugers. They beefed it out. So I'm not going to let you sit here and tell me that this is not something that's going on when I can point to you it's going on. When you can hear the N-word on TBS at 3 p.m, but you sure can't hear the K-word.
No,
they
Tommy.
make sure that word
the
N-word is so common. Why is it that the N-word is so common that everybody's saying it now, but don't even know what the K-word is? If I told people what's the K-word, they won't know. The general person won't know.
I got to respond to this.
Wants to stand up for his own people that aren't like that. The same way I would stand up for black people who aren't like that. I would want to say the black people
but y'all
are
are
like
making an argument that I didn't make.
Yeah, Tommy isn't saying that all of that. Yeah, exactly.
What people are you standing up for when I didn't say that there was that all of them do it? I said that there's an industry that's led by that group of people, and it is.
I feel bad for Lev right now. I gotta admit,
that's like saying the majority of owners in the NBA aren't white. Yes, they are. That's like saying the majority of players in the NBA aren't black. Yes,
this is the Hotep Jesus stream all over again.
There's a long history on this show. No. There's a long history on this show of a lot of bashing of Lev's people. So I think that's why it came out the way. It's not you. It's just that this is what happens.
We attract a certain
and so
audience,
when it does happen, you just.
So you and I are two black people, ma'am. You and I are both black. You and I are both black. This is why we would get called coons, because there's a long line of people always talking bad about blacks. Yet we came on here and allowed them to do it. But as soon as you said something about this other group, that it's a long history of doing it, and you didn't even say anything bad. You didn't say anything bad.
Lev, that's all. That's
it's
because
true.
That's
it's true. No, Tommy wasn't. I will defend Tommy. I gotta say I'm generalizing.
All right, Tommy.
Defend black people the same way. If you're gonna do that, then defend black people the same way.
Let me say one point. I will. Tommy was not saying all of Lev's people. But let me ask. But I can't let you. But listen, Tommy, I can't let you off the hook for this one.
Go ahead.
For a journalist, let me ask you something right now. A lot of people have criticized you in particular for saying that you hyper focus on black women and that you yourself hate yourself as a black man and that you're bringing down black people by focusing on.
That's what I was pointing out.
Different people.
When I said that to her, I said, well, by that logic, we shouldn't be, especially in front of mixed company, saying anything about blacks since blacks already get enough.
I see. I see. Yeah, I see.
That's what I'm saying. Why
So
you can't just be truthful?
People accuse you of being a self-hating
I'm
black
honest.
man.
And this is why it's hard for me to be around a lot of white people, because they will cheer me on when I'm saying something about blacks. But then when I turn it around and say, well, this is what happened here. Oh, no. When I'm talking about them, then I've had so many white people who, so the one time out of 98,000 videos, I say something about white people, I knew he was just a black N-word, just like all the rest of them. So you like me up until I said one thing of an observation. Everything that I talk about, it's observation. I bring facts behind it. You won't hear me say something and it's just, I'm just throwing an opinion out. You know what it'll be? Me having facts to back it up. Just like everything I just said right now. The reason why the answers kept getting long, because my responses were very short, very accurate, and very truthful. So you can say whatever you want to about, well, we can't do this and there's not everybody, it's not all, but we could say,
all right, wait, hold on.
we
I
discuss.
gotta respond to that as well. So yes,
Can I
my
say
first
one thing,
response.
Lev?
Oh no, first I gotta respond. So number one, yes, my first
I'm being
response.
silenced by a tribesman. No, I'm kidding.
My first response was incredibly long, and Tommy pointed that out. So I did a second response. My second response was that Jews in general tend to be very smart and get promoted into various positions because they are very smart. Culture-wise, you have Hollywood culture, you have leftist culture, but then you have other kinds of cultures that Jewish people are a part of and were parts of before. That would be my answer there. So let's look at the culture instead of pointing to a particular, tribe as if there's some kind of inherent thing that they're always going to do the same thing. They're not, because there are different cultures that they end up being parts of. This dominant leftist Hollywood culture, whatever you want to call it, that's what's been dominant for a very long time. So, of course, they're going to be promoted up their culture. That was my point.
Well, the thing is, I just pointed out, didn't matter where they came from. I just pointed out that they were there. You could say that the black people who are in the NBA, well, they aren't from Africa. They aren't from any of the places. The majority of them are from in the United States, and maybe the majority of them are from the South, which would mean that maybe some of the breeding in slavery made them more athletic than the rest. Now, there's a guy called Jimmy the Greek who stated this. He was fired for stating this.
Oh, yeah, I remember.
Yes.
It's a fact.
Yes.
It's a fact, though.
I will say one thing when
It's
you
like-
No, but that
there was a
is-
Jewish.
Yes.
There was a Jewish scientist who got fired for telling a fact. He just pointed out that black women have a higher level of testosterone in them than
Oh
other
yeah,
women.
that's right.
He lost
Yeah.
his job for telling a fact. And
Okay.
this is what what we're talking about is I get called out and everybody else get called out for some odd reason. Telling a fact is a problem, but I will not. And as you asked me when we started the show, I will not stop telling a fact. I don't care if somebody tries to add nuance. You can do that. Then add nuance to everybody else that we generalize, or either allow it to stand.
I
Because
will say-
either way it goes, I'm telling the truth. You're just adding nuance.
Well,
I will say one thing. Go ahead, Lev. Sorry, go ahead, Lev.
Okay, so as far as adding the nuance, we don't have to add as much nuance into this. I could just say, like I was talking before with my Nigerian friend, that you are going to have different cultures that you encounter in America versus her particular Nigerian upbringing. Same thing, let's say, with Jewish people who are either going to be in California or New York or wherever. Look at the culture. And I agree with you, Tommy, that there is a particular leftist culture that is very dominant and has been churning out a lot of this crap. But somebody like a, Russian Jewish chess master or somebody like Leonard Bernstein, what the hell do they have to do with it? And I'm not singling them out. What I am doing is I am saying that Jewish people in general have been very smart and have been parts of various cultural movements, both for good and for ill. That is also a fact. So
Same with blacks.
yeah, same with blacks. So if we are talking about what are the particular issues here,
We didn't have this nuanced conversation when we were talking about blacks in general. And I don't know why we didn't have it.
Well,
Now I think that's
we're gonna have it right now, Tom. We're gonna have it right now.
What I'm saying is when I'm a part of shows, I don't want to sit here and be the guy who's in front of my black people watching me in mixed company. And I'm able to talk about blacks and everybody just shake their head and be like, yep, them blacks be doing that. Even though you got two on the panels who say we don't do that. And no nuance was coming in. Yet now all of us, and I did it when I said, when you have to say, I don't mean all. I said it in the beginning when you did it, sir, with the hat on. I did it with you earlier. I said, you shouldn't have to do that. I said, that's a problem when you have to do that. Common sense would tell everybody not all of everything does this. Not all birds fly.
Yes.
Right.
But if there are particular problems that are going on with with the black community, then those are things that end up getting brought up time and time again. I don't think those are things that shouldn't be brought up, right? So if this was something that was not that much of a problem, people wouldn't talk about it. But the fact that it is means that people do get together, talk about it, and figure out a way.
Yeah, that's
out
what I
of
want to
it.
do. Let's address it. If we know it's that big of a problem that many people say it, then why keep saying not all? It's like right now they try to make you believe that gays and transsexuals commit no crimes.
That's inherently wrong.
Crime,
They do.
they won't bring out, seriously. And when they do commit a crime, they won't bring out their sexuality. But when they do something great, they'll bring out their sexuality as if their sexuality made them do something great. So if you're going to bring out their sexuality when they do something great, bring out their sexuality when they do something wrong.
Right.
I'm just a fair person. I'm a fair person all the way around the board.
I think I talked about a little bit of nuance, of the difference between being black in where you're a minority and being black when you're a majority, and just pointing out how that experience is different. Like just being where you're run by nothing but black people is a totally different and rich black people at that is a totally different experience from people who have like poor black people or blacks or minorities. So I think we have actually talked about some nuance, maybe not in this much length and detail, but I tend to go off all the time when people like try and lump like all black people into certain.
But I didn't do that. I hear what you're saying, but everybody keeps saying this. As if I did.
Well, people do accuse you of lumping black women.
I did that to Jews, but I didn't. That's what doesn't make sense.
No, you didn't. No, that's what. Yeah.
No. I wasn't saying.
If I said there's a group of people who run these industries who are putting this stuff out, it is. Show me that it's black people putting it out. Show me the black people who finance who finance homeboys in outer space. Show it to me. That's all I'm asking.
Well, there are some black erotica out there that's kind of like not on the level.
I wasn't talking about erotica. I talked about the movies that are putting out. I said who finance. I said I know there's black, and the fact that I have to go back to this, and I want all y'all to watch this when you go back. Just watch it. You can watch this, and no, I didn't. But now they're trying to say, "Whoa, you just said all of them." You're going to keep using that to justify an
You're right.
argument.
We don't even have to say it. You're right.
I did not say it. Didn't even come close. I talked about an industry that has the option to put money behind people who do various things that are black. Yet for some reason, the money keeps going behind one thing, this thing of degeneracy. And I can name you the people who are doing it. And then the people are going to say, well, it's not all. Of course, it's not all. Not all of them own studios. Not all of them run movies. So, of course, it's not all. The Jewish doctor isn't going around putting this up because he's a doctor. He's not putting out movies. So it doesn't make sense that we're even arguing this. They know what I'm doing.
Right.
You're right.
Movies. I wanted to address one point you brought up. I wanted you to just
point out, why is it that it's okay for me to talk crap about a white guy right now, and nobody would be jumping in trying to defend a white guy? A generic white guy, if I was white people are evil, white people are bad, nobody would be jumping in here trying to defend whites.
I would.
Nobody does it. When you talk about what right now, all over the world, you can talk about whites all day. Yes. You can talk about whites on YouTube.
And that's
you can
the
talk
culture.
about whites on Twitter. You will
right
not
now.
get shut down for saying it. So if you won't get shut down for talking about whites and saying how bad whites are and lumping whites together, then you shouldn't have it happen if you do it to Jews, blacks, or anyone else.
Right.
Either it's bad or it's not. Women shouldn't be able to talk crap about men all day and say men don't need to be this and men don't need to be this and men need to die out. Nothing happened. But then when you say something about a woman, you get shut down. Why is it that you can't just say either we have the conversation in earnest or we don't have it at all?
I agree.
That's all
That's,
I think.
no, but Tommy, this is why
I agree 100%.
Stuff though. I mean, I think that you're right, but as long as you're on somebody else's platform that you didn't build and you don't own and you don't have any say so over, you kind of got to follow their rules. And I don't agree with it either. I think we should be able to have an open conversation about what the stuff that I was talking about with the county and the kids and all that stuff. That stuff I can't say either. There's lots of stuff I'd like to say, and Lev knows it because I'm always getting in trouble because on Gab I can say it and I say stuff. And
By that logic, you're in the United States, and if white people decided to put you enslaved, then you should have just shut up and took it, or either left.
No, but Tommy, this is exactly.
Don't talk about it or complain.
No, but Tommy, this is exactly
when someone says you can't have the discussion about that there's a problem, and I can't believe that it went from this woman talking about Gab at the beginning to now she's saying, well, if you're on somebody's platform and you didn't build it, you got to do what they say.
I didn't say you have to do what they say. I'm just saying
that's what you just said. That's
you how
literally
it is.
just said that.
I'm not saying
audience, did she not just say that?
That's
audience, did she not just say that?
No. I think
audience, were those not her exact words?
I think Hotep Sophia was saying that it's unjust, but it's just the reality of even getting your message out there.
So now repeating someone's words. So everybody on the panel is now defending everybody else's comments by now being able to explain something they didn't say themselves, but they know what they meant after that person said it. So if I said something bad about women and somebody else was on the panel and they said, well, he didn't mean what he just said. Got it.
Well, Tommy, if we are talking again.
Oh, man.
Hold on.
What did you mean, though? What did you mean, though? I mean,
why is it she didn't mean what she said? Seriously, why is it she didn't mean what you said? Have anybody had to go back on my words since I've been here or anywhere else?
I just, the way that I talk, maybe it didn't come across what I mean, what I meant. It wasn't clear, meaning if I'm on YouTube and I know YouTube has certain rules about what they will allow and what they won't allow in order to maintain use on their platform, you have to go by the rules that they say. It's not that I don't want to say these things. Like I just said, I've been on this show before and I have said that even today I said stuff I wasn't supposed to say. And Lev said to me, watch the way that you're saying it. What am I going to do? This is his show, and he wants to stay on YouTube. That's fine.
It's not because I don't want Hotep Sophia to say it.
Oh, that's what you meant, Hotep Sophia.
Yeah, that's what I'm like. I come on this platform. This is not my platform to build or destroy. I don't want to interfere with their platform, and that's what I'm saying. Like when I'm on Gab, I know that I don't have to have those filters. Yeah. It's a filter, and I think that. It's just a matter of like either you're trying.
But you
to
said it in response
access.
to me questioning.
Yeah. Well, look. Eventually,
in response to me questioning.
Eventually, I want to have a. I think we've been dwelling on this particular point for far too long.
I wanted to say something, but Tommy said though.
I want to go back to the earlier point though.
God!
Yes, no, because I am relentless. Tommy, you're relentless. I'm relentless too.
Felted on BTR. Right?
I'm relentless too about
this. Everyone's getting felted right now.
What's BTR? What's BTR?
Break the rules. That's the shorthand.
I'm sorry.
Subscribe to BreakTheRules.tv. And as you can see, indeed, a lot of rules have been broken today. But Tommy, look, this is the whole point. This is what I like. I like the fact that you're able to come on and speak your mind and talk about these things.
I agree. Yep.
As a response to what you were talking about, I also give a response. The first one, you're absolutely right, was too long. The second one, much shorter, much more concise, because I don't just think it's good enough to just say and not have a response to that. So I'm giving you my response, and you could take it, you could think on it, and I don't know. That's the whole point of the show. Because I honestly think that if we are talking about,
all right, Lev, let's move
on. No, we will not move on. We will not move on. No.
Here's what you got to learn how to read the room. Whatever's going on right now, it's interesting to the people who are watching it.
Yes,
it really is.
Exactly.
No, but that's the problem. They're feeding off of it.
Well, one and two, neither one of us has disrespected the other.
Exactly.
No, I know.
Yeah.
So this is a place in which you can say, and that's why I said I appreciate this, because there's been a dialogue that in a lot of spaces you can't have it. And a lot of reason of why, if you go back to what Dominique said earlier, when you force people to now not be able to say certain things, they're going to want to say it because you tell them they can't now. Not even because they even believe it. Exactly. So if you actually have the conversation, you'd have a lot of, when they talk about anti-Semitism, you'd have a lot less of it if people were able to say what they said and responded
Absolutely.
and told them why they're wrong for thinking it.
So Tommy, on this stream in general, we've
the
had
ADL
a lot of
has created
Gio,
more
come on,
anti-Semitism than any skinhead ever, than any
All right.
Tom Metzger or David Duke. The ADL
okay.
has created more anti-Semitism ever.
No,
Sorry,
I do
go ahead.
I do kind of concur on that statement, since I think a lot of people who get very
David Duke on the
hold
panel?
on, Gio, one thing at a time.
I'm kidding.
I think that a lot of people, like, especially a lot of Jewish people, when they hear a lot of these things, their initial response is to get very agitated, and I don't think it comes from nowhere. It wasn't
another
that.
show.
Well, I mean, Gia, I know you're saying that jokingly, but in a way,
I know.
no, but in a way, like, even back with Imperial Russia, it was very common, Tommy, to get the religious authorities to sanction these pogroms, to get a lot of Jewish people killed. At the same time, I don't want to use that as something to say, like, oh my God, I'm a victim, how dare you say no. Like, everything is fair game to me when it comes to talking about it, but this is why I want things to be very clear when it comes to diagnosing what is the actual problem here. And the fact that you are talking about Goldstein, Goldberg, whatever with these names, my whole point, Tommy, is that this was an industry that was originally founded by Jews who came in here from Russia. That was kind of their cottage industry on the West Coast. There were other industries, whatever, but the point to me, though, is that particular industry of Hollywood, there was a time, and Gio could say, well, it's because of the Catholics that went in there, whatever. There was a time when there were things like Wizard of Oz, for instance, or various movies that came out that wanted to show American exceptionalism. Who was behind those movies? It was the Jewish producers, Jewish directors, Jewish writers as well. The reason why I'm saying this is I think that ever since, I don't know, I'd say way back, like earlier from the 30s, if we're talking about the actual fomentation from the intelligentsia of a lot of these radical ideas. But then I guess we would talk about the late 60s, 70s, and so on, where a lot of these ideas started to appear within the media. I see this as being a spirit of the times that takes people. It takes people who end up becoming self-hating white people, WASP women, as well as Jewish people. It ends up taking them and turning them into something like Seth Rogen, for instance, who I think is very angry and very agitated, and, is not somebody who I think I would personally get along with at all. I think I'd get along with you way more than I would ever get along with somebody like Seth Rogen. So the reason why I'm saying this is, again, I think you're mistaking the forest from the trees. I think that you're mistaking, in this case, the particular leftist culture that has inflicted itself on this industry. And you're not looking at that as much as you are looking, well, who are the names, who are like the genetic origins behind these particular people.
Well, you didn't ask me what I was looking at. You actually I only got that small part out, and it's led to this.
Yes, and I'll tell you why.
Asked me about
no. I
got that part out, but when I got that part out about black women, there was no nuance. When I got that part
because
out
I don't
about
know
black
because I don't know that much about.
Nuance.
But Tommy, I don't know that much about black women. I don't know that much about those particular elements, which is why.
Man.
What would I be able to say about that?
I hear you, but
I did ask Tommy.
Well, wait a minute. If you don't know, you might not have to know a lot about things, but you do know nuance. Just like when he said BTR, I didn't know what it was, but I sure asked because when it's things I don't know, guess what I do? And then when you said how smart Jews were, not all Jews are smart either.
True.
But you said that and no one questioned that.
Yeah, I mean,
there's a lot of dumb Jews. My friend will tell me that my friend who's Jewish tells me there's a lot of dumb and a lot of lazy Jews.
But Tommy, I will say that I was trying to get at a nuanced point about black women when people accuse you, for instance, of stereotyping black women, and you're saying that that's not the case.
After I said nobody nuances that. Nobody asked me about nuances. Then you asked me about it. Then that was very simple because I said, oh, no, I agree on both sides. Well, when I'm talking about something, when you talk about something that's on its face, you have to look at it this way. You're a Jew, so you know about surgery. No, I'm just kidding. But the point is, you got a doctor somewhere in your family. But the point is, when they walk in with a gunshot wound, they're trying to stop the bleeding and see if they can extract the bullet. Then they'll ask how it happened.
Yes.
But right then, they're trying to save the life. So when we talk about certain things, yes, the nuance matters, but you're dealing with a point right now, the bullet, and it's lodged and this person is bleeding and I need to find out where they're bleeding to stop the bleeding.
Right.
So that's what I did. You just allowed me to say the guy's shot and we can't find the bullet and he's bleeding to death. And then you started bombarding me with questions of, well, you don't know why he got shot, and you don't know who shot, and you don't know. Hold on a minute. I'm just trying to save the man, and that was the first thing that came out. We're trying to save the fact that black people are being portrayed by people who aren't them.
Yes.
In a way that makes
light.
them look bad. Now, I don't care. Like you said, you don't know about blacks or black women. Well, I don't know about Jews. So if all I know is that these are them, and that I know they were able to infiltrate white people while talking bad about white people, because we couldn't. I can't walk around y'all and y'all say, hey, that guy's white. But I had a teacher in high school. His name was Coach Kimbrough. Do you know when I found out he was a Jew? When I was 35, and he said his family's name was Kimbrowski, but because they were persecuted, they changed it. Well, I don't know any Negroes who was able to do that. So when you ask me about nuances, I'm sorry. But when I walk into places, I'm a black man, no matter how intelligent I am. I'm a black man, no matter how much family I got. I'm a black man, no matter how much money I got. So when I hear someone that's able to infiltrate another group, but then talk about that group and have me hate that group, I start to think, why? That's all. Now, they can explain it if they'd like, but it's still odd that Seth Rogen has no problem getting on television saying, yeah, the white man is horrible to the black man, but he's just as white as anybody, because the majority of black people can't even tell you the difference between a Jew and a white person.
Man,
and that's a fact. The majority of black people have no idea. They just see a white person. When they saw Seth Rogen, they saw a white person. They didn't see a Jew.
This is nuclear level red pill. But one thing I will say, Tommy, Lev, I know you're smoldering right now, but I'm kidding. But it is true. There are certain elements of for instance, you know, the NAACP, they were founded by
Jews,
right?
That's
so
who wouldn't. Never mind. I will.
Go ahead, Hotep Sophia. Go ahead.
I was just saying that's what I was talking about in Brown versus Board. That's the group they would not. They wanted integration. They literally forced integration in. Like, this has been going on, but
so why was this group heading that?
Well,
why were they heading it?
They funded it. They were the lawyers.
But I'm saying why? Since you said you didn't want to talk about it, but you just brought it up. Yet again, why was that group funding that movement that you believe hurt our people?
Well,
it's funding it.
It's the same, because it's the same group throughout history. It's the same people who have done this type of thing throughout history. They hide behind being Jewish.
Wait, no, I can give another example. I could give another example.
Oh, I get Hotep Sophia. You're saying that it's not like them being Jewish in particular. It's saying that there's it's a foil. They use their ethnicity.
But they didn't come out saying they were Jews. It had to be found out that they were. So it would be a horrible
obviously,
foil.
yeah.
No. People knew, because if you looked at the writings from the time about it, people knew.
Most blacks thought it was just whites that were helping. They did.
Well, maybe that was the perception.
It was just whites.
Well,
they did not know it was a particular type of white. When a black person sees an Italian, they see a white. They don't see that, he's
really?
not. Yeah,
damn it.
Whites are whites.
Wait, but Tom,
we don't break it down to Russian white. We don't break it down to Polish whites. We don't break it down to Spanish whites. They're just white.
Wait, but Tommy, here's what hold on.
Because wait, one more thing. Because guess what? Because every one of these whites had a hand at enslaving blacks. Every one of them. The Dutch, the French. Every one of them had a hand in doing it. So why would we separate them when we saw them all benefit from it?
Well, I don't know about us Italians, though. I don't know about that.
Everybody benefited from it. Everybody had a problem with blacks. Even the Southern Italians don't like the fact that someone brings up that they're dark.
Yeah, that is true.
Between the North and the South. Come on. Y'all are talking to somebody. All the degrees y'all might have, I got them. So
that is true.
I have a question. All
right, there is a lot of racism in it. Yeah.
All right, I have a question.
Us Italians can be quite racist. That is
blacks do not see you differently. You're just white.
Okay, I have a question about the civil rights movement. Okay, so Tommy, you were talking about. Hold on, Gio. I gotta address a lot of these things.
But I wanted to say something for a while now.
Okay. Yes. Okay. What do you want to say?
Go ahead, Lev. Just fucking.
I'm sick and I got the flu, y'all. I don't know if y'all even see me. I'm sweating because I got the flu. But I will stay and continue to have this conversation because it's necessary. Y'all
I just
got
want to say one thing, and Lev, you're gonna like this point. Then we'll get to the what do you
All right.
say? Serbians, Lev? Syrians?
Civil rights movement.
Civil rights.
rights
Sorry.
movements,
Oh,
yes.
my brain's to mush now. I will say one thing. Italian fascism is racism down south. Yeah, that is true. They did look down on us, Southern Italians. I will say this though, when it came, and this came up after the Twitter space. By the way, BTR, we also have Twitter space. I don't think we're gonna do one after this show, but maybe after the other on Thursday.
Well, Thursday we're gonna have Ariel Pink.
I thought we were gonna have the Cernovich thing.
No, that's being moved. That's gonna be January
Again?
11th. Again, yes.
Oh my god. So I have to actually study up on. I'm not a huge listener of Ariel Pink, but I have to study up. Anyway, so and also Thursday is my birthday. Holy crap!
Happy birthday, Gio.
Yeah, thank you. After the Twitter space, I did this tweet, Tommy. I did this tweet where like everyone on the right wing Twitter right now, and it's a picture that someone edited of Hitler as a black man. So like everyone on right wing Twitter right now. But the responses I got were revealing though. I do notice this. I noticed this with you, with Pastor Manning, to a certain extent with Tariq Nasheed, although he hates white people too much to be like the example. I noticed that, unfortunately, I know I'm throwing my fellow right-wingers under the bus. I do notice that when black people who are more like the sort of, what do they call it? The base black man, right? The base black man. I do notice that the right wing, we will take people like yourself and Tommy Sotomayor, he can say it, but we can't. So we're going to let him say it about, black people or LGBT people or whatever. So it's like, I do notice that it's kind of a game that I think is disrespectful towards people on the political right who are blacks, where it's like, they can say it. So, we're going to let them say it. We're going to let the base Tommy Sotomayor say it for us when we can't say it, right?
That's what I said again. I said, I'll have a white person who will say they love everything I say because he tells the truth. Then when I tell the truth about white people, they're like, hold on a minute.
Exactly.
That was not your job. We didn't hire you to say this about them. We hired you to say this. We told you we want you to say this, and you won't say it.
It's
true. I think that's a problem with me. That's why I tell them I will never be friends with anybody because I'm going to say what I see. I'm like a child. When you walk up to a child and your breath stink, a child doesn't care that you're the president of the United States or a homeless guy. The child just smells stinking breath, and they're going to say your breath stink. I'm that guy.
So when we're talking about the civil rights movement, you mentioned that particular organization. Now, would you say, though, that there were, white people of, let's say, European stock who also did very similar things, right? There weren't, just the small hat people who are undergoing all these various organizations.
No. See, whites don't get away with what they've done. I just don't believe it. It's just like saying you don't let blacks out because they committed crimes, but you don't over sentence them either. So whites are being over sentenced. We're saying if blacks were smart, see, here's the thing. If you have a guy who molested you in the family, but you have a woman who allowed it to happen, should we not call out both? Or should we call out what we saw? Should we only call out the woman and the guy, but not the community that knew about it, but wouldn't stop it? See, people don't like me because I'm not going to sit there and boil something down to one thing. It is not going to be that. There is the nuance you're speaking about, but the nuance that they want to hear isn't me saying, oh, well, if you're going to punish one, there's some other people who are complicit. And we don't talk about that in the black community. So when you hear me bringing it up, it's because blacks don't talk about it. They don't know anything about this one group who helped that other group, who are now telling us to hate that other group. So if you're encouraging me to hate that other group, why won't you encourage me to hate the group of people amongst your people who did things to us too?
The only thing that I would say to that is when we're talking about people who are of Jewish descent becoming revolutionaries, if we're talking again about somebody like Leon Trotsky, for instance. And you also have people like, Lenin, Vladimir Ilyich Lenin, who was not Jewish, who was also a very, very big communist leader. In the same breath, you would have people in the civil rights movement who are white, who are Jewish. But when I look at that, why does it even matter what the particular heritage is there if some are going to go and do this, some are going to do that? I'm not seeing. I mean, maybe you could say, for instance, that you.
I would understand if you say, why does it matter? Then we need to stop blaming white people.
Okay.
If it doesn't matter, then we shouldn't blame white people because John Brown was a white man.
Yeah.
John Brown was hung. And he was going out trying to free blacks when it wasn't a thing.
Exactly. Well, people shouldn't be blamed regardless. Cultures, I think, should be looked at and examined, and then we could say, what was it in this? Hold on, Gio, I'm making a good point here. What was in this specific culture that these people, who some of whom happened to be Jewish when they were forming this organization, what was the culture they attached themselves to?
Let's have the conversation, but they won't allow us to have that one.
Well, we're having it right here.
That one.
Because again, Tommy,
I don't mind having that conversation.
Yeah, again, Tommy, because
that's why I said my Jew friend, he and I argue all the time about certain things, but that's what makes us friends.
Yes.
Because he has to educate
me and Lev
on things that I don't know, and I will educate him on things that I don't, that he may not know, the nuances of it. But on the face of an argument, you can't get mad at a person when they say those snakes are venomous. You, as a snakeologist or whatever you are, will explain to them the difference between poisonous and venomous, because a lot of people say that's a poisonous snake, not understanding there's no poisonous snake. They're venomous snakes. They don't understand the difference between, not all of them are that way, that there are certain things that you can find on the snake to let you know there's a difference. My Jewish friend is a conservative to the heart. He talks bad about the liberal, the leftist Jews. He talks bad about them. He says, these are the ones you're talking about who did this, that, and the other. So I understand that. But you still have to look at it this way. As a black person, we could sit down and break all day of these are the ones that you have to worry about. But as a person who's making a snap decision, I'd just rather stay away from the snakes, because I don't want to sit up here trying to figure out by the design on its back which one is the venomous one. Because if I pick wrong or I choose one, because I'm not a snakeologist, I can die just because somebody, it's the same thing. The argument you're making, isn't that the same one that transsexuals make? Not all of us are going to go in there and rape or do this thing and the other. Yeah, but I got to find out. Why do I have to go through let this man in a dress who says he believes he's a woman? Why do I have to let him in the bathroom with little girls and women? And then when it goes wrong, then I got to deal with it. Why can't I just ask the question before it goes wrong? Why can't we set things in motion to try and protect the innocent, who are going to be the ones who the fallout of us trusting these people? That's going to be the fallout. They're going to be the ones that have to deal with it.
All right, no, great. Well,
I agree, yeah.
Well, no, great. No, this is important. Gio, hold on. I know I'm pushing on you here, but this is very important because I think we're really getting somewhere here.
Well, we're getting, because you and I are having this argument, so it should be you.
Yeah, so here we go. Because I think that what you're talking about here is a very interesting thing. You're basically narrowing down what is the path of least resistance. What is the thing that I can do to ensure when I'm going to be in any kind of situation that at the least A, B, and C is not going to happen to me. I think that this is a reason why, for example, you have something like white flight, why you have white people who are leaving black neighborhoods historically, because they don't want to look at the nuance. They don't want to see, well, maybe there's going to be somebody within the neighborhood who's going to
understand.
Yeah, similar interests. Now, if we are talking in general about gaps of power, if we're talking in general about, let's say, if we are going to label all of these particular people that we were talking about earlier as, well, maybe some of them aren't problematic. Hell, maybe 90% of them have nothing wrong with them whatsoever. But you know what? That's still, those 10%, that's still too high for us. So what we're going to do is we're just going to, ship them off somewhere. Ship them off to Antarctica. And when you say that, the concern that I have, well, first of all, since I am somebody who considers themselves to still be a classic liberal, that to me seems like a very totalitarian stance to take. If you're going to say, well, this percentage of people aren't great, so we're not going to work on the culture, we're not going to address any of the cultural problems. No, we're just going to do something about this particular group of people, and we're just going to get rid of them.
No, but we didn't do anything. Think about it. What did I say about doing to them?
You didn't.
Name one thing I said about doing to anyone.
You didn't, but... And I'm not going to be... No, Tommy, I'm not going to be one of those people
Tommy's just saying he wants to have the conversation around
why is it... Here's the thing. Think about, in the middle of war, the two sides are fighting and killing each other.
Yes.
But guess when they give a little bit of time when it doesn't happen? When the leaders of those come together and talk.
Exactly.
So
yes,
when I look at things like this, I'm like, it's better to have it in this environment, to have that everybody stands on their side. We're not going to fight. We're going to have these representatives from both sides be able to talk about it, because we know this is something that's really, both sides have things in them that they don't like.
Yes. No, I agree, and this is perfect.
So
see, Lev, you thought he was like David Duke over here, but really,
no, it's not about. No, it's not about.
Black people got mad at me when I had David Duke on my show.
Oh yeah, I remember that. I remember that. Yeah,
no, Gio, this has
not supposed to talk to this man. These are things this is why we're in the position that we're in.
No, I
because
agree.
you say certain things we can't say, certain things we can't do, and that's just causing more acrimony.
Yes. Well,
see, Lev, he has a classic liberal point that you agree with.
Great, yes.
But you thought
no, don't put words in my mouth.
Narcissistic
Gio, don't put words in my mouth. Okay, no. Here's the deal here, Tommy.
I love you, bro.
Never once did I think that this is something that you are going to plan or anything of that sort. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that these things that you bring up, people start thinking right after that. Not you, Tommy, but in general. Once a particular thing is brought up, a light sparks up in the heads of a lot of people where they end up filling in the dots. They end up putting certain things which you may not have intended those things to be put in, but they're thinking, okay, so if there is a certain problem in society, if there is this problematic element in society, and let's say we don't care that, 90% of these people have absolutely nothing to do with this problem. We want to avoid the problem entirely. So
we just said repeal the 19th, and no one jumped in and said no.
Said repeal the 19th. Please repeal the 19th as soon as possible. The sooner the better.
This is the only reason I push back about you saying this is if you didn't do it in every other place, don't do it now. Why is this more important than half the planet? Females.
I agree.
Why is 2% of the population more important than half the planet? If you can tell me that, then I'll shut up. 2% of the population in the United States, more than half the population in the United States.
Well, same with the trans issue, Tommy. That's another thing that gets brought up when it comes to that taking over women's spaces.
For both sides, we got to jump in and say, well, something bad could happen. Well, something bad has been happening to women throughout history. Yet it was no problem me saying repeal the 19th. It was a funny joke. So if you believe what you're saying,
it was
someone can take, if you believe what you're saying, that someone can take these things and go to an extreme place, then I should have been shut down when I said that and several other things during this show.
I agree.
Well,
but
listen.
No. Hold on.
I may hate women, but at least I'm not an anti-Semite.
Hold on. Number one, Tommy. I think you're right. But oh Lord.
I'm kidding. I love both. In fact, if a hot
that's all I'm saying.
Jewish
that right there, like I'm fair. I don't mind all of it being shut down or none of it being shut down. Why is that not a problem?
No, Tommy, I agree.
No one can argue that.
I just just to defend myself a little bit here. I thought that even though Hotep Sophia disagrees, I thought the whole when you say repeat the 19th and all that. I personally thought,
repeat it.
Repeal it. Yeah, I thought that when that was said, that was so outrageous that it was almost like a joke. At which point, it didn't even make that much sense to
I don't believe anyone should
say, "Well, I think you shouldn't repeal it." It's like, yes, obviously that is such an extreme statement that it felt like a parody. I assume that was what was going on at that point, and. All right, well, in that case, I was wrong. But when it comes to that...
wait. Well, hold on. Even if you said it felt like a parody, you also know when someone's watching this, even things that are paradoxical, these people will what?
Most of our audience actually believes in it. Lev,
that's what I'm saying. So somebody, you know this is true. There's a reason why even on commercials where they got this guy drinking Red Bull and having wings, they have to put underneath that, it doesn't actually give you wings.
Someone actually tried it.
That sounds. Somebody thought, "Hey, I could fly."
Some tard probably like, yeah.
All right, and Tommy,
all I'm saying is, if you're going to do it, just do it.
Tommy. Point number two.
I don't believe anyone should vote as a base honor.
If I can say this point, if you have the conversation, just like you said, you bring it up, somebody might believe it. But having the conversation, have it play out completely, will give even those people more context.
Absolutely.
But when we can't have it at all, then those people who you believe are hearing me say one thing already thought it when they were thinking it themselves before we ever got on air, because they were never able to say it. They thought it. Nobody's giving them something they didn't think of. They already knew it. You think people don't read the names at the end of movies and think, You think people don't watch who produces these things and think, wow.
There are people who
of course they do, which is why
I had to get this information from somewhere. I had to think this from somewhere. So that means there's enough people who said it.
Yes.
Who said, we can't say this in public, but we do say it in barbershops.
Yes, you do. No, Tommy, I completely agree that this is not something that should be hidden in any way. I wish a conversation like we're having right now would have been had hundreds of times by now on platforms like this. Unfortunately, it is not the case. Now, going back to the thing that we talked about earlier about nuance not being applied to all the other things, keep in mind, Tommy, that when you were talking about the civil rights movement and Hotep Sophia as well, what was one of the things that I mentioned? I mentioned, hey, are you really talking about a situation where if somebody from this new black state were to go to New York, then they wouldn't have the privilege of, being able to occupy the same drinking fountain or, not New York, I guess, like a southern place. But anyway, my whole point was that it's very important for people, regardless of where they choose to live, to be able to have the dignity of being able to go somewhere and being treated as an equal and being judged according to their standards.
And I went back to the conversation we had about how she was saying that the foreign blacks come over here and get treated different than the homegrown blacks. That would have been the difference. We would have been foreigners then. So we would have been treated differently because they had a land to go back to. It's easy to mistreat people when they don't have anywhere else to go. Think about it being in a relationship. If you're in a relationship with a girl who no matter how you treat her, she can't go anywhere, will you be respectful to her, or are you more likely to be disrespectful? Blacks had nowhere to go. The blacks who came from Africa can go back. They have dual citizenship. So you treat them differently because when they come over here, they're coming to do something. They're coming to bring something. And half the time they're going back home. They treat them differently. We treat people differently all over every other country. The people who came because they're coming to bring something, and the people who are just stuck there. If the homeless people could go somewhere else, we probably look at them differently. If they were like, well, fuck it, we're homeless, we're going to go somewhere else that treats us better. If they were able to just go, because homeless, we got a home, we just homeless when we come to visit y'all, it would be different. That, you know what they call those homeless people who were only homeless when they come to visit y'all? Vacationers.
There you go.
That is
they
a good
got
point.
a home somewhere else.
All right,
They're only homeless when they come to visit you.
All right, so finally, to make the final point of mine about this, about the thing that we were talking about earlier, and this will be then we got to move on to the super chats. But this is going to be my final point because I think that this is a very productive conversation. The final point is that, let's say, like I said before, you don't, but other people start connecting various dots together and think like, hey, if there is like this percentage of people that acts a certain way, well, why don't we just, undo them being here to begin with, undo their existence, to put it, I'm trying to, for the fucking YouTube to speak, you know what I'm talking about. So I think that this is something that a lot of people do start talking about it, like, hey, why don't we get rid of A, B, and C, then this is not going to be a problem anymore. What I would say as a retort to the people who even want to go that far, regardless of however many percentages or whatever, for the people who think that, my own retort would be, there are going to be various gaps of power inside of any technological society where whoever, unless there's a different culture, if there's a different culture, fine. But if there is a particular culture that's being brought up and perpetuated, much like it was by Frenchmen during the French Revolution, you're going to have a particular culture. And in that culture, if you're not going to have people from one group who are going to be smart enough to get promoted up the ladder, it's not going to be unfilled. It's not like there's going to be these based traditional people living their old life, because I think everybody's too connected by now that ideas, both good and bad, and unfortunately a lot of bad ideas, they're the ones that are going to start spreading around. You're going to have people promoted up to high positions, whether in magazines and, producers of movies, directors, so on and so forth, and they're going to be the ones who are going to be the new kids on the block who are going to be perpetuating the same old shit that we've seen before, and we've probably seen this, I mean, okay, I'm not going to talk about Atlantis and all that stuff, but suffice it to say, whenever we have an interconnected society, a lot of this stuff's going to come out of the woodwork regardless of who you're going to point to and say their last name is this. So that would be my final retort as to this whole conversation.
Well, my thing about that, and to go back to that, whenever somebody tries to tell me that there's a way to fix something 100%, I back away from them, because it typically isn't when it comes to people, because there's a reason why even in the animal kingdom, things are separated. People will separate in tribes. So therefore, whenever you say, well, it's not all, I'm assuming that people understand it's not all. And whenever you believe that if you say this or say this out in public, that there's going to be somehow these people are going to be hurt by it. Well, everything you say out in public can cause other people to be hurt. When we go around talking about white Karens, you can literally get white women hurt for just complaining about something that's happening, because now it's okay to hit a Karen, push a Karen, cuss a Karen out.
Yeah.
But we still talk about it. So let's not try to say that in this one group, I'm trying to protect them from persecution, but these other people, I don't mind them being persecuted, because when you talk about Biden, they're Biden supporters and they can be persecuted if we get to the point where we can make fun of them. Trump supporters were persecuted. Leftists at one point were persecuted. Now, if you're on the right, you're persecuted. For some odd reason, there's no way for that to stop. There's no time in history where that didn't exist. So when someone tells me, well, don't say that about my people because we don't want things to happen to my people, I think, but what about these other people where things are happening to them? But that is the same argument that the LGBTQ is using when they say, if you say or question anything we're doing, the first thing they go to is Matthew, whatever his name, something's going to happen.
Matthew
Shepard. Yeah, Matthew Shepard. If you're saying this, you're going to get us hurt.
There was a drug deal gone bad, by the way.
No, but Tommy, that was not the argument I was making, though. I understand.
Okay.
I understand what you're saying. My whole point was to skip all the way beyond that, to basically say, like, let's say you get what you want, and let's say this particular group is not going to be a problem for you any longer. My whole point was that these.
But
things...
I don't say they're a problem. That's
no,
what I'm
no,
saying.
no. I know, but I know you aren't. I'm talking about the hypothetical people who are watching this. So to those hypothetical people who are watching this, my response is, again, there's going to be a gap of power that's going to be filled by people coming out of the woodwork from whichever place, as long as they are smart enough and capable enough of making use of whatever happens to be the situation.
But then that hurts my feelings, because apparently blacks aren't smart enough and capable enough, because we don't have control. We don't have agency over a lot of things that harm us. So maybe what I'm trying to do is get blacks to look at the Jews, whether they good, bad, or indifferent, and say that if only 2% of the population can get that kind of power and over us and everyone else, then maybe we need to try and be more like them. See, people get mad and look at me and try to say, well, you're trying to put Jews in bad light. And I'm like, no, I'm saying if I hate the Patriots, but the Patriots keep winning, we need to start learning from what the Patriots are damn doing. Why would you sit around and be one of those stupid fans who complain about the Patriots winning all the time, who complain about Alabama winning all the time? What are they doing, and can you do it? I believe in the winner. I think the winner should win. And I think that everyone else who wants to win should learn from the winner. Period. Agree. So when I talk about the Jews who are doing this, I'm not saying that they're wrong for being in the position that they're in. I'm saying we're wrong for not wanting to be in that position as well.
I would say one more thing in relation to that.
But that's also
wait, hold on. Gio, I would say one more thing in relation to that, which is one of the things that I wish, and we talked about with this Hotep Sophia before many times, one thing that I wish would happen for a lot of the inner city black kids is that they would have fathers, that they would have role models as far as, male influences in their life that can lift them up. And the black community, from what I have been led to understand, it has been very much broken up. Contrasting that with the Jewish family, like my own family, for example, where it's very close. We treat each other as if each one of us.
See, now
like
imagine me nuancing
body.
this conversation to death by saying, well, I mean, there's a bunch of blacks in the inner city who have, not all of them don't have fathers. And it seems
well,
like
it's a culture. It's a different culture, which is why
that's what I'm saying. But imagine me doing this, because I know plenty of kids who grew up in the same projects I grew up in, but the dad was actually in the house. We made fun of them, but the dad was in the house. And if I did that to nuance you to death, it would make it seem like that's not a problem. It is a problem. I can nuance you to death, but that's still a problem that exists. And notice I didn't argue with you because I understand what you're saying. Were you saying all? Nope. Is it a problem that you have, just like you're not saying all Jews have fathers? There are plenty of Jews who grew up with single moms. But the point is, there's a thing that causes a problem. Like when you look at it, 80% of people who are in jail come from single mother homes. If we won't address that, which the leftists won't, that ought to scare you, because the leftist is one who will tell you, y'all need to get rid of your guns, but then they'll be surrounded by armed security. So you need to get rid of the leftists will be the people who will say, like Pelosi, you're treating these blacks wrong. Blacks are just as good as everybody else. Well, where do you live, Nancy? With nothing but whites? Well, that doesn't make sense. The Black Lives Matter people, they will tell you how great it is to be black and be around blacks. Those women, soon as they got money, moved away from blacks. So let's start having honest conversations instead of lying, because people are lying to people and having people get killed. You know who are getting killed? The white people who are being told they can't lock their doors around black people because they'll seem racist. So then something happens to them. Well, I'm dead, but at least I'm not racist.
Yeah, it's happened. Well, look at the migrant crisis in Europe. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Transsexuals in the women's bathrooms. Well, they might have raped one of the girls or the women, but at least we're not transphobic. Like, that's crazy.
Yeah.
I just want to make a point about this in general. We're really identifying the wrong group. It's really the British that have come in and funded all of this under the guise of the Jews and everybody else. So you're gonna
blame another group. So you're gonna blame another group.
Well, they've often been into
blaming the British.
I'm just saying we have to look at the British too, the monarchy and all of this stuff. These are the ones who have done all of this and even have us to have this conversation we have to have, because they set it up so we would have somebody to argue with. Like, if we're going to be honest about it, we need to include the history of the British and their influence in all of this, because it's everywhere you look. If you look hard enough, you will find a Brit behind every Jew. That's how it is, and it bothers me
historically.
Hold on, Sophia,
and ate up and everything.
But we're still talking
what we just did. We shouldn't be able to do that.
Yeah, no. But we're still no. Hold on.
We can do all of it.
But we could say
mention the Brits. I have to mention the Brits.
All right, no. But again, when you're saying Brits, monarchy, British monarchy. But again,
the monarchy, not the people. The monarchy, the queen who holds the golden share to all of this, finances all of this stuff through the banks and everything else. It's the monarchy. We have to bring that up. If we're going to be blaming this one and blaming that one and all of this stuff, we can't leave that out. That would be a dereliction of history to leave whole influence out.
All right, but my whole point of bringing
up... You can't be saying that. Now people are going to go to London and tear down Good.
But my whole point... I hope they do. Okay.
I'm sorry. Don't posting.
What is going on with this train?
Don't do that. That's a bad idea. But look at the history of the monarchy and their involvement
Hotep Sophia,
in all of this stuff.
When you look at it historically, the British and the certain factions of the Jewish community, they have been intertwined. For example, I mean, Israel was a creation of like the Lord Pendleton.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's behind every Jewish is a British agent. They got trained in London. Who do you think trained Lenin?
Hold on. You can't. First off, the way you're talking,
nowhere was out of the Brits.
I don't know how we got back on porn.
What?
Did we get back on porn?
You said behind every Brit is somebody training them.
The degeneracy comes from somewhere. Where do you think it comes from? Who
it's
do you think is
Hotep Sophia,
you?
it's true.
This is the type of stuff I'm talking about.
You know why it's true? Because it's like
what we're going to talk about it. Let's be all the way honest about it. Who taught whoever the slavers to do that? It was the Brits with their empire where the sun never sets. That was the goal. They were fighting with the Dutch and we had the rankers.
It's true what Nietzsche said about the British. You know what Nietzsche said? He said, pleasure is for the English. There you go.
Oh, God.
and
but yeah,
Tuxedo Lover, in this nuance, I am euphoric.
All right, we gotta get to the super chat soon. Tommy, one
more thing before we get to super chats.
Okay.
Tommy Sotomayor, what is your opinion on Tariq Nasheed? Go attacking you.
My first off, the rhodopsin is wearing off. It's really bad, but I'm trying to stay in here.
You're a warrior, my friend.
Yeah, I'm like Michael Jordan in the NBA playoffs. But I'm struggling, but I'm going to try my best to win this third championship. But it is what I think about him is I think he's just a byproduct of a guy who just is willing to do anything for money. He doesn't believe in anything he's saying. His ultimate God is green, which most people's God is green. Tariq Nasheed doesn't believe a word he's saying. The stuff he's saying, he talks bad about not being with white people and white this and white that. And he has a white mother-in-law. His wife is biracial. He's just saying anything. He doesn't believe it. He went from being ultra liberal to now he's trying to throw out conservative talking points. Yeah. Anything he can say to get him a buck, he will. This is the same man that tried to put out buck breaking NFTs.
Yes.
There's something wrong with him, but meaning not that it's something wrong with him, because I always tell people this. I don't blame the leader. Never blame the leader for what they do. Blame the followers, because without followers, the leader couldn't get anything done. So it's not that I have a problem with him. He's making his money. He's doing whatever he has to do to feed his family. If you dumb enough to follow him, if you dumb enough to send him money, that's on you, not him.
Amen. Amen.
Well, I say blame the queen because it's all her fault.
All right, and with that, we're gonna go to super chats. Well, okay, but before super chats, I want to say once again that Tommy, I wish more of these kind of conversations would actually happen. But I do have one last question for you. Do you think that I was honest and forthright with how I explained it, and do you have any questions for me regarding what I explained?
Well, I can't say whether you were honest and forthright because I don't know you like that. I have to take your answer for what it is. Yeah.
No, but do you believe like there were certain things that I wasn't?
The fact that you were allowing me to retort.
Yes.
Is you didn't cut me off. So whatever you were saying, apparently you believed it enough to let it stand up to my scrutiny. And the same way that I believe what I was saying enough to let it stand up to your scrutiny. And all we should try to do is have a more educated populace. And you should know this being a Jew, because y'all believe in having a more educated group of people. Didn't matter how small it is. That's the one thing I love about the Jewish people that I know. They don't look for numbers. They're not saying, hey, everybody come join. They're saying, why don't we take care of what we have right now and make this be the most educated group of people we can before we even try to expand? And that's the problem. We have a lot of people, even when you look at stuff on like YouTube, I'll just point this out. How many times have you seen people start a YouTube channel and it'd be a bunch of crap? They just got a cell phone and the first thing they're doing is saying, send me money, before they've ever showed you a thing. But the guy who started Facebook, what did he do? He waited and he played the long game. What is he from? What's his background?
Jewish.
He played the long game.
Reptilian.
He played the long game. No, but listen.
He believed it? I mean,
no, but I'm saying, not that he invented the fact that he marketed and everything. Jesus Christ. The point that he made the most money out of it. And what did he do? Even when the other people, the Winklevoss twins and all them who was involved, he said, we don't sell it now. Don't sell it now. Let it build. Let it build. Let it build. Then you sell it. Then you start advertising. But people don't want to see advertisements on something they just started looking at. Exactly. They want to feel freedom with it. They want to feel like it's something that they can have and they can share with their friends. But if you watch how people are doing now, that's not what they're doing. They don't play the long game. They want it now. And that's why it fails now. Well, so when I talk about your people, it's because I've been around enough of them. Let me tell you, I work for a company called Testcom. Testcom was owned by a dude named Shimon Haddad. Shimon Haddad taught me more about the IT industry that I was in than any white person that I was ever involved with. And I'd never seen anything like that they really valued education. They really value you know what the hell you're talking about. They really value the idea if you don't fit here, you can fit here. They really value the idea of if one person's an oncologist, you become a podiatrist. Why don't we just try to run this whole industry instead of everybody trying to be this? And that to me made sense. So I have nothing but praise towards Jews because they had this idea of they weren't looking for the United States education system to educate them because they believed if you let somebody from the outside educate your people, they won't be educated. If you want your people to be educated, then you do it yourself. And that's the problem I have with black people.
I would say that that's partly true. So when we're talking about Jews coming into the United States, for instance, there were Jews who managed to get to more of a waspish status, if you will. They rose up the ranks. But then there were also Jewish people who were not welcome, who, let's say, had to start their own hospitals, for instance. So Maimonides Hospital, for example, that was one of the first hospitals that was started by Jewish people who are not allowed to practice medicine in the non-Jewish hospital. So
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, exactly.
They started their own. And that's what I'm saying. Like this idea that we blacks believe that whites are racist. See, Jews believe that everybody was against them, especially with all the stuff that they seen happen to them. So they said, if we don't trust white doctors, if we don't trust Italian doctors because they think they're going to experiment on us, then we'll become doctors.
No, that's
right now.
Okay, I wanna say what I think about that particular thing. I don't think that there was within a society that, let's say, is of a certain civilizational level like it was in the United States when the Jews got to New York City. I don't think there was ever a thought in their minds that this Italian doctor would, mistreat me. If they were a good doctor, they're a good doctor. And I think that's easily...
I'm not saying they were thinking that, but we also know, just like up in New York right now, I went up there in Brooklyn.
Yeah.
They have literally a Jewish police, and it has the Star David on it. And this is today.
Sure, not only do they have a Jewish police, but the religious Jews also have a medical service that services...
So that's all I'm saying.
Hold on. Wait, this is the important part. The important part. They have a medical service, an emergency service that anybody could call. It doesn't matter if you're Jewish. You could be non-Jewish.
I didn't say they knock everybody else out. Here's the difference. If I have a black college, but I let other people in, that means I'm not going to disrespect or discount blacks. Blacks will be allowed to come in and they're going to get treated fairly.
Yes.
Other people can come in because other people aren't worried about being mistreated. Other people aren't worried about being mistreated by Jewish doctors, but Jews are worried about being mistreated by other doctors. So they wanted to have a place where they could feel comfortable, the ones that didn't. The ones that didn't feel comfortable going somewhere else, just like blacks in the United States. Blacks, because of the Tuskegee experiment and all these other things, they didn't feel comfortable, but they didn't say it that well. They did say it during segregation. When you stop segregation, you got rid of all those black doctors, and now you have them going to these white doctors. So what happened is, in those situations, if blacks had just said the same damn thing, that we don't have to, whether you white and you're going to do us right or wrong, it doesn't matter because we have our own place to go if we just felt that bad. Now we just sit around and complain about white police officers. Well, blacks could just teach their children to grow up to be police officers, so we don't have that problem. But we don't do that. We still want white people to be over us. We just want them to be nicer to us. And that's the stupidest thing in the world, because there's not a bunch of Jews running around saying we still want Germans over us. We just want them to be nicer to us. They're smart enough.
If you truly believe white people hate you genetically, then
exactly.
Yeah.
If you believe they hate you, then treat them like they're a problem. You can be nice to them, but treat them like they're another nation. Treat them like you got your own stuff, I got my own. Now I'm only visiting you. I'm on vacation.
But
don't expect recognition from the other, like in terms of.
But specifically with the Jewish people, two things. Number one, I can't go back in time and know exactly the reasons. So you were saying,
police force too.
Yeah, you were saying regarding the not going to any doctor but a Jewish doctor. I don't know if that was the case or not. But what I do know, what I could at the least say, was that back then, Jewish doctors were not allowed in certain circumstances to perform surgery or to be a medical doctor within the system that
so
they had in
their
New
own
City.
hospital.
Yes, they don't know we're blacks. The same thing you're saying is the same thing that happened to blacks.
Yes.
So then the next question has to be, why is it in a segment of blacks just like a segment of Jews? Why isn't it not people going around saying the best doctors in the country are black, the best lawyers in the country are black, the best whatever in the country are black? There's not. So if it's not this segment of people even saying it, to the point that it's so good that white people say, I'd rather go to a black doctor. Because right now, white people say, I'd rather have a Jewish lawyer. We could have built that. And we didn't.
True.
And I'm going to always talk to blacks because I'm going to always be black.
But that's what I mean, Tommy. Oh, sorry, go ahead, Hotep Sophia.
I think that what you're saying in my community, what you're saying is how it is. It literally is. People go to black doctors. People have, they go to them, like the regular people who aren't like high in the government or whatever. They have black doctors. They go to black lawyers. All of these things you're talking about, it has happened, and I don't think that it's made a significant difference. It's just that it is a thing that is done. So when I hear people saying that, why didn't Black people do that? Well, they did in certain groups, and I just don't know how to position that, because what you're saying is what I experienced.
Keep going to one thing.
But you live in a unique community, so
I hate when people do that.
What I mean?
Don't do that. That's like the rich Black person acting like the poor Blacks don't exist. Just because it's your situation, you know that this is not a nationwide thing. It's a nationwide thing that if you want to get a fast running back, you get a Black one. Well, it needs to be a nationwide thing that if you want to get a good doctor, you get a Black one. I'm not going to let you or anybody else try to downplay that and make it seem like Blacks shouldn't reach for something better. No, don't listen to her that there's this whole big thing of Black doctors out there that people are trying to get to. It's not. And we need to have it be that way. Don't listen to somebody tell you we've already made it. That's where we lose, because the people keep telling us we've already made it, and we haven't.
Okay.
Regardless. Tommy.
So we don't need more of them.
I don't think. I don't think she meant.
Yeah.
No. I don't think she said that.
And there was no argument of what I said, that we aren't doing this. That there isn't a group of people. There is no people say, let's go get a Black a lawyer. This is not a thing.
Well, let's work on it then. Then let's work on it. Great. So
that's all I was saying.
No, I think Hotep Sophia was saying that in her own community it's a reality, but she prefaced it by saying that she grew up in a very unique situation,
But we need to keep doing that.
I don't mean to simp. I
understood it since you started that your situation is somehow unique. The Blacks in that place are the greatest Blacks in the world. We accept it.
I'm not saying
let's talk about the ones who aren't.
No,
but let's just stop talking about where you're from. I can only talk about what I know. I don't talk about what somebody else knows. Can we quit talking about where you are from?
No,
Tommy. If Hotep Sophia wants to talk about where she's from, what's wrong with that? I would say Tommy.
Because every time she does it is when I'm talking about nationwide, she says, "Well, I don't see that."
We could talk about both.
What I'm talking.
We could talk about both. You could say, "Okay, that's your situation."
How would it be relevant if you're trying to make it greater? If you're trying to make it spread, how is that relevant?
It's relevant as an example. If you want to see what this is like, if you want Black people to see what it's like to want a Black lawyer or a Black doctor and be around Black people,
I see.
Where would you get your example from?
Yeah.
You have to have an example.
But I don't see it. I would love for her to show me some stuff to show me this. Because even when she was talking earlier, I had to talk about how I was one of the people on the outside of PG County who thought it was just these great Blacks who were living in PG County, until it had the discussion with a person by the name of Kevin Durant, who grew up there. So either his experience is wrong or her experience is wrong, or maybe they both exist. I'm not going to talk about how where I grew up at there were no gays and act like the people who grew up in Midtown who say it's full of it. It's insane to keep doing that.
No, but if there are things,
I'll just keep personalizing a nationwide argument.
I don't think she is. I think, I'm not going to speak for her. All I can say is that if somebody brings up a good example of, hey, here is something that more people, more Black people can follow.
She didn't say that. She said, I don't know what you're talking about because it doesn't happen.
I don't know.
I didn't say that. I absolutely did not say that.
You said it several times. Audience, did she say this? That's why I love doing things.
Doesn't matter how the arrow got into doesn't matter how the arrow got into the body. What matters is removing the arrow, and I think this is what we're focusing on right now.
What Hotep Sophia, you're trying to say that you come from an example where it is the vision of what Tommy wants, but you're saying it's not all that's cracked up to be. But I understand how like Tommy is right. Nobody has that perception that the best doctors or lawyers are Black. I mean, it is. It is true.
That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, but I understand what Hotep Sophia is also saying too. She's saying
that too. I'm just saying that if once you have that, what I'm saying is his solution of that Black people thinking that if you get a Black person for this and a Black person for that, I don't think that's going to solve the problem. That's what I'm saying. I don't.
What is the problem I was trying to solve? What is the problem I was trying to solve?
You just said Black people should want to be better. They should want to have people within their own community to service them, and those people are the best at what they do. That's the problem. What is the problem I was trying to solve? What was the problem? What is a problem? When I say that you want more of them, where's that having a problem that you want more? But I'm just saying. If I want more steak, is there a problem? We don't have enough. No. I'm just saying, if we don't have enough, then the problem is that you want to solve is that you need more. If you don't have enough steak, the problem is you want
that's
more.
what I mean. That's why I love this. The problem I was trying to solve is Black people saying that some people are against them and don't want them to have certain things. So if you believe this, then have it for yourself. That's the problem. See, it's a convenient argument to constantly say the white man's keeping me from something. But it's hard to just go and say, I'll have it myself. So I can't say he's keeping me from it. If you have it, if you have it for yourself, if you got rich parents and you say that your parents are keeping you from the money, and so therefore you don't have a place to live or a car, and someone comes up to you and says, well, why don't you get a job and you can have your own money so you don't have to get it from them? That's the problem.
I'm not disagreeing with that at all. I was just saying, if
you are, because you were saying if that's the problem you were trying to, you said that what I was trying to make up was the problem wasn't the problem. I let you tell me what I said. I let you tell me. That's why I kept saying, what do you think I'm saying is the problem? You then said it and you were wrong. That wasn't what I was saying. I just said what my problem was. A lot of times what you got to do when you talk to someone, instead of answering their problem, ask them what it is first. Therefore, when you answer it, they can't say you didn't. My problem was Blacks are asking, even the other guy said it. He understood me. Gio, he understood what I said. If you believe white people are bad, why are you asking them for help? Take it away from them. Make it to where you can't, they can't tell you that, or you don't have the argument of saying, you're not allowing me to do this. You won't let me do this. You're preventing me from doing this. Well, if I have it myself, you're not preventing me from doing anything. And that would stop an argument that's going on daily. Daily, we as Black people, they're all over the country. They're not letting us do this. So Goldman Sachs gives Black women $10 billion. Guess who they didn't give $10 billion to? Black men. Why would they give $10 billion to Black women and not Black men when we know every other culture on earth has been built, every other society on earth has been built with the men in leadership positions? Yet Goldman Sachs decided to give $10 billion to the women and not the men. And
because
yet
they're a subservient Janny class. Yeah.
And let Lev said out of his own mouth that a problem is you don't have fathers and men in the community. So why is it that Goldman Sachs is promoting the women and not the men?
Right, exactly.
Well, what are we disagreeing about here? I don't know, like Hotep Sophia, I think you're on the same page with Tommy.
Yeah, I think you two agree on most things. It's just that the way that...
However things were phrased ended up becoming this whole brouhaha, which I don't know. I don't think it's warranted at all. Hotep Sophia, I think you guys agree on a lot, so... Whatever.
Anyway,
yeah.
I just wish somebody would write down the things I'm saying.
But it is curious. No, but it is curious how
the way that I present stuff is different, I guess.
Well,
don't be hard on yourself. No. I think that. Yeah, I think it's just
no. You put it out there. Live. What did you do? Liv, what did you do earlier? Liv, what did you do earlier when Gio jumped in to try and explain your position? What did you do? You said no.
Yeah.
Let me explain my position.
Yeah.
He always cuts me off, by the way.
I just did the same thing, and all you said was, well, I don't see what the whole brouhaha was. You would know what the whole brouhaha is. You don't want somebody saying something that you didn't say.
Okay, here's how I'm going to phrase it, and I know you're probably not going to like it, because you get so many of these people who call on your show, and you instantly hang up on them whenever they criticize not what you say, but how you say it. And it's just
because that's a bullshit argument, Lev. It is a bullshit argument.
No, and I agree. It is a bullshit argument.
That Twitter space, I've been listening to this man forever. I remember back in the day, you had people call up, I don't like your attitude. And Tommy's like, go fuck yourself. And that was it. Click. I love that shit. Because when you
I'm on a show right now, that's not my show. I have not left. I did not hang up, but I am going to defend my position. But I'm allow other people to defend theirs.
Yeah. Yeah.
This is not my show, and I don't control the mute button or anything. Yet I'm still here doing what I would do if it was on my own show. But I'm giving you the respect that they wouldn't give me on my own show. I'm only presenting facts. I'm addressing every issue that's brought towards me. And if anybody plays this, you can play it in slow motion. I've been 100% right in everything I've said. If you go back and listen, that's why I gave you the example. As a psychologist, I pay attention to what people say. I can repeat back to what you guys said throughout this show. I have an eidetic memory. So I know what I'm discussing, and I don't waste time on words that don't have anything to do with what we're talking about. I pointed out what you said to him because I was trying to let you know when you called it a brouhaha, you didn't like when someone else was going to speak for you when they could have just asked you. Absolutely. And that's what happened between her and I. She said, you're arguing this. That wasn't what I was arguing, but all she had to do was ask.
I guess I'll put it like this. Certain things which you may be absolutely right about, as far as if we were to rewind the tape and look at whatever Hotep Sophia said, whatever you said, you may come out being right. My whole point as the host of the show, since we've had Hotep Sophia on multiple times and she's a great friend of ours, is I just want to have certain things, you know, even if she's wrong and you're right, for them not to be dwelt on as much, because at a certain point it gets to be very.
You dwelt on what I said.
Yes.
One line about
Lev,
you.
All right.
Lev, I gotta call you out.
Now, honestly, I'm going to leave. I did not do her like you did me. Oh. And I showed you respect.
All right, fair
when
enough.
You were wrong about what I said.
Fair
and you
enough.
kept talking about it to the point of at the end, you cut G off and said, I just want to make sure. Do you believe everything I said was bad, that I was being truthful? You kept going.
Okay,
you would
fair
not
enough.
stop.
Tommy.
I tried to cut. It's true. I tried to give Lev a lifeline.
Let it go.
I tried.
All right, Tommy. I just wanted to defend Hotep Sophia because I like Hotep Sophia. That's my answer.
That's the problem with America.
Y'all keep wanting to defend.
Now. That's the problem with America. Y'all want to defend individuals. Y'all want to defend your race. You want to defend your tribe. You want to defend who you voted for. But you know what it don't seem like we want to do? Just defend the facts. Defend the facts.
True,
I don't
agree.
care if my mother was here. If y'all said something to my mother about her being wrong and y'all got into a heated discussion, I would say, hey, that's my mom. But that's what y'all are doing. Have y'all noticed that y'all are defending people because, well, this is my friend and you feel like you're hurting her feelings, or this is my tribe and you feel like you're hurting their feelings, yet you're talking to a man who hasn't done that at all to you.
All right. All right. Hold on. Let me defend what. Okay, wait. Hold on. Here we go. So, number one, when we're talking about the whole defending of the tribe, I was breaking down where I thought you were wrong, and I consider myself right there. But when it comes to Hotep Sophia, I'll be honest, as far as that conversation goes, I do have to rewind and look back at what was said to understand a little bit better who came from what. And with that was purely an emotional part of me just wanting to be nice to my friend.
Defend a friend.
That's
obviously.
all.
Yeah, that's
so. And I understand it, but y'all have to understand, nobody's being. When you have a discussion, this keeps it away from being a fight. Nobody's being harmed.
I agree.
Nobody's bleeding. The only thing you're getting hurt here is your feelings.
I agree. But
and you should let that happen.
Yes.
Because and the one thing in the black community that's really bad, you see how these rappers and stuff are dying? Guess what they're dying over? Hurt feelings. Someone tweeted something, someone said something in a song, and it ended up in a death because they couldn't defend their position. You said something about my mama and them has started more fights in the black community than anything. And I am trying my best to teach my people to be able to do something that everybody else tries to teach their people, that you can be able to beat them with this. You don't have to use this all the time. Beat them with facts. And that's when they'll try to shut you down. And every time I go somewhere, I beat the people with facts. You have your children watching me. The one great thing you'll say is there's one black guy on that show with a bunch of people who aren't black. And guess what he was able to do? Mentally stand out above them. He did a really good damn job. He didn't fight. He didn't cuss them out. He didn't call them names. He beat them with facts. And they rarely get to see that. So whenever I go to people's shows, whether it's yours or anybody else's, my job is to allow your children to be able to see a black, educated, well-spoken man who's able to beat them with facts. Play the game they play. Because when they bring us on shows, they typically want a black man to either repeat what they are already saying or look goofy and foolish.
Yeah, and I think both sides, it's bullshit because, well, like I said before, it seems that it is true especially in the political right. It's like we get the base black men to say like, oh, Tommy's going to go and insult trans people. Oh my God. Like, it's like, we can't say it, but, and I think it's bullshit. It's like a kayfabe fucking, it's like, why can't you say it yourself? Because you have to like
say what you can't say.
To play
exactly.
devil's advocate, Tommy, do you think that there is a way to say something for the sake of not... Okay, you're absolutely right when it comes to you just want to say the truth and nothing else. Do you think that in certain circumstances it would be beneficial to say things maybe with a little bit more, I don't know, some flowery language thrown in there, something just to make people
that's what they were accusing him during the...
Because maybe both are possible. I don't know. Am I crazy here? Maybe it is possible to...
Let me tell you, you're not. Let me explain something to you. If you go to see Dave Chappelle, you expect what you get. If you don't like his comedy, you can't get mad at people who like his comedy. Why try to shut down the arena so they can't hear what they want to hear? So when you hear me say something in a way in which you think another way should be said, what you've done is brought back the whole PC thing, which negates the argument we were having at the beginning that it's become too PC. So what it needs to be is the person needs to be able to decide, do I want to hear Tommy in the way he said? And if I don't like the way he said it, even though it's factual, because that sounds insane, it's factual, but I don't like the way you say it. Cool. Well, then go to someone else who's saying it the way you want to, but don't stop me or my audience from hearing it. So when I'm talking right now, there may be a bunch of people who don't like the way it's being said, but I promise you, there's a bunch of people who do. And so if you can say it in a better way, this is your show. You should be able to present what I said in a better way. There's a guy by the name of Kevin Samuels. He basically says everything I say, but he got bigger than me because he says what I say in a better way than me. I'm just not going to be that guy, because just like Noah, when he built his ark, he may have not said it the way that those people needed to have it said to him. Or when Lot and his people were trying to let him know, hey, look what's going to happen in Sodom and Gomorrah. If he had said it in a better way, maybe more people would have followed him out. But then if you follow the Lord and you follow the truth, you know the truth will set him free, not the way you said it will set him free. That's why Moses kept saying, let Aaron do it because he speaks better than me. I'm not going to be that guy. I'm going to be the guy who speaks the truth and see if that sets him free. If you want to be the guy who says it better, go ahead.
And you've been arguing about this for years, actually.
Yep.
Like I even back in 2012, I remember.
Tell him I've stayed true to who I was
exactly
for all these years, because
every time
I have stopped other people from doing it. That's the difference. I don't stop them from saying it in a better way.
Yeah.
Well, if I'm not stopping you from saying it in a better way, why would you stop me from saying it in a way that you think is horrible? There's a group of people they're players, coaches in the NFL. They are strict coaches in the NFL, and they're players who love playing for both.
Yeah.
All right. Well, Tommy,
we have a question by Philip Daniel.
Oh yeah, we are going to go to super chats in a bit.
What do you think of Glenn Lowry and John McWhorter? I've heard of John McWhorter, but any opinions on them too?
I don't know anything about them. I've never heard of them.
I think John McWhorter became like a meme on Twitter. I don't know.
Well, Glenn Lowry, he is part of that organization that I always mention, FAIR, and that would be I guess, the polar opposite to Tommy's style. And Tommy, the reason why I mentioned that has nothing to do with me wanting to change the way you speak. Like I said before, I wasn't saying you in general. You were saying in general, so I was speaking back in general. Yes.
The people who, because you're right, there is a group of people who, if you said it a certain way, they would do. But you have to understand, the majority of people who could speak well, like somebody brought up in the comment section, Aaron is the one who encouraged them to worship the golden calf. He speaks well. There's a lot of people who speak a lot more eloquently than me. I'm the surgeon that uses a blunt instrument.
Yes.
That's what I am.
And then respect to the blunt instrument.
Sledgehammer,
yes,
Triple H style.
Exactly. And then respect to the blunt instrument. At least I did acknowledge the situation with myself and Hotep Sophia, that I love you, Hotep Sophia. I think you're a wonderful person, and that's why sometimes my emotions get in the way. But I'm going to be honest about that.
Oh, and I will always defend Lev, so I'm...
Because none of you guys are enemies to me. That's what I don't understand. I'm like the guy who
even more, I consider you a friend, Tom.
No, not that you're an enemy, but I'm just saying I defend people even that aren't in it. Like, I will defend anybody. That's just how I am. Like, if I feel like somebody is being attacked, I'm just always going to defend them. That's sort of like,
isn't the best fights to watch? Isn't the best fights or games to watch is at the end of a hard fought game? They go in the middle, or the end of a hard fought fight, they go in the middle and they hug.
It's true.
Absolutely.
Why is it? Imagine Wait, listen. Imagine if what y'all are saying makes complete sense. In the middle of a fight, somebody just jumps in and says, "Well, I think you're beating my friend. I'm gonna fight you back." Imagine. And this is verbal, not physical.
It reminds me of that moment.
Yes.
It reminds me of that moment in the middle of the Sky Dome. The Rock and Hulk Hogan shook each other's hands after WrestleMania. That was amazing. Yeah. So
that's what I'm saying. Like, this is insane to even believe. Well, I think my friend is being beat up on verbally, so I must defend him. Well, what you should do is wait till the end of it, and everybody just shake hands and say, "Wow, this was a passionate." We gave our audience what they wanted. Not a bunch of stick in the mud people who were just. We had people that was actually passionate about what they were saying.
Absolutely.
Exactly.
And with that, we're going to go to Super Chat. So here we are. Man, this is one for the books.
This has been a trip.
All right, so we got Minotaur donated $5. Need to hear Tommy's recap of the Dave Rubin situation. I personally found that absolutely hilarious. Keep up
even that was a joke that people took too far. I was in my show and somebody called and said, "Well, I know you have a problem with gays, but you did a show with Dave Rubin and he was gay." And I was like, "What? He was gay?" I shook his hands. It was a joke. I don't care what they
I remember this. People were.
Because I have a joke where I said, when people tell me that a white man is gay, I'm not surprised because I think all white men are gay.
Oh.
I'm dead ass. Most black guys will tell you, we've seen white dudes do gay stuff and they'll say they're completely heterosexual.
Well, as a person of color myself, I gotta agree.
All throughout high school and college, white dudes are steadily doing gay stuff to each other in the shower, grabbing at each other's butts and stuff. You can't do that to no black man. You'll get beat up.
When they hit puberty, they jerk off with each other. It's
just too much stuff going on with white dudes. So whenever a white dude comes out and says he's gay, I'm like, I didn't think he was gay. I thought he was just white.
All right.
As a person of color myself, I agree. White men are gay. The Munja cakes.
All right, next over here. Subject. Somebody whose name is not written here before that, we have Super Iron Bob, $5. Note, in the last election, the Democrat Party basically completely abandoned black men and split the black vote by specifically targeting black women.
That's what I kept saying. When you have a group of people who are doing this, and remember, again, I don't want to bring up the sore spot, but the left tends to have a lot of people who say, well, we're against the white man and we're a lot of us are Jews and we're down with you black people. Cool. So then why is the left pushing programs that push black men out? I'm going to say it. I don't care if somebody gives me nuance. Screw nuance until you can stop doing this. Stop doing it. Because I tell black women the same thing. Yes, there are a lot of black women who don't wear weave and don't go around twerking and cussing people out. But until y'all call out the people who are doing it, people are going to lump you all in the same group. So until I see a bunch of Jews calling out the Jews who are doing something wrong and are leading these people out astray, then we're going to believe that you believe it too. That's all. Everybody should feel like that. If you're not willing to call out the people who you say are making you look bad, then I'm going to go along with that. You agree with it. You agree with it until you fight against it.
It's a difficult thing, though, when you're talking about calling out somebody who I see as being not Jewish, but being culturally of a different way. It's very difficult.
Still call them out to let people know we're different. People expect blacks to do it all the time. People expect blacks to come out and say,
I'm not like the ghetto black. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah. So if we got to do it to make y'all realize it's not all of us, then y'all should have to do it. It's not my job to figure out there's a difference between these snakes. It's the snake's job to let me know, hey, I don't have no venom.
Well, Tommy, I would say that at least in this side of the internet where we do have a lot of younger people or older people, who the hell knows, basically people who are from much edgier parts of the internet, to them this is already old hat. So to them I actually have to do the opposite, where I actually have to let them know that there are going to be people out there who do not subscribe to this particular stereotype that they're already used to thinking. So for me, it's a slightly different situation here, where on a daily basis, I do end up calling out whenever I see various problems. I don't attribute them to things that I see having nothing to do with this particular culture. I know that you attribute it a lot more to their maybe... I don't know, like, what would you say would be...
There was a guy named Sam. I don't know if you know a YouTube guy named Sam and something. He's a Jewish guy, Sam and whatever. He's the one who put that crap out about what I said to Dave Rubin and tried to make it seem like, because he has a problem with Dave Rubin. Mm-hmm. So he was trying to say that about Dave Rubin, and he used me. So I came to him specifically and said, well, if you're going to use me, why don't you bring me on the show so I can talk about what I said? He wouldn't do it. So that means he was okay with putting out something that he knew was untrue, cutting it in a way in which he knew it was untrue. All he had to do was play a minute more and it would have heard the rest of the joke. So you have a million followers, Sam Sater or whatever his name. You have a million followers.
Oh God, that fucking guy.
You have a million followers and you lied to them, used me to do it, and wouldn't allow me to defend myself. What type of person is that?
All right,
that guy's like, he's like the lowest like Remora fish of like the fucking
I haven't
Young
looked into,
Turks like bread tube media.
I haven't looked into Sam Sater that much, but
same thing with Dave Rubin. He did the same thing. Dave Rubin did the same thing, and the other one, what's his name? Crowder, Steven Crowder.
Yeah,
they all do the same thing. Crowder had me on his show to try and be the guy who makes fun of blacks. Yeah. Matter of fact, had his father call me to try and set up some kind of skit to where I was going to be talking like this on the skit. And I told them, hell no, I'm not doing that. They never brought me back on the show. They never brought me back on the show. So because I want the sellout Negro, I can't come back on your show. Dave Rubin sat up there and listened to people telling them, well, if Tommy doesn't put out this movie, I'm going to make sure I say something about it. Well, I tried to get back on the show after I put out my movie, A Fatherless America, which you can go get at afatherlessamerica.com. Do you think Dave Rubin brought me back on the show? Nope. So you told these people, if I don't produce this movie, you're going to talk shit about me. Well, I produced the movie. Shouldn't you bring me on to talk about it?
Well, look,
that's my point. So many times to black people need to stop befriending a leftist, a rightist, a Jew, an Italian. Need to understand, if you believe they're against you, they're against you. So when you come in, you have your talking points ready, you hit your points, and you get what off of your chest you need to get off of, because there's no reason for me. I respect everybody. I don't trust anybody.
That's not a bad way.
I always knew
Steven...
I always knew Steven Crowder was just like a shameless grifter, but like,
again, looking at Steven Crowder,
terrible,
Steven Crowder's early life: Detroit, Michigan, French Canadian mother. So again, I don't think he falls into the same category. So for me, I would look at
but that's why you didn't hear what I just said.
I'm looking at the nasty.
Don't trust anybody.
Yes.
Meaning, it didn't matter that he was from a different tribe. The result was the same.
So then when you're talking about me calling out members of my tribe, see, this is where it gets confusing to me, because when it comes to calling out Steven Crowder versus calling out, like, I don't know, am I going to be calling out, I don't know, Barbara Streisand? Barbara Streisand's not doing anything
you
wrong,
would be calling out your tribe. If you're saying that there's a bunch of people who are saying things that can hurt your tribe and that you all don't agree with what is happening in Hollywood, imagine if you did a show imagine if you were the person who called out the Hollywood Jews. And if you can't find a Jew that's calling out the Hollywood Jews, then I'm going to start to think that you believe in what they're doing. Just like if you can't find a black person who calls out the black people in the hood who are killing other blacks. If you believe Black Lives Matter, you would talk about when the cops did it, and you talk about when the blacks did it, because either one is extinguishing a black life. And if it mattered, you talk about anybody who extinguished a black life. That's the point.
But see, that was what you brought up with Steven Crowder. That's like a perfect example of what I was saying, in that a lot of like these conservative media types, they do this like fucking chud brain, like, I shouldn't say chud because of the Chapo people use that, but like they do this like really like tard level, lowest common denominator. Oh, well, if a black guy is saying it, then that's all right. Like I could just imagine Steven Crowder, we're gonna get a base black guy. Am I doing the voice right? We're going to get the base black guy to say a bunch of demeaning shit about black people, and I can't say it because I'm Steven Crowder. I'm a white guy. Like, like what?
And that's what they do. But that's not when you hear me talk. When you hear me talk, I'm trying to get black people to the point of where everybody else is. If you have enough strong pieces on a team, like here's the thing. When you have a football team, you have an offensive coordinator, defensive coordinator, you have a linebackers coach, you have a receivers coach. You have someone who has to coach up each one of them to be strong enough to where they're all formidable. Blacks need to stop being the weak piece on the board. We will be a stronger nation if blacks become a stronger piece on the board. Everybody understands that. They're teaching us to just keep begging and taking things from people. Then you're just a burden. Every one of us has a brother, a sister, a cousin who doesn't bring anything to Thanksgiving dinner, but they sure leave with plates. You have a better Thanksgiving party. You have a better birthday party. You have a better party period when everybody brings drink, when everybody brings something. So when you listen to me, you're hearing a man saying, we need to be as powerful as every other piece on the board. Once you become as powerful as every other piece on the board, you become respected. Because if you look at what the United States does, there's a lot of people around the world they don't like. But when they got a nuclear weapon, they started respecting them.
But that's what I mean. I think like the problem is when you criticize your fellow black people, you're doing it from a position of strength and saying that you have to rise above these circumstances that black people in America face. But my worriment is that when people look at they look at your content or Pastor Manning or other people, it's like it's almost like a form of entertainment where it's like, oh, look at what these stupid black people are doing. It's like he could say it because, you know what I mean?
Well,
like,
I'm not worried about that because
problem.
when World Star Hip Hop and the guy got rich, all they had was black people on there fighting and stuff, and white people had no problem with that because it was doing it. You know why they have a problem with me? Because of what I just said. That's why when you're a white person and you want me to come on and clown and you just heard what I just said on here, you know you don't want to put me in front of your audience because I'm going to talk past your audience and I'm going to talk to the black people, and the black people are going to start saying, he has a point.
Yeah.
He has a point. And they don't want you to do that. They just want you to be on the position of we're down and we need white people to give us stuff. Because as long as you keep feeding this dog will keep running to your backyard. As long as you keep feeding this coy dog, it'll keep coming to your backyard. Then and what will it lose the ability to do? Hunt for itself.
Yeah.
We need to learn to hunt for ourselves. Jews won't let that happen to their tribe. They will not, whether they left, right, or whatever. They're not going to allow their children to not be able to hunt for themselves.
It's like that
whoever
line.
gives you something, one day can decide not to. Or what if it's not even that they decide not to? What if they just don't have it?
Yeah.
But,
it's like
but,
that
when,
line
you're when you're talking
from,
about specifically
it's like
with
that
the
line
family.
from Duddy
Your
Kravitz.
mic is actually low, Liv.
Hello?
Liv, your mic is actually low.
Yeah, like
Really?
your mic's been low, Lev. Yeah.
Oh, here we go. Yeah, I think I was.
It's like
leaning
that
back a
line
little
from
bit.
Duddy Kravitz where the scrap owner, he's like, my Bernie will never have to cheat a partner into jail. Then he's like, oh, well, my Bernie didn't come to America with 5 cents in his pocket and 3 words of English.
But just so I understand a little bit better here. So when it comes to Jews and their families, like I mentioned before, there's a high concentration of caring about the whole family unit. I wouldn't say I care that much about the family of Seth Rogen, for instance. I don't know Seth Rogen. I don't know his family.
Yeah, but he doesn't care about his own family.
I wish I wish him the best, whatever. But the point is that there isn't this kind of tribal mentality that you may see here, which is again like when you're asking me to go out and criticize these bad aspects of the tribe and call them out. Who exactly are we talking here? Because if we're talking,
you just said Seth Rogen.
Okay, yeah, there we go. If we're talking about Seth Rogen,
listen, if you said you look what you did. If you said who are they, then you wouldn't have been able to be upset at the beginning and say, well, these are a different type. If you were able to tell me they're a different type, then you know who to go after. Boom.
Yes,
Yeah,
and with that,
you
Didn't know that was a different type. I'd understand. Once you know there's a different type, you know who to call out.
But see, this is why before.
Okay, wait, hold on. I gotta answer that, Gio. This is
Okay.
important. Okay, so when you have people,
Lev, you keep getting baited. I hate to say it.
No, it is important. Gio, what do you want me to do? I have to answer a lot of these things. So when we are talking about somebody like Seth Rogen, I don't see him as being somebody who is, like, you could say that he is culturally Jewish as far as, I don't know, having certain mannerisms and things like that. But I don't see any connection with him and, let's say, these conservative Jewish people who walk around like it's the 1950s in Brooklyn, with the women wearing dresses and the men wearing suits. So we are talking about a product of a liberal society, of a leftist society, rather, similar to somebody like Tim Heidecker, for instance, of Tim and Eric. And I do like Tim and Eric's comedy a lot, more so than I should. But this is why I'm having a really hard time here, Tommy, because yes, there are specific people who, let's say, they may have certain cultural mannerisms that you could identify as Jewish, but to be able to look at them and say, like, I am going to identify you as being this specific thing, what ends up happening, unfortunately, when this happens, is a lot of people who are probably watching this right now are going to start lumping in people that have zero to do with that particular culture into that culture. And this is, again,
just like when we're calling out liberals or leftists or conservatives or all of these things. So then we shouldn't do it with anything. If you're really so afraid of people lumping things in, we've talked about a lot of topics that would allow people to lump things in, including an individual by the name of Seth Rogen. You'll have people who just don't like Seth and have no idea why, but because you kept bringing him up, now they have justification to dislike this man, maybe even throw eggs at him when they see him because the guy they were looking at says he doesn't like him either.
Here is the.
Come on,
Lev. Come on, he got you there.
You can play it with somebody not intelligent. You can't play it with me. Either we can do it or we can't. But if you do what we're doing this whole show, then you're going to have people who feel justified in their hatred of something or someone just because we said it.
All right,
because we said we didn't like it.
Let's say
that's it.
Okay, so let's say we have somebody like Leon Trotsky, for instance, who I brought up earlier. Leon Trotsky was a very, big person within communism. I'm losing my voice right now. So you could point to him and you could say Leon Trotsky was a bad guy and he was, against private property and against a lot of things that we really value. So we are going to hate on this guy. And I don't want anything bad at all to happen to Seth Rogen or anybody who represents the same ideals that he does. But just like with Trotsky, I wouldn't label somebody like my grandmother or somebody else who is Jewish that has zero to do, culturally speaking, with Leon Trotsky. I would not label them in the same group at all with somebody like Seth Rogen. So again, it goes back to culture. And if we are talking about, for example, the problems within black culture today, then I don't know, maybe there could also
You ever heard of the Pew poll or the Harris poll?
No, what is that?
You never heard of Pew poll or the Harris poll?
Pew I did. Yeah, Pew I did.
Each of them, do they go out and poll every American?
I don't know.
Possible.
Yet they come out and put out a thing that says 70% of black people are voting for so-and-so and 50% of women are doing so-and-so. So this general poll is putting these things out and people are believing it. Yet they didn't go out and get even half of America as a sample size. Now, that means it must be difficult to know every single individual in anything, which means we either won't be able to have conversations about anything unless we know everyone, or we'll leave room for people who just may hear a conversation and think, all Jews are like that. All blacks are like that. All whatever are like that. Because guess what? Those people exist whether you said it out loud or not. Those people already exist. So what you should do when you say it out loud is try to educate that audience of people who may jump up and say, all those people are like that. All those women are like that. All of those Jews are like that. And you educate them and say, yes, that is a pervasive thought, but there are other groups of us as well. So therefore, just like the snake argument, people who listen to a guy who knows a lot about snakes end up having a greater appreciation once they know he's a snake charmer. He's a snakeologist. This person's a whatever. Why do you think we take aspirin and don't even question it? The majority of people ingest aspirin and don't know what's in it. Education is key. And I'm not going to stop people from being educated because there's a bunch of fools. Because fools will always be here with us. Just like the poor, just like the hungry, fools will always be here with us. And Jesus taught us about that. They're going to always be here with us. So I'm not going to concentrate on them because they're never going to leave.
Yeah. Well, Tommy, before we
and box it into one thing will always be here until you can show me where they'll get that you have seen a time in history that they didn't exist. Let me know.
Well, so, Tommy, before we brought you on, I said to Lev, like, we wanted to do right by you, and we didn't want to just bring you on to be like these other conservative grifters like fucking Steven Crowder. By the way, Tuxedo, prouder with Crowder. Well, he does like to cross-dress. We didn't want to do it where...
Like him, I was so surprised when he said, after we did the show, he was like, yeah, because my wife. I was like, wife?
I know, eh?
I thought he was gay, dead ass.
They don't have kids, though. Strange. Hey. But I didn't want to bring you on just to come in here and be like, oh, let the base black man buck dance or whatever. Like, that's bullshit. And you challenge like us, like, well, you know, white people, and when we were talking about the porn industry, and you were talking about the an often neglected aspect of the exploitation of black women and so forth. So I think this was a productive conversation, and I
challenge everybody because I want to see how truthful they're going to be.
Exactly.
It's the equivalent of if when you're on a first date. Why not say something that could possibly offend someone on the first date, then wait until you've been together for
all right, well,
weeks.
let's get truthful then.
We're also making powerful enemies on this stream. Like,
hold on. Let's get truthful. Truthful then. Like we were talking in the very beginning, and I mentioned this in the middle of the stream, that there is a problem today with dads not being there in the black community for all the reasons that you always bring up on your show as well. Now, since we can acknowledge that, yes, this is a problem, we could look at what are all the reasons why this is the problem. My question to you, Tommy, is can the same thing be done for the Jewish community, let's say? Can we identify what is the specific thing that you are looking at somebody like Seth Rogen and saying, I'm not going to put any words in your mouth at all. What I'm basically saying is that people...
I was about to say, you keep bringing up Seth Rogen. I like Seth Rogen.
I mean, look, I'm sure
you bring him up as your. I guess it's like your poster child for what you do wrong.
Yeah, because
I'm trying to find out did Seth sleep with your girl? Because you really got a problem with
Seth. For the record, I also hate Seth Rogen.
Right. I keep saying. I'll explain. Tommy, I'll explain everything about Seth. Seth Rogen keeps on being brought up on 4chan, so it's a reference that people get. This is why I use Seth Rogen as a reference.
They're obsessed. The 4chan Paul is obsessed with Seth Rogen.
And by the way, my whole thing...
I stay in a cave. I'm lost.
And by the way, Tommy, my whole thing before you came on the stream for pretty much like every fifth BTR episode, it's always me going up against people who have problems with Jews and constantly having to defend.
Remember, I don't. I view them as, I think they got a good thing going. I think we need to follow what they're doing.
Yes, but again, going back, hold on.
This once and for all, we have to have Keith Woods on the show. That's the only way this is going to resolve.
Hold on, going back soon. Going back to what I was talking about before, though. So if we're talking about identifying specific problems here, what would be the way that we would identify these problems? Because looking at the problems of the father, that is something that, sure, you could say not all statistics are correct, but this is something that we managed to agree on, that this is a very big problem in the black community, and if this problem is addressed, things would be better.
Well, because here's why I would say it, because we know it's a problem in every community. Fatherlessness in every community is a problem.
Absolutely, but we see it a lot more within the black community.
Misportraying people in the media is a problem to everyone. Jews know it's a problem if someone misportrays them. We no longer do Chinese people and go, king, 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 king. We don't do that anymore because we used to do it and Jerry Lewis did it. So we know that doing these things and giving out this imagery is a problem. So whether you say it's Jews doing it, whites doing it, or anybody else is doing it, the imagery is a problem. So I'm going to call out the last names that I see until they move them over. And if they start saying Petrowskis, then I'm going to say them damn Russians. And if they start saying McClouds, then I'm going to say them damn Irish and Scottish. So it's going to be the same thing, because the portrayal of black people by non-black people in this manner is hurting black people all over the world. And I don't think it's right. So I don't care who's doing it. I don't care if they can nuance it. They need to stop it. Start there. Stop it. Don't worry about the Jews doing it. Stop it. Stop it that you can get funding for Soul Plane, but you can't get funding for Akil and the Bee. Stop it. That's all I'm saying. Stop it. That you can say Tommy needs to be flagged down, but Ghetto Gaggers doesn't.
Yeah. Oh man.
How is that? How is that not mistreating black women? How is that not demoralizing and debasing black women? But it exists and no one says a word. That's my point. Just like fatherlessness. We know if it happened in any community, it causes a problem. As a matter of fact, right now, blacks are just a canary in the coal mine. It's bad in the black community, but guess what it's doing in every other community? It's starting to get just as bad.
I agree.
They gave it to us first. They always give us stuff first. They give us diseases first to see how it affects us. Then they start giving it to everyone else.
Well, even you were mentioning Tuskegee. Even up until the 70s and 1980s, there was this prison in Philadelphia where the CIA basically used it as their storehouse of human samples. And majority black prison population, they would do the most horrific experiments. This was in the middle of Philadelphia. I forget what the prison was called. You could look it up. But right up until the 80s, they were doing experiments on black prisoners. Mm-hmm. So, yeah.
Look at what was happening in Philadelphia also. They had the judges who were getting paid by corporations to sentence the black children to jail. This was a conspiracy that was going on. So when you hear me talk, I have just as much passion as you do, Liv, for protecting your tribe. And you should. See, I don't like when people get mad at someone for protecting the people who look like them. There's an old saying that said, when they came for the Russians, well, I wasn't Russian, so I didn't care. When they came for the Jews, I didn't care. I wasn't Jew, so I didn't care. When they came for the blacks, I wasn't black, so I didn't care. When they came for the gays, I wasn't gay, so I didn't care. When they came for me, there was no one left to stand up and have a voice. You should stand up for the people around you first. That's what a community is. So I don't get mad. I don't get mad if you said, I want my kids to be Jewish, just like my parents were Jewish. You should be able to do that. That is completing a culture. But I do have a problem when someone says, y'all shouldn't mind mixing. Y'all shouldn't mind doing this. And then you look back and you see that they don't do it. Why are you putting it on me? Because when I talked to Shimon Haddad, he loved me and gave me all kinds of stuff that I use to this day. Information that I would never got from anywhere.
Shimon, was he religious? Like he was practicing?
He wasn't a religious Jew, so he was more of a secular Jew. Mm. The reason he didn't mind giving me. But here's a problem where he and I had a problem with each other. There was a girl who worked there. He thought I was a smart man. He thought I was great. It was a Jewish girl. Her and I used to have all kinds of nasty, disgusting sex. To the point of where I thought that I wanted to have a relationship with her. Do you know what she told me? That we could not go public because her being an Israeli Jew and me being a black man, that was not going to work with her family. And it hurt my heart because I thought, but I thought that we were all the same and I'm just as smart as them and he's teaching me things. So why is it that my penis being in this woman is a problem? That's when I realized just because people are nice to you, just because people accept you, they still have the right to still want their family and children to be the same. And it doesn't mean that they think less of you or more of you. It just means that maybe they don't want to see this mixture. And they don't want to see this mixture does not change the fact that he gave me information that I can use for the rest of my life and take back to those same people and instill that same pride in mine.
The only thing I can say regarding the relationships of, let's say, Russians and Jews after the USSR was enacted around the 20s, there were so many intermarriages and intermixing going on between the Russians and the Jews, both men and women. Now, I don't know exactly why it happened this way and not the other way. All I could say is that regarding your Israeli friend, he could be a lot more traditional, maybe not religiously practicing, but traditional in other ways. Like I said before, I never want to put a wall and say, you cannot do A, B, and C. I would, again, that's...
But why is it that your family and my family can't hang out and I have a black family and you have a Jewish family? Why is that a problem with America? Why is it a problem with everybody else? That our kids can't go out and play in the yard, but they don't have to have sex and have mixed children. And we still get along. Why is it that it has to be that? That's insane. If we started respecting each other and what we brought to the table, instead of trying to say, well, the best way to get rid of it is mix it, because that is not going to get rid of it. Your mixture is not going to be one even color. It's still going to be different parts of that mixture, and it's still going to be arguments within that. Just like there's arguments within Pakistanis based upon their color, and they're all Pakistani.
No, you're
It's
right.
insane.
It's not going to go
Y'all
away.
white people, we can't tell the difference between y'all in general, but y'all steady be fighting over crazy crap. Palestinian and Jews is fighting, and I can't tell you the difference between either one of them. The Croatians and so are fighting, and I can't tell you the difference between either one of them.
Russians, Ukrainians.
The Irish and the Scots are fighting, and the average Negro can't tell you the difference between either one of them. The Chinese and the Japanese are fighting, and they all look like the same thing to me. So I don't know. So that's what I'm trying to tell you. People will always find ways and reasons to have beef with each other.
Well, look at the North and South Koreans, for instance.
Right.
They, they're not that far away, but then would you tell me, like, Lev, if I was Korean, would you say, like, everybody of the Korean ethnicity I would blame for Kim Jong-un? Or would it be specific people who are under a specific
but see,
government?
I never said but you remember, you're going back to that.
Okay.
But you're defeating your own argument, because I never said all Jews.
Well, I blame all Koreans for K-pop. That's a tragedy.
That's what I mean. So when you're that worried about but think about it. When you're that worried about someone's blaming all Jews, I then start questioning the individual who's saying it. Because no matter how many times I've said, I literally was talking about these Jews in this industry. And you keep bringing it back to other Jews. No matter how many times I said, why would I even be talking about Jewish doctors when I'm talking about people who are putting out movies? No matter how many times I've said it, you've wanted to continue to make sure people know it ain't all Jews and try to characterize what I said as if it was all Jews, even though I kept saying, I look up to this group, I like this group, blah, blah, blah. You're going to keep doing that. Well, imagine
call them out?
Blacks should do this as well. Blacks should do this as well. Whenever you talk about fatherlessness, it needs to be some blacks that jump up and say, well, you just saying all of them. It ain't all. And it don't matter after you say, no, I'm not talking about all. I'm just talking about the segment that is like that. It ain't all. It ain't all. We will never deal with the problem whenever someone says it ain't all.
Here may be the difference.
Using it's not all.
Okay, here may be the difference. And maybe not, but I'll do my best to see if it is. If
Look, I'm going to go soon.
Oh, wait, hold on. I'm almost done. So would there be a difference, let's say, in defining the specific culture of, say, I am going to look at, analyze, and hopefully treat the problems that are going on in this specific culture that the black family is in? Same thing I could say, I can look at, analyze, and treat the specific leftist culture that people, a lot of whom are Jewish, happen to be in within Hollywood, within entertainment. I think that's a better way of going about it than saying...
You think...
Yes.
You think there's a better way of going... Listen to the key word you said.
Yes.
Think. You don't know. You think.
I think.
So you live on this planet just like I live on this planet.
Yes.
And you're trying to find your way through life before you die just like I am. So because you think that, I think that the way I'm speaking, and I can explain the way I'm speaking of why I do it. See, I don't say some black women either. And then black women have tried to use the same argument that you're using. And they say, why don't you say some? I said, because I've noticed that whenever you say some, people tend to run to the other side and say they're not that. Whenever you say some of anything, there are some people who do so-and-so. And they're like, yeah, there are some people who do that. Just like there are people who say, there's some people who watch porn. There'll be people who watch porn and be like, yeah, those guys do watch porn, because they don't have to be in it long as you say some. People want you to say some so they can get out of whatever it is. When I say black women, what happens is you have to stand up to say, I'm not that. You have to stand up now to say, this isn't, I want you to stand up and show yourself, because then now you have this group that says, well, some of us believe in it, some of us don't. And now you're going to have a little fight in between that, and you're going to have a civil war. So what am I trying to do? Make sure that I don't give you an out to where you can lie to me up front, because that's what society is doing right now, giving everybody an out. So there are people who go around and claim they love gay people because they're afraid to lose their job. And I don't want to do that.
It's bullshit. Yeah,
I don't want to do that. I will put you all in a box until you turn around and start showing me different. I have that right, because just like you said, you think. Well, I have a different life experience, and I think. So I think that I'm going to get a lot of people to gravitate towards me because I'm doing it this way, because I am not a player's coach. You, on the other hand, sir, are a player's coach. You believe in being nice to the players, and you'll have a better team. We both could meet at the Super Bowl, and you guess what we'll learn when we get to the Super Bowl? That people like being coached differently.
Absolutely. I think that is a good way to end the stream before we do the super chats over here. So let us go into the super chats. And once again, Tommy, I do appreciate this kind of real conversation. There we go. So we have okay. Okay. Subject to change. $9.99. Great show. Always great guests on BTR. Next we have I'm a goat. This donated $4.99. Love your channel. Massive McGee €2. Tommy owns this stream now. Okay, Tom Tux loves you $2. This is a Tommy stream now. Tux loves you $2. Lev is a man of nuance. Tux loves you $2.
A supreme gentleman of nuance.
Yes, our minds have been bug broken by the Marxists. And the name's not here. Donated $5. This one's for Tommy defending the truth, logic, and common sense. And again, even though there are certain things that we don't agree with as far as what exactly needs to be focused on, I am very happy that these kind of conversations do occur, and I wish more of them would occur in the future to come. And look,
we played it out to the end. We played it out to the end. If you want to know something that you're going to learn from your audience after something like this, is that they're going to be able to say, I can disagree with someone fundamentally on an issue and still respect them because they heard me. And when this is a true agree to disagree argument, because the arguments were made. Most of the time, the arguments are never getting a chance to be made. If you disagree with someone, they'll cut you off. They'll kick you off. Didn't happen. So what will your audience learn? That maybe, just maybe, you should start bringing more facts to the table than how you feel. Because when you bring how you feel to the table, as soon as someone doesn't feel like you feel, you feel attacked. It's not an attack if they don't feel like how you feel. Morgan Freeman said this a long time ago. Just because I disagree with you don't mean I hate you.
Mm.
Absolutely. And also, I think it was Lancelot. His name is in a particular font, which was not readable, but that was Lancelot who donated the $5. Thank you, Lancelot. And patreon.com/breaktherules. Listen, especially after this stream, we are going to, well, number one, I think that we are going to be full of energy for the ones to come, thanks to Tommy's presence. Number two, I think that it's always going to be a big challenge with the big tech platforms of trying to deplatform whoever comes around and has conversations like this, which is why follow us on Odyssey. It is very important that you do. I'm going to post the Odyssey link right now because, again, I have no idea how long YouTube is going to allow this kind of, civil but, very intense in other ways conversations to go on. So here is the Odyssey link. I am posting it in the chat right now. Please follow Break the Rules on Odyssey. I am posting the Patreon link as well. And again, patreon.com/breaktherules is where you go. We have so many wonderful things for you there. $5 patronage gives you the MP3s of the episodes before they come out to the public. It also gives you Patreon-only streams, which I promise we're going to do very soon. It also gives you, I completely forget to always say this, 25% off the astrological fortune-telling from our good friend Michael Scotto. So contact me for his info. And $20 patrons are going to get beautiful magnets handcrafted by my father, Lev Polyakov. So I don't know if Tommy, if you are a fan of woodworking, but my father, he's a very important person in my life. He's the one who taught me to draw, paint, mostly draw. But he still keeps making wonderful pieces of art, and I'm just going to share some of those over here for everybody to take a look at. I'm not going to share it in OBS because I want Tommy to see these as well, just so you have a better idea of what I'm talking about here. Let me just find it for a second here. But also before that,
where can I see it at?
Oh,
I'm gonna OBS.
I'm gonna post it in the chat just in a second. But before that, I have a question. Who is the gentleman in the military uniform behind you in the shirt? I've always wondered about that.
This is a young man by the name of Devin Strand. I used to call him Strayham. He was a fan of the show, a really big fan of the show. And he was always donating. He was everything I did, he supported it pretty much since I started. And one day I was noticing that he wasn't there. And then a week went by and I noticed that he wasn't there. And out of nowhere, in my comment section, his family came and said, we just want you to know he passed. He had been suffering from cancer.
Oh,
but I want you to know that he, for the time he was going through chemo and everything, watching your show was the only thing that made him happy and made him fight. As long as he fought.
God.
Wow.
And then 2 months later, another person suffering from cancer, her son and daughter did the exact same thing. Said that she used to listen to the show the same way. So the reason I do what I do, and I mean, a lot of us need to understand that when we're doing this, we don't know what people are going through who are watching the show, who are listening to our show. And we're just helping them get through small parts of their day. The reason why, no matter how sick I am right now, and I'm struggling, I do this because you have a lot of people out there who just needed to hear something that encouraged them, that could have encouraged them to fight a battle or a fight that they have going on in their life. So a lot of the stuff that we talk about, when we talk about them like they're just so important, we're just talking heads. But some of the people we're talking to, it's what got them through to the next day. So that's why he stays there. I'm sorry.
Wow. That's powerful. Even just like one person that you know of that in those last moments of life, you've managed to change their outlook and change their perception and give them comfort. I mean, I'm an artist as well. And I've had people that come, say, oh, I really help. I remember one time I saw this painting of mine on Wizard Chan and it was like, even if I brought like some kind of insight to someone in horrible depression, but that's powerful what you just said. Like, and the fact that two people, their families have reached out to you. I mean, that's, that's powerful. That's, God rest their souls.
At the end of this, me, Gio hug, me, Dominique hug, me, Liv hug, because that's what people need to see, that all arguments don't end in destruction, death, fight, and whatever, that these arguments can be expressions for us to get things off of our chest, to just, you understand how many people in the world feel like they're not heard.
Exactly.
Feel like they're not listened to. They feel like they're not seen. So if you could just say to these people at the end of it, wow, everything doesn't end. We have family members who stopped talking to each other because one voted for Trump. That's all it took. This has to stop because we are interconnected, and many times we're connected in ways we didn't even think of.
Well, I don't even want to say anything right now. That was really powerful. But here's the magnets, just to change the mood a little bit. These are some of the wooden magnets that my father created. You could see maple, mahogany, ashwood, cherry, maple.
Nice.
And some of the examples of his artwork. Here is a art piece. This is not for sale, nor is this on the Patreon, but I might as well show it. This is my mom. So this is a painting that my dad did of my mom back when she was pregnant with me, still in Russia. And he also makes these beautiful wooden toys, like he makes this very beautiful nutcracker, which I'm just posting in the chat right now. Oh, no, rooster, sorry. So here's the rooster. See, very nice looking with the colors of the green and red. And again, like my dad, he is my hero. Like somebody like him, I think, exemplifies this quality of being very truthful and honest and forthright with what you're saying. I also find it's actually very funny. My dad, he's not Jewish, but he loves watching a lot of videos of various rabbis and various knowledge like that. He's a very esoteric person, my dad. Like
but he gained an appreciation through his love for your mom.
I mean, my mom's not that Jewish. That's the funny thing.
I know nothing, but let me say this. Well, let me listen. When I dated the Russian, I learned those small Russian phrases, just like when I dated the Jew. I learned a lot about Jews just because of how I felt about this person. And the Russian who I dated, she didn't go around even speaking German or saying much about, speaking Russian or saying much about Russian. She wanted to become as Americanized as possible. But I also understood, like, I knew the difference because when I dated the Russian introduced me to her brother, who was highly racist. Her father, before he died, used to FaceTime me. He said openly, I did not appreciate my daughter being with a black guy. She said, but he said, I started to feel different when I saw how you treated her. That's the thing that we don't understand. That why try to force people to get to know you? The best way for people to get to know you is through the normal course of conversation, the normal course of being around you. But if you try to force people not to see you some other way, it's going to embolden them to keep seeing you that way.
Well, that does go back to the whole reason why I did BTR in the first place, because like the other episodes that we have in our library, and I do recommend everybody checking them out, the whole point is that we get people who would never actually have a chance to speak with each other to speak.
Yep.
And it did result sometimes in some firestorms with certain people, like the furries, for instance.
Oh God, not the furries again.
no, I'm not gonna.
Oh my God.
I'm not gonna get into the fur.
Or the Crowley people.
Yeah,
that
I'm not gonna. No, but it is very
sunny. Lots of
yes,
sunny fights.
yes,
lots of sunny
very,
fights.
very,
He left social media. Eh?
Yeah, I wish him the best. But anyway, the point here is though is that I feel like there is a huge degree of freedom that I may take for granted of actually being able to do something like this, because most people, like especially most people in New York, they are so strung in all of these various social norms that they have to abide by, especially today. And I don't know like how much longer they're going to be able to do it, but to actually have a conversation like this and be able to think on the things that all of us mentioned, like that is a very special thing. And the only thing that I wish is, again, for more conversation like this to happen. Also, Tommy, I highly recommend, if you can, check out Fair. Their style is very different from yours as far as what they do, but and it's called the Foundation Against Intolerance and Racism. And they have Glenn Lowry. They also have Daryl Davis, who is he's the guy, the jazz musician who ended up converting a lot of former KKK members, to take off their hoods. And he did that simply by speaking with them, by neither party being in the bubble and just allowing this conversation to happen. And yeah, there has been a tremendous amount of, let's say, authoritarian mindset, whatever you want to call it, directed, whether it's like Jewish people or, other, black people or whoever. It's happening on the internet all the time. And I think that it is about time for all of us to actually sit down like adults and talk about this. And once again, Tommy, thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
$30 patron, Lev. What do you get? Do you have the video for...
Wait, $30 patron? That just happened right now? Oh, no. It should happen right now. But yes, $30 patrons are going to get a very beautiful print from Giovanni Pennacchietti. Let me load that print up as well for all you guys to take a look at. It is an exquisite print from the TFW No GF series. 1 second, I am loading it up into the chat. And, okay, here we go. Everybody subscribe while I'm loading this up. Here is the Patreon print. Here it is. And here I'm going to play it. Hold on, let me make it full screen. There we go. Check that out.
There you go.
That is Geo in action right there. So that is for $30 patrons and $50.
Wojak's hugging it out, so I thought it was appropriate for the end of this stream.
Yes.
So
and $50 patrons.
And if
yeah,
go ahead.
Real quick, $50 patrons are going to get all of the above, plus a custom magnet, whatever design you want. That is going to be the magnet, within reason, obviously, that my father is going to create, as well as Warhammer 40k figures painted by Jules Hamilton, as well as another painting from Geo, and a lot of other goodies. Tommy, take it away.
Well, I just want to say, too, I've always believed in this. Let stupid people speak. Because when stupid people speak, the people who believe in a stupid person will stand up and say, yeah. After the stupid person speaks, you can then show the rest of the world how stupid that person is by defeating what they say. The art of an argument, the art of conversation is let them get out their talking points. They can't walk away from what they just said. But if you say things before they finish, then they can walk away from it and say, that's not what I meant. Always let them say it. So stupid people should be able to speak. What we're doing today is we're telling stupid people or people that we think are stupid that they can't speak. and they're getting a larger audience because then they go back to the world and say, see, they shut me down because they knew I was right. That's what happens when you try to tell people they can't say it. So if you let people, even with their racist talking points, if you let them speak and then you show how stupid they are, if you show people how stupid they are or how racist and dumb they are, more people are willing to walk away from them, and they can't then say, well, they silenced me. No, it's like boxing. In boxing, one of the greatest ways for those people, if everybody got a belt and they never fight each other, there's always an argument over who's the better fighter, but they never fight. But you back who you back because it seems right. Now, if they all fought, you'd be able to say, you're not better than him because he whooped your ass. You're not better than him. So that's what we're not allowing to happen now. We've become boxing. We got too many belts out there, and everybody's got a belt. And in their corner of the world, they're always right. And that's why everybody has a damn YouTube show now, because everybody got a point, and I'm the leader, and these fools follow, but they never go into someone else's territory where they can be questioned. That's what we need more of. Question. You shouldn't be allowed to be a leader if you're not able to stand up to scrutiny.
100%.
I couldn't have said it any better myself, Tommy. Thank you so much. And as far as plugs go, let's see. What would you like to plug? Anything you want. Go for it. I know you have the OnlyFans. Is that the
Yeah, you was talking about, I know you was talking about if I'm in the woodwork, if well.
Oh. But wait, I'm confused about the OnlyFans.
Well, because that's the only place I can say the shit that I say without getting flagged.
So I'm not going to see the primo Tommy Sotomayor nudes.
No, you go and you get to hear me say things that they're flagging down everywhere else.
Oh, that's actually pretty clever. Actually,
it is. That's the only place I can be. That's a shame. But think about it. That's a shame that you can go on Twitter and see porn, but you can't go on Twitter and see me.
We have a friend who's a pretty prolific internet personality, Paul Town. He used to post videos on Pornhub and Live Leaks, but they were just like vlogging streams, and they would get so pissed at him because he wouldn't put anything on YouTube, but he would put it on Pornhub and Live Leaks. RIP Live Leaks.
Because that's insane.
Yeah.
I didn't know it was a thing when I was on Twitter. I just got kicked off Twitter. That Twitter I have now is a new one. 2 weeks ago, when I went viral off of the whatever that thing Space is called, the next day my Twitter was gone. Yet
that was inevitable.
Yet there are women on there having sex and they're doing all kinds of stuff, and that stuff is fine. So your kid can see all this stuff, but don't let them hear an opinion that might rub them the wrong way. And that's the problem right now. So if you guys want to go, you have to go to my website. Do you know they flagged my movie, A Fatherless America, down off of, it was on Amazon. It had a 4.8 out of 5. They flagged it down so I can't even sell my movie on Amazon. That's insane.
Man, that's great. Fuck.
So I don't believe in anything. When people talk about, oh, this, that, and the other, no, I don't believe in. I believe everybody's an enemy to me. I respect everybody, but I don't trust anybody. I do not. When you rather watch porn than hear an opinion. Well, I just. So if you want to find me, you got to go to there's my website, tjskoc.com. Even that. I can't even have, what do you call those things? Google AdSense on my own website. They've been able to flag down everything I do. Why? Because I'm a man that stands up and says, Black people need to put themselves on the same level as everybody else so they can now play and negotiate with everyone else. It's better to negotiate from a place of power than a place of weakness, period.
That is well said. And with that, thank you so much, Tommy. Thank you so much, Dominique, Hotep Sophia. And where can people find...
HotepSophia.com. I have a show now, finally. It's on Gab TV, though, so it won't be flagged or taken down.
Nice.
They have a Gab TV?
Yes, they have a Gab TV. They have a Gab Pay. Y'all keep faking on Gab. Gab got it all. That's what I've been waiting for.
Man.
Somewhere where I won't be flagged.
Yeah, maybe
I should open up a Gab. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe BTR should...
Just block all the people that are, like, weird, and you'll be fine.
But they still can flag you down? But they still can get you on Gab?
No, no.
Okay.
And
no, they can't get you. You can get the... They could just... as long as you don't post porn, okay? That's the one. No.
I'm out.
You can deny a certain historical event on Gab. You just can't post.
I'm
porn.
out.
Yes.
Oh, by the way, before I forget, superrare.com, I recently posted my new artwork. It is finally finished. Musculls is finally finished, and here is the artwork in full. So I do a lot of this surrealistic type of artwork that you could see over here. There's a lot of little details in here, a lot of these monsters. I am going to be making separate cards out of them, which I am
You drew this?
I drew this, yeah. I'm also going to be
I see you're a warped individual. I see. No.
Yes, I am.
Yeah.
I see you got a lot going on in your mind. I want to say this to you too. I have to reiterate this because we talked about it. You spoke about your father in glowing terms. You spoke about your family in glowing terms. I just wish that more of us black people were able to say that, because what we unify on, mostly as black men, if you listen to it in rap songs, is my daddy wasn't there and I hate my daddy. These are things we say out loud. These are things we say all the time. You can hate your father. Well, you can't hate your mother. Your mother can be the worst person in the world, but in the black community, you can't hate her. But you can go around and keep saying, my father wasn't there, my father wasn't there, my father wasn't ish. All the songs that are out there is about my father wasn't there. And then we got to hear somebody like you and other people worship and love and praise their father, which gives you guidance, gives you something to look forward to, gives you something to want to even reach for. And that's what we're missing right there, what it is you had. I would love to be able to speak that glowingly about my father.
And that's what I want to do
100%.
as much as possible on this stream and even off this stream to encourage in any way I can. And I think conversations like this, it may not do that much in the beginning, but hopefully it's going to get more people thinking about it. There is a wonderful young man that I also want to highlight right now. Unfortunately, he could not be here today. I think he's doing something with Turning Point USA right now, but I am going to... No, it's fine. He's a BTR regular, and his father is, how do I say it? His father is a preacher. Let me just load up his Twitter account over here so I can access it. But his father is a preacher originally from, Haiti. So they came over here to the United States, and he has been, he's a big fan of things like Thomas. He's a big fan of people like Thomas Sowell, for example, and he is. I think he's just turning 18 right now. He's in high school. And he is somebody who I look at as being, a future great leader, somebody who I think is going to be a big inspiration for a lot of people. So I just wanted to shout out my friend Daniel out and load his Twitter as well, just to check him out, because I think he is also somebody whose father had a great influence on him, and he's going to be passing that on to his kids. Here is his Twitter over here, Daniel Itfrense, at Daniel. It's for all the audio listeners, DANIEL. IDFRESNE. So please check Daniel out. He's a great young man. And this is it. This is the end of the stream. Thank you, Hotep Sophia.
And go
also,
to my YouTube
Twitter
channel.
and YouTube. So twitter.com/giantgeo. Go there. And youtube.com/giantartproductions. Are you working on anything, Geo?
Yeah, I'm in the middle. I just posted part 1 of a 3-part series this week on where I review the Wired magazine backpage series from the early 2000s. It's called Found Artifacts from the Future. So I talk about futurism, aesthetics, design. I talk about I think of Nick Land a little bit. So it's all great stuff.
Excellent. So, and also follow me on Twitter, twitter.com/LevPo. This Warped Mind is going to be posting a lot more of these drawings coming up, including that little blue guy in there. Let me see if I actually give a preview of what this blue guy looks like for the people who have not seen him yet. Or the, I don't know if the GIF is going to come in. Oh, hold on. Is this it? No. Oh, okay, next time. Watch out for it, that little blue guy. Thank you guys so much for watching. Subscribe to BreakTheRules.tv, patreon.com/BreakTheRules. Good night, everybody.